Jack to then have to retreat this Dragapult through the confusion, evolve one of his Dracloaks unwillingly, and
yet another way to pressure the energy cards, forcing retreats like that.
You have this bank of damage that you can go back to at some point as the Dragapult sits there with 200 and Psychic Energy's going down on the Munkidori here.
Oh, what a call out here. That may be his best path. Try to slow down Jack. Force him to flip a coin to attack or retreat an energy off. We're going to see the use of some Adrenabrains here, protecting these two Dracloak initially. See where those damage counters are going to be placed. Could just load it all up on the active, perhaps. No way for him to take a KO just with the use of these damage counters, as Dunsparce does have 70 hit points.
Yeah, maybe going 6 on the Dracloak with the energy could work out at this spot. There's just the one Dark Energy Munkidori, so you're not losing the war just yet. And then you force your opponent to have to move that damage. But looks like trying to work out the math with the Mind Bend plus KO range later on.
And he's actually just going to take the knockout, not even going with the Mind Bend right now.
Okay, and this does a similar thing where you're removing a little bit of that draw, you take away one of those energies, and you still have a chance to take a knockout later on if there's damage left on board with either the Munkidori or finding that Crispin for Dracloak.
Oh, and it's looking like we're having a stoppage in discussion here. I think that there may be a pace of play penalty being issued at this point here for Andrew. And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, in an earlier stream game, Andrew received a warning for pace of play. Normally a infraction that does warrant just a warning. But if it's been issued once before, that would escalate to a 2-prize penalty, a double prize loss.
Yeah, there was it seems like there was a warning as well in this game. So likely an appeal, but very important to maintain that pace of play during these games. I know there's a lot to think about, so much to consider, but this was a pretty big turn for that.
Wow.
I mean, this could have gone plenty of directions, as we saw
There
earlier.
was so much for him to weigh and consider. I mean, it wasn't a short turn, that is for certain. There's so much time allotted here. I really hate to see these things coming up in these high-stakes games. It looks like head judge AJ has joined the discussion here and is going to hear Andrew's appeal, as is Andrew's right, of course. Anytime any ruling is given to any player, they have the opportunity to appeal that ruling to the head judge.
Yep, there's just not much really you can do at this point other than state what you were going through at that spot. It's a time where there was so much to be considered. I can already feel Pablo back there working with his iPad trying to find the answer to what was the right line, and we'll be thinking about that for a while with attacking through, removing that Dracloak, or trying to work in that Mind Bend play and put the pressure on the energies. Either way, seems like Andrew was in a pretty good spot, and only 2 prize cards, or 2 prize cards less for Jack to take in this game. That could be very impactful with how much damage counters on the active.
That is a huge difference in the potential outcome of this game. If Jack needs to take 2 less prize cards now, I mean, he has to work through this Dragapult and then just 2 easy Pokemon. There's a Badoo on the bench, so like a boss's orders with another Dragapult. This penalty could be game losing for Andrew Hedrick.
And with the timing of when it happens too, you could even boss's orders now take away the Dracloak and the Badoo, and you're just staring down a Dragapult that probably has to be the attacker, and those damage counters are going nowhere for the rest of the game. You can easily target down that Pokemon and find an answer. So a lot to consider for these players as they move forward in game 2.
There will be an extension issued for the time that the ruling took, plus 3 minutes added to the clock. Looks like play is going to continue. Jack now needing to take 2 less prize cards. That is going to totally flip this game on its head.
And if Jack didn't have some pretty difficult prize cards here, there could have been a game-closing play with the 30 damage moved onto the Dracloak, 30 damage moved onto the Badoo, and then a KO on all 4 Pokemon here. But he actually prized double Dark Energy this time around.
Yeah, cannot pull off a double Monkey Dory play right now. What a swing. What a change in this game. We've laid it out already. Pretty straightforward here now for Jack to be the one to close this out. I believe Andrew has actually taken 2 prize cards now. So with the KO, he took on the Dracloak this past turn. So he was lining himself up to be the aggressor to be able to close this game out.
Yeah, and imagine now for Jack, as he has a chance to continue these draws and see some more answers, some energy onto that Dracloak, seemingly would be a checkmate in this spot. It would require
some
Andrew
crushing hammers
to really let them fly.
Yeah, yeah, and that could be, I mean, honestly, should Jack, maybe Jack just, well, it's kind of tough. I was gonna say,
do you forego so that you can turn it all into a Crispin play?
Yeah, but then if you Crispin, you can't boss.
Right.
Course, right.
Yep, that's a double-edged sword.
Andrew could actually get out of this situation maybe by evolving both Dracloak next turn. So there's not a super, I guess the Monkey Dories, it requires the boss, right? Where if you evolve Dracloaks, then there can't be any sort of double Monkey Dory play from Jack on the next turn to clean off the bench.
Sure. I think the answer lies in if Crushing Hammers can target down Dark Energy on Monkey Dory and just keep that card off the board, take advantage of the fact that Jack hasn't played any other Dark Energies in this spot, and maybe the use of that A-Spec at some point too.
Extremely tight situation. Andrew, of course, an extremely smart player, so he'll, you know, adapt to this new information of his opponent needing 2 less prize cards to win the game here and make his plays adjusted accordingly. But this is Jack now jumping very far ahead. A 3 prize card turn, now needing to just take 1 prize card to win the game, and
I'm not ready to call this one over. Not even close. This hand could get the job done. There's an unfair stamp. Risky Ruins double basic Pokemon in this spot with the Monkey Dories. You push 20 damage counters over twice to this Dracloak. You could clear both of these Pokemon off the board and leave your opponent with a 2-card hand.
Yeah.
It's just the Badoo waiting around at that point, but I think you can manage. The problem is then if you open up these 2 bench spaces with the attacks, Risky Ruins right back with Dark Energies is waiting for Jack on the Badoo.
He's going to need Crispin to piece this combo together, as there are no energy cards currently on this Dracloak in his active spot. He does find a Crushing Hammer, which could remove a Darkness Energy from Monkey Dory.
This is so big.
There's the flip, and it is a heads. Andrew now having the option to remove any energy from Jack's side of the board and has a debate now. Which one will it be?
If the likelihood of the Crispin is there, then you just have to remove this Dark Energy, and he is going to go for it here.
Here comes a Night Stretcher. This can bring back a basic Pokemon, and he'll be playing his oh no, will it bring back the Dragapult EX here, actually?
I mean, the guarantee of this Pokemon seems nice. You have a lot of other basic Pokemon that you can lean on at this point, and do you really need the follow-up here? If you take these 3 prize cards, you will have an answer.
Kyle,
unfair stamps coming down.
He has to find 2 basic Pokemon, one of which cannot be Pheasantipity, because Pheasantipity does not take damage from Risky Ruins, and he has to find Crispin. Off of 5 cards, if he can pull that off, seeing 5 cards, having 3 be the specific ones he needs.
And it can't have a Fez included. It has these 2 spots have to go there. Buddy Puff and Crispin could easily get the job done here and put a ton of pressure back over to Jack.
Let's not forget he did prize a Dreepy here as well. Meowth could unlock as well the potential of Crispin.
A real big piece.
Here are the cards. There's Ultra Ball for Meowth.
One more Pokemon.
One more Pokemon.
He didn't find the Pokemon.
He did not get the Pokemon. Perhaps the easiest piece of this equation. He could use Ultra Ball to get Pheasantipity to draw cards, but again, Pheasantipity does not take damage when benched under Risky Ruins.
It's just 10 short at that point of taking advantage of that you do see the crushing hammer added to the hand, so if you were worried about the attack power of that Dracloak on the follow-up, maybe you can remove that energy, force your opponent to have that, but the reload of Dracloak's Recon Directive could be very impactful. I guess if you're worried about the draw support that goes into this, removal of the Dunsparce here with just the one copy of Risky Ruins.
He does get another crushing hammer. This is another huge flip, and it is another heads. That is going to remove the fire energy, so while he will not be able to KO the Dracloak here, he is making it as difficult as possible for his opponent to piece together a game-winning play.
Counting out the Psychic Energies, one on the board with Munkidori, one in the discard pile. Wants to make sure that if this is discarded here, the Crispin play still works. Meowth will come down. Crispin is found. Damage counters from the Risky Ruins should likely be pushed over to the Dunsparce at this spot, you'd imagine. And if you take that KO, that's even less draw power for Jack to find a way out here.
Piecing it together is Andrew Hedrick. Out comes Crispin, finding two basic energy of differing types. One fire, one psychic, one getting attached from the effect of that supporter now, the other attached for turn from the hand. Down will go this Dragapult EX. Of course, 20 damage bounced over from Andrew's side over to either Dreepy or Dunsparce. Which will it be? The final question here. And which Pokemon will go down as Andrew will go to just one prize card remaining. He's left his opponent with just a 2-card hand to try to piece together a Dragapult attack.
And you have to imagine for Jack, there's so much to consider now. What Pokemon will you even be left with at this stage of the game? Dunsparce will take that damage counter.
Leaving himself with one damage counter here. Very smart on Andrew's side as well, so that he can KO a Dreepy next turn. Easily off the bench, regardless of what his opponent's active Pokemon is. Down will go the active. Down goes Dunsparce. Down to just one prize card is Andrew Hedrick.
All right.
What did Jack find from the unfair stamp? There is a Meowth EX.
This is crazy. He's so close, as there was a Dark Energy shuffled back in post from the prize cards. So there's actually a Dark Energy in the deck that wasn't there before. That could be found with the Crispin. The Meowth is a card for the Risky Ruins. There's an energy to go along with this. What can be found now? Does the Dracloak have to be the answer?
Gonna look at the top two cards here. With this Recon Directive, just needing one prize card to win the game. There is a Pokepad that gets another Pokemon out.
I think this is the awkward piece is if you wanted to activate this with Crispin, the double Dark Energy push to the Badoo isn't really happening yet, and there's not an attacker in this spot that closes out.
He's gonna have to Dracloak again. With the Crispin being drawn, I have to say I am a little surprised to see that Munkidori was the Pokemon pushed into the active spot.
I was trying to find the answer. It's so close to taking the KO on the Badoo, but without the Pokemon itself there, you can't work this out.
And Judge as the final card.
I suppose the play was if you promote the Munkidori, you have access to the Dark Energy again through the Night Stretcher. You could play it, move the damage, retreat, and go back to that, but...
He can't even mind bend this active to try to buy a turn. If he was to do that, Andrew would win by just retreating into his own Munkidori, bouncing the damage back over and mind bending himself for the win. I think Jack may be just about out of options here. He's looking through the deck. There's two different energies to grab from the Crispin. He will attach to this active Munkidori. He's going to go for the Mind Bend, I guess, with this play. And as long as Andrew Hedrick sees the line, he will have game on board. He will be the Los Angeles Regional Champion. And he is going for it. Mind Bend, that's 60 damage. Andrew Hedrick drawing for turn. One prize card remaining. And he is gonna line things up here. Two Adrenabrain available. Will bounce them both over to the active. Retreat his Dragapult into Munkidori. Mind Bend takes the KO. And Andrew Hedrick, a 5-time regional champion.
Not only taking out Jack, but also taking out the clock. So much working against him in that spot, but he just waited patiently and used those crushing hammers, and I can't imagine two more impactful hammers for him than those right there.
got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. It has been a long and beautiful season, and we are here in the final stretch. This tournament is still underway, of course. A few rounds have already happened, and we are about to jump into our coverage of this monumental occasion. My name is Adam Skarzik-Watson in the lounge, joined by Jeremy Jallin, Michaela Gassert, and Pablo Mesa. We've got Ethan and Juancho waiting for us on the caster desk, but let's set the scene here in Indianapolis. Great to have you here in the lounge with me. How's everybody doing?
Doing great. Indianapolis is a very historic place for the Pokemon TCG. Former national championships happened here, and a lot of great just players as well.
Yeah, a lot of history.
I'm having a good time in Indianapolis. The food is delicious. My friends are all here. Can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I love the atmosphere, the energy outside, the whole like racing theme as well that we have going on. So having a great time, and I can't wait to see some good Pokemon today.
I think we're all looking forward to that, certainly. And I think it's a good time for us to jump into the schedule for this season. We can see all the events that have happened so far and really how far we come. It just seems like yesterday we were in Pittsburgh, and I knew that this was going to happen as this graphic gets grayed out and we move closer and closer to Worlds in San Francisco.
It felt like one of the slowest seasons we've had in a while, but that's just because every tournament has been bigger than ever before, and the scale is massive, and just we've had a lot of great Pokemon this season as well.
And with NAIC right around the corner, this is another historic location at this point for the Pokemon TCG. I know that players really love going to that town with some more good food, certainly. And I do want to throw things over to a recap. For those of you who are joining us, you might not have seen the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We have a nice recap for you folks here, so take a look.
The Los Angeles Regional Championship was the first tournament post-rotation in North America, which meant players had to rebuild their decks and get creative to find out what the new meta was going to be. As the dust settled on Phase 2, it was clear that with a meta share of over 47%, that the new top deck in the format was Dragapult EX. With all of top 4 playing the deck, we ended up with 2 variants. Jack Pitcher playing Dragapult EX the Dunsparce, and Andrew Hedrick with Dragapult EX with Crushing Hammer in the finals. In Game 1, Andrew used some unorthodox plays to put on the aggression by accelerating back-to-back with Crispin and attacking with Monkey Dory followed by Dracloak, which led to a quick concession from Jack. For Game 2, Andrew set up perfectly, but Jack got close. It came down to one final prize to win. However, Andrew had the ideal tech for the matchup and used Crushing Hammers to remove multiple energy from Jack's field and slowed him down just enough to close out the game, taking his 5th regional win as the Los Angeles Regional Champion.
Retreats his Dragapult into Monkey Dory, Mind Bend, takes the KO, and Andrew Hedrick, a 5-time regional champion.
You too can become a Pokemon Master, so check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more and join in.
Now, early birds to the stream will have seen exactly how those final tense turns played out, but here's the graphic now. Andrew Hedrick, our champion in Los Angeles, and commiserations to Jack Pitcher with Dragapult the Dunsparce. Both of these archetypes are mostly the predominant
ways to build this Pokemon in the format currently, and Crushing Hammer is what we're going to be seeing a lot of this weekend, I anticipate.
Yeah, it's Dragapult's world, and we're just living in it, and it is very versatile as well.
My understanding is that Andrew is going to try to maybe run it back this regional, so if you are looking forward to another tense finals matchup, this could be the time.
And I mean, Dragapult's so dominant. I've even seen people outside with Dreepies in their hair and stuff, so it just feels like Dragapult's really taking over everything.
Yeah, Dragapult is a Pokemon that we all love. Either it wins for you or you like to root for it. It's got a little bit of villain energy, I think, but Andrew Hedrick, his heart is pure. He got that win. It was well-deserved, and he joins now the rest of our North American champions. I want to take a look now. So many have been crowned over the course of this season, and still one more TBD for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who actually fills that last spot, if it's another repeat champ like Andrew, or if it's someone's very first regional. We'll have to see.
It's almost like collecting your own binder, except it's all these champions coming through. This is our last direct invite. This is the best shot to snap up that Worlds invite if you haven't gotten it yet.
I also love that we have 4 regions represented here. We're only missing Oceania in this graphic. So I don't know, maybe I think there's one Australian player here today, so maybe
The prophecy,
yeah,
maybe it will be fulfilled this weekend. And all of our NA regional champions do get their direct invite to Worlds, as Michaela said. And we can also cross-reference this with the leaderboard. As players play and win and see success, they accumulate championship points to try to secure their spot here in North America. Liam Halliburton at the top at 16-10.
Yeah, that fight between Liam and Jackson for first place, only 6 points differentiate both of them. It's going to be a crazy finish.
Players definitely looking to lock up their travel awards for the all-important NAIC trip coming up.
And you have to wonder if that difference between first and second place is like Jackson hasn't won a league challenge or something. That
like a top 4 or something.
Yeah.
That is very true. And as we move over to our European regional champions, there's some other big names that our audience is very familiar with, of course. Tord Reckliff had picked up his win on the NA board, so we don't see him on this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's bound to happen when all these tournaments are really just big internationals at this point. Regionals have gotten to that size.
Yeah, but it's quite impressive to see the dedication players have to going everywhere on the globe to really make this game the way it is.
And I will say, we only have European players in this particular as regional champions in the EU region, so they did a slightly better job than over here in North America defending their region.
Got one more to hold it down.
Yeah, one more to go.
They have a lot of pride over there, a lot to prove. I remember there was a little bit of banter, the last couple seasons about how players would go over to EU and pretend like it was easy, but the size of these tournaments, it's never easy, folks. But as we move on, of course, to the leaderboard, we can see how the points are stacking out over in the European scene. Tord Recklev at the top over in 1770. Big totals coming through. The players at this point are just trying to set new records.
Yeah, basically almost, 200 points above Drew, who's had a stellar season as well, even getting second place at EUIC. It's a lot of great names on this list, and I'm excited to see how things will shape up in NAIC and then eventually Worlds.
A lot of movement. Players are looking to lock in their spot, make sure they can get as high up on that leaderboard as possible. It's quite an achievement just to get on this board, but to know the competition is that tense, incredible.
Yeah, so many good names here for sure. And then one tournament to go, the special championship in Turin. I wonder if there's going to be significant changes for here.
That is going to be a huge event, especially in Turin. Players trying to get that final leap to lock in that leaderboard spot, or to just get a little bit of an accolade, making it into the top 16 as we're seeing here. And as we move over to the LATAM leaderboard, these are some other players that we have to keep our eyes on, folks.
And again, Yurko sitting at number 1, almost 200 points above William Azevedo, a regional champion in his own right, doing well at ICs. And right below him, Pedro Bertuzzi, our LAIC champion. It's lovely to see all these names.
It seems like it's so far away, but one good finish at the NAIC could be enough to move this leaderboard.
Yeah, I know many of these players will be going to NAIC along with many others who are trying to lock up their invite. So I expect a lot of movement in this leaderboard for sure. One
thing we see across all of these players being compared is just the consistency. They're always earning points, making deep runs, getting good finishes. It's not just one lucky tournament and trying to run away with it from there. You have to continuously put in the work, and it shows in the numbers that these players are putting up. But it was great to look all around the globe, folks, but now we can bring things all the way back around to Indianapolis and take a look at the tournament this weekend. We've got some meta breakdowns, we've got a lot of players here to compete, and to no one's surprise, Dragapult, all variants thereof, most popular archetype in the room.
Almost 32% in phase 1. It is something we have not really seen since the days of Silver Tempest and Lugia V-Star. And going down to second and third, it's still quite a gap from the other decks on the analysis.
Definitely a bit of a change from last time. Mega Starmie nowhere to be seen, and Zoroark making a comeback, and perhaps Alakazam to Dunsparce with a slight increase as well. Maybe players are figuring out alternative strategies to handle Dragapult.
And I have to imagine Hydrapul's success over in LATAM is definitely what's pulling Meganium all the way up to second place. And I think we've seen this reaction throughout the whole season since rotation so far. It's like Dragapult is the big bad #1, and then the next deck is whatever people think has the best chance against Dragapult. And Hydrapult did really well a couple weekends ago, or even last weekend. So here it is in second place. Hopefully it can pull through.
If this graphic is any indication, I think it's just how stubborn players can be. You know, with Dragapult, it's when we see a deck getting up to these numbers, it's always, if you can't beat them, join them. But whenever you see a player that's on Raging Bolt or a player that's on Alakazam, they're very fervently so. It's not just like, oh, I wanted to play something different, I want to play something cool. They're like, no, trust me, bro. This is the best deck. Nope, everybody's sleeping on it. And that's the kind of energy I like to see, because I was shilling Dialga V-Star.
Oh, we know.
We remember.
I mean, Hedrick bailed you out that time. So.
Oh, whew. Hedrick, I owe him my life. He made me look like I was a genius, Nostradamus. But we do have, I think, a couple more decks to look at if we can move this graphics. We're going to head over to players to watch, pardon me. So these are the players that were picked out by some of our crew backstage. So Justin Templar, Jackson Ford, and Xander Perot. I had a chance to talk with Xander earlier, and he was just reminiscing about all the wild decks he's built over his history with the game. So maybe he's got something spicy in store for us this time.
Definitely one of the great deck builders we have in this game. I always harken back to the Mew VMAX with just the many different techs, the Aerodactyl V-Star. It's lovely to see.
Mm-hmm.
I understand he's close to his invite as well. He just needs a good result here to maybe lock in that last spot.
Yeah, I think we definitely have a nice variety here in terms of like Jackson Ford, obviously very dominating season so far. Xander just outside of the top 135 threshold. And then Justin Templar, a first-year master, doing really well, started the season off really well, has maybe dropped off a little bit towards the end, hasn't quite reached the 1,000 point mark, but overall still doing amazing for sure.
And a lot of players have sort of calculated when they changed it to a top finish for the leaderboard to get a direct invite to Worlds. Players were a little uncertain what those point totals will look like, but it does seem to be 800 is what a lot of players are considering safe. And a lot of those players where I'm really looking forward to probably seeing them at Worlds if things go to plan.
Yeah, it seems like Justin has that locked up pretty well with that 880, but if it's around that 750, 800 mark, Xander's going to need a good finish here in NAIC to really try to get that Worlds invite again.
Mm-hmm. And if we're looking for one good finish, it's going to start with the players that we have ready to go on stage. So we're going to remind you folks of the format for this tournament and kick things over to the casting desk and get things underway.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
One and done. That's all we've got left here for the season, regional championships wise, before we get into NAIC. So come strap in, get ready as we take on the last regional championship.
I am so excited, Ethan. I'm glad to be watching some Pokemon here with you. It's gonna be an absolutely amazing time here at Indy. We're off to a great start.
As the players and casters have mentioned so far, this city has tons of history for the Pokemon TCG, so why don't we etch some more history into that big old book we've got? Let's throw it down to the stage and get into our Swiss round number 4. As you know, following along here for the Pokemon TCG this season, we are starting a little bit late, so not the first Swiss round, but these players so far undefeated at 3-0, and 2 vastly different decks going up against each other.
Woo! Look at these decks. Yakira Tate playing Mega Diancie Dusknoir against someone we all know, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, with a deck we all know as well, Dragapult EX the Dunsparce. This is going to be a very, very interesting match. Of course, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, already a regional champion this season, the Houston regional champion. He's been playing Mega Box almost entirely this season. So seeing him switch over to something like Dragapult with the Dunsparce really shows how strong this deck is.
Take a look at the prize cards, see how they are impacting. It's that pair of Dracloak, you know, the whole 1-1-1 family in the prizes for Yoshiyuki, but not too big of a deal. That Crispin can be beneficial. On Yakira's side, a longtime player of the Pokemon TCG, played through the younger years in the juniors and seniors division. Of course, daughter of Yoshi Tate, a player very many people know for their creative deck building. So a bit of wisdom passed down, and we'll have to see how this deck has stood as a meta call. Time will tell as we get into things here. Swiss round number 4. Yoshiyuki starting that Badoo. The rest of the hand not looking too solid. There is an Ultra Ball and a Pokepad in the hand, so can at least get Dreepy into play, but none of those Buddy Puffin, which could be beneficial to be played this turn, since Yakira does start that Latios and does play that 1 copy of Frillish in the deck.
Absolutely, yeah. Pokepad not as strong as Buddy Puffin. Typically, you like to save those for the Dracloaks. A very easy way to find those, you know, non-EX Pokemon. And you said it right. I feel like we are gonna be seeing some item lock action, especially with Badoo in the active for Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. But I have to say, Frillish is a little bit more powerful in this situation, just because it does 2 times more damage than Badoo and has almost 3 times more HP. Oceanic Gloom is a very, very scary attack.
And this is a bit of an awkward spot for Yoshiyuki, you know, right off the bat, not a super solid start, and you don't even know, Juancho, what deck your opponent is playing, since that Latios is so ambiguous as a starting Pokemon.
Yeah, but there it is. The Frillish does hit the field. I know Latias fits in almost any big basic deck. I'm sure Yoshiyuki's doesn't have Diancie anywhere near his mind right now, as we do see a boss's orders as well here, doing the first damage on the board and item lock.
Yeah, but a big top deck there does actually find the Dracloak and the energy attachment from the top of the deck. Lily's Determination will shuffle up, draw 6 cards, and right off the bat here, Juancho, Yakira's start really not up to par with what Yoshiyuki's bringing to the table here on turn number 2.
Yes, it's still going to be 8 cards, of course, because Yoshiyuki hasn't taken a prize card just yet. 8 cards, however, unable to play items. That means no Buddy Puffins, no Pokepads. We're going to have to find all of those Pokemon naturally. We do see, I think that's just a Dunsparce at the very least. There's still the Recon Directive to be used as well here for Yoshi. He could even attack here if he chooses to do so with the Dracloak. Dragon Headbutt does 70 damage, but again, I have to reiterate how big this Frillish is. It does even survive that attack.
Yeah, I was just considering whether or not to play this risky Ruins down. We'll do so immediately, and actually going to go ahead and retreat first before using the Recon Directive. And actually
opts to not use the Recon Directive?
Maybe a bit of a mistake here from the veteran Yoshiyuki, feeling confident in this spot, not even going to see those extra cards as Frillish stays active, takes 10 damage, and we even see a second Latios come down just in case there's some shenanigans over on Yoshiyuki's side.
Okay, it looks like he did use the Recon Directive earlier. That's where he did get the Lily's Determination. Okay. So that has been used, and Yoshiyuki looking at the board now, he must be thinking, am I up against a quad Latias deck? Is this Latias actually going to hit me? Because it can! I mean, Latias does have the Eon Blade attack. It does 200, doesn't quite knock out something like Dragapult EX. But with the help of another Psychic Pokemon with the Clefairy, does actually hit those numbers.
It's a bit of an awkward spot. This risky Ruins may have actually come back to bite Yoshiyuki a bit. Does actually have a second copy of Badoo, but by playing that down, you would actually put it in range of a KO from an Oceanic Gloom over on Yakira's side. So we'll see how Yoshiyuki wants to approach this here. We may actually see the Dragon Headbutt get involved here with Dracloak.
Ah, yes, the 1-2 combo of Itchy Pollen into Dragon Headbutt, just for perfect math onto that Frillish. I mean, just to break item lock could be worth it. You're not winning the item lock war here, that's for sure.
You don't necessarily know what your opponent is sitting on. The risk with that Psychic Energy on Latios does come to the fact that Wondrous Patch is such a big part of this Psychic type engine.
Yeah, Wondrous Patch, of course, you're able to accelerate energy from the discard pile to your basic Psychic Energy to your basic, to your bench Psychic Pokemon, excuse me. Very powerful acceleration card, but of course is an item. Gonna just have to do it the hard way. Latias with 2 energies, ladies and gentlemen. Not exactly how I expected to start the Indianapolis Regional Championships, but we do have a knockout here with the Frillish.
And big Recon Directive finds Dragapult EX, but now comes the risk. You're breaking the item lock. Your opponent is sitting on some resources in hand, and if they can find that Lily's Clefairy, you'll be at a huge tempo disadvantage. How does Yoshiyuki want to play out this turn?
No, yeah, finally is going to just have to evolve into that Dragapult EX. Let's put in some pressure here. And with the 2 damage counters already on that Frillish, that's perfect math. That's 60 HP remaining. This is at least full use of the Phantom Dive attack from the Dragapult. Yes, it doesn't quite knock out the Latias. Even opts to not knock out Latias, right? It's good threat determination here from Yoshi, opting to just do damage to the Latias with the energy, overtaking the easy knockout here with the 2 damage counters on the bench Latias.
That was a big turn here for Yakira. If she could have found a way to get Lily's Clefairy, the entire tempo of this game would change, but just does not have those pieces. And what a scrappy game number 1, Juancho, that was.
Unfortunately there, again, Yakira just unable to set up. Was able to get the Frillish, at the very least, establish an item lock, maybe buy some time, but just wasn't enough. Only attaching energy to your Latias doesn't seem too ideal. The bright side is, I think Yoshiyuki still has no idea what he's up against.
Psychic Energy, maybe some sort of Jellicent strategy. Nothing confirmed just yet, but I'm sure is more than happy to take down that first game. An eventful one, but not in the way we typically see in the Pokemon TCG.
Exactly. In his mind, he could still think he's up against Raging Bolt, just because, you know, we've seen Raging Bolt players do opt for the 2 Psychic Energy, and we've only seen 2 Psychic Energy, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there was the Frillish, which could have thrown in some doubt from Yoshi, but again, would love to see Yakira really just show off what her deck can do. Let's see some Dances. Let's see some Duskulls, actually. That's something I'd love to see come into play, just because now the Curse Blast is on the other shoe.
Yakira will be opting to go first here in this second game.
And unfortunately, not the best starter.
Yeah, never what you want to see in the opening hand. Does have Pokepads, so can at least take a look at the deck, see what pieces are available, what is in the prize cards. We'll see if it will be an opt for a Frillish yet again. There's actually just that or the Dusclops, as the prizes are a little bit forgiving. That Pheasantipity EX, always a relevant card. You never love to see that up in the prizes, especially at the top.
A big one there might be the one of Lily's Pearl. Lily's Pearl is a way to really offset some some prize cards, since it does reduce the prize cards you take if you take a knockout on Lily's Clefairy, which I'm sure Yakira would love to use. So having that in the prize cards might be a little bit iffy, but it's in the lower end. Could still possibly draw it as Secret Box, though. Turn 1, that's not that bad of a start.
Pretty solid, especially with that Power Glass being grabbed, as well as the Mysterious Garden means there's going to be plenty of options to power up some Pokemon at the end of this turn. Could even throw that onto the Meowth to guarantee a retreat on the following turn. We'll see the 4 cards being grabbed thanks to Secret Box, the Mystery Garden, the Wondrous Patch, Power Glass, and Lily's Determination for next turn. Now the question just becomes, with this Wondrous Patch potentially being offline next turn, are you okay to commit that resource? And more importantly, where are you going to find your hard-hitting power in this matchup with one of those Diancie being prized?
I think right now, just Wondrous Patch onto the Frillish, and then you maybe just energy attachment to the Meowth. It seems pretty safe. Save the Power Glass for something maybe a little bit later. You can even put it on the Frillish, maybe make it a little bit easier to retreat.
And wow, Juancho, there is nothing in hand for Yoshiyuki. Just sitting on Crispin and some risky Ruins here, is going to have to bench this Moltres just to give himself a little bit of an option. If he wants to, he could attack this turn and deal 110 damage to Meowth. But then from there, you're going 1 for 1 in terms of attacks on the Frillish, and we may actually see Monkey Dory get powered up here instead.
Yeah, Crispin opting to grab the Dark Energy and the Psychic Energy. Yeah, it might be some Mind Bend action here, but I'm sure we're not going to see some tuck tails from Yakira. It's going to be a simple retreat. But getting the Darkness Energy, not too bad there. Unless the Fire Energy is in hand. No, it looks like it is just going to be an attachment onto the Monkey Dory. We're going to move some damage counters. Now the Frillish down to 60 HP. We saw how relevant that was. And damage on board is not the end of the world. What is the end of the world, though? Is maybe there's no Dreepies.
Well, importantly here, this Monkey Dory is poised to take a KO on Frillish next turn. So all of a sudden now, Yakira does get an extra turn to play items. Gonna play this Ultra Ball, search out the deck, and I'm sure we'll see Mega Diancie come down into play, and there it is. So now the question just becomes, can Yakira flood the board with energy cards and get ready to deal with Monkey Dory next turn? It will be at the hands of item cards being shut off, and now it's Yoshiyuki struggling to get pieces here in the second game.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just having items is the world here. Just missing out Dreepies, missing out Badu. We're finally able to see the star of Yakira's deck, the Mega Diancie EX Diamond Coat, reduces damage onto it. It's a big, hefty 270 HP Pokemon and does a lot of damage. I'm sure that's where Yakira would love to put the tool, and a big special energy here, the Telepathic Energy, able to grab 2 more basic Psychic Pokemon. That's pretty good. There's so much good Psychic support right now. Yes, we may have lost Gardevoir, but we still have these amazing Psychic Pokemon. And with double Duskull, nothing seems safe.
You talk about star of the show. This Telepathic Energy is really what allows this deck to function. You basically get built-in Buddy Poffin, but on essentially Pokepoffins, a little bit of enhancement to get these Pokemon going. It will be the retreat manually from the Meowth. Interesting choice there to grab Double Duskull. Could have grabbed Latias EX to allow a free pivot, but just wants to get the energy off, and there it is. Using this Frillish. And the Ultra Ball, just a little bit of salt on the wound, Juancho. Can't play that card. You've got another Crispin, and it immediately feels like Yakira is just off to the races in this game, because even if you play that Ultra Ball next turn, you're getting, what, a Dreepy, a Meowth to find a Pokemon. You can't even grab the Meowth because it's in the prize cards, and you see him scratching his head, and that's really all he can do in this spot. Announce Mind Bend, move some damage over, and just hope for the best in the following turns.
Yeah, again, Yoshi will be able to take the prize card at the very least. Maybe that prize card helps him out. But right now, no Pokemon. The nice thing is, as well, is that Yoshi has time here, right? There was an early concession of that game 1.
Sure.
So even if this looks a little bit bad, this is a perfect opportunity. Maybe just get a little bit more information from your opponent.
Yeah, I wonder if it's correct here to play the Crispin just to thin energies out of the deck to give you better top decks. The Moltres is not a terrible attacker into the Mega Diancie. It would hit for 80 damage since the weakness does bring it up. Or excuse me, that ability does negate some of the damage. It will be the choice here, Fire and Dark Energy, so that Dark Energy does go into the hand.
The Fire Energy on the Moltres actually does help out and maybe possibly just close out easy two prize cards off the mouth. It was weakened because of the Mind Bend. A little bit of another 1-2 shot there. But right now, looks like A's going to bump the Stadium as well. The Mystery Garden, very, very powerful. We saw how important it is to get energy into the discard pile, and just going to be the Mind Bend for the knockout.
And Juancho, the game can end this turn. Yakira is playing copies of Rare Candy in the deck. If Yakira can find a Rare Candy plus a Dusknoir,
there's a Dusknoir
well as a
in
Psychic
hand.
Energy, there is a Dusknoir, as you mentioned. It's going to start out potentially with this Telepathic Energy. Going to play the Ultra Ball first. Does get rid of Judge and Boss's Orders. No need to help your opponent here.
The thing is, you saw the hesitation there of attaching the energy onto the Mega Diancie. Maybe Yakira's thinking she could discard the special energy and still draw off the Mystery Garden. You don't necessarily have to discard basic energies to draw with that card.
Yeah, but even in this spot, Juancho, it's just so powerful. Use the Telepathic Energy, find something like Latios and that Diancie, or excuse me, Latios and the Lily's Clefairy to make sure your board is prepared. Does do that in case, and just by evolving into Dusclops and holding that ability, you threaten so much in the following turn.
That is right. We don't have to win right now, but securing the win is always an option. Right now, board looking absolutely beautiful here for Yakira. I'm curious to see what else she has to play. There's a Morty's Conviction.
We could draw one card to try and hit the one Rare Candy, but it seems more likely we're going to want to play something like this Lily's Determination. But no, it's actually going to play Judge.
There was no Lily's Determination in hand. It was just the Judge or the Morty.
Wow.
So Judge for 4. If she draws Rare Candy and the Dusknoir off the Judge, hey, we're going to game 3.
Now, there is Rare Candy in the prize cards, as we have to note, so just one copy left in the deck, but, you know, as a famous artist once said, never say never. It's the Power Glass, but that's honestly a good enough card here to find, Juancho, because this will allow the Diancie to power itself up consistently every turn. So 4 cards grabbed here for both players, takes the KO with that Garland Ray, and an energy put back onto Diancie, and you could just tell by this board presence, Yoshiyuki needs a solid turn right now. He's got 4 cards. What can he find? Does have Buddy Poffin, but there's really nothing else besides the Judge. The question still, Juancho, is it too little? Is it too late? With there just really not being much going on, and Dusknoir ready to be online the following turn.
Ooh, I don't know. I never count a good player out. Never count someone like Yoshiyuki, especially a deck like Dragapult, which has so much comeback potential. Maybe you could see some lucky hammer flips. We can't stall anything in the active because of the Latias, but you never know. Right now, there's only a bunch of single prizes on the board, so at most, Yakira can take, well, 3 because there's 2 ghosts as well. Yeah. So we'll have to see. Right now, attack with the Moltres doesn't seem too bad.
We see the deck being shuffled, which signals to me, Juancho, that Boss's Orders may actually be the supporter card of choice, and you were noting that earlier, that Meowth is actually put in range to be KO'd here from this Moltres.
Yes, again, the 60 damage earlier from the Monkey Dory coming into play. Yoshiyuki using every out possible. Every single damage counter matters here for Yoshi. And just like that, he's technically up this game. 3 prize cards to 5.
And there was the Rare Candy drawn off the prizes here, Juancho. If there's a Dusknoir, this game would actually be over.
Dusknoir.
Rare Candy, Dusknoir.
And the Stretcher. But there's no Dusknoir.
Just going to have to rely off of something here. Now, there is a Rescue Stretcher, excuse me, Night Stretcher for a Psychic Energy. Second Latios does come down into play. Very interesting choice here. We're going to use the Mystery Garden first. Draws into a couple cards. There's Ultra Ball. That isn't going to quite do it just yet.
She's going to need another Night Stretcher to get the double Dusknoir dream off here. But with this Ultra Ball, is going to be able to find the Dusknoir. Has Rare Candy in hand.
Does have a Morty's Conviction as well, so can actually play the Morty first. Or interesting choice there to actually Ultra Ball away Judge when you could have technically seen just a couple more cards here from that instead of the Morty. So we'll see how she decides to play this turn out. There is the rare candy for the Dusknoir. We're going to see that be used. Curse Blast takes the KO. Does Yakira have something like a Boss's Orders to chase after the Dreepy?
Oh.
And he does. Boss's Orders onto Dreepy. And while Yoshiyuki is taking a prize lead, we got to make sure we understand the prizes here. Yoshiyuki is down to just 2 prize cards remaining now due to that KO. But Yakira at 3, and there is really no pressure from Yoshiyuki this turn. That Diamond Coat ability makes it so hard for this Moltres to put in work up against Mega Diancie EX.
Even if there was a route to take 2 prize cards, maybe a 2-shot on something like the Latias back-to-back Moltres is a possibility, but again, a little bit tough. Having the Badoo, yeah, maybe not for the item lock potential, but just having access to a pivot at the very least, because anything Yoshi puts in the active is going to be knocked out, that's for sure.
Will be the Night Stretcher to grab back Dreepy. Sure, we're going to need to have one of those in play. As it stands right now, Yoshiyuki has not announced Phantom Dive once this game and is still just 2 prize cards away from winning. Like you mentioned, Juancho can never count a good player out in the Pokemon TCG. So the energy card come down, and there is a Judge in the hand. But he's considering just holding on to it. There is a Dracloak as well, and I think that may be the plan here for Yoshiyuki. Try and buy a turn, use the Itchy Pollen. It's going to deal 0 damage, but it will shut item cards off. And an important item card at that found off the top of the deck. It is the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, Night Stretcher could have grabbed back that Dusknoir, so very heads-up play from Yoshi using the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Mystery Garden still able to draw. Again, there are 5 Psychic Pokemon in play. Couple cards. Oh!
Wow, finds the Boss's Orders. That will be able to target down another Dreepy, taking a KO and saving that Cursed Blast ability for a future turn. Yakira Tate is threatening the game on the following turn. Yep, can't play that Night Stretcher, though. We'll make sure everything is intact. Garland Ray, KO, brought back, and if Yoshiyuki cannot find a way to bench another Pokemon here, he is going to be in a world of hurt. We'll see the Judge be played, but as it stands here...
It's just game on board, right? There is the Duskull that can pop, knock out the Badoo, and he's doing 240 damage. That's knockout on everything for Yoshiyuki.
There's nothing that Yoshiyuki can bench to play around this. Dusclops can KO the Badoo wherever it is, and Yoshiyuki will be forced to promote a Pokemon regardless of what happens. So we'll play to his outs.
Hammers?
He can do. Crushing Hammer is a way to do this. That is the only way back into this game, Juancho, to just strip this Diancie of its energy cards, but that also means a single Psychic Energy will close the game out for Yakira as well.
I have something for you, though. How about 2 hammers? That is a possibility.
That is better than 1, Juancho. You can't lie with the math right there. Crushing Hammer always has a way to allow players to come back in.
Well, here's one.
Crushing Hammer number 1. It isn't Tails.
And
I think that's going to note here that Yoshiyuki does not have the pieces to close this game out. And what a weird set we have to start the day off. I'm not even sure what to expect in game number 3.
I'd like to see both players set up and show us, the full capacity of what their deck really has to offer. I found it extremely funny that Yoshiyuki was down to 2 prize cards despite not having a Dragapult EX. Despite not ever announcing Phantom Dive, but again, a hallmark of a great player is being able to find your outs outside of your typical flowchart. And again, just very interesting game to watch.
Let's take a look back at that second game, see how everything played out. Monkey Dory got involved, Mind Bend was showing some motion in that game. Moltres got in there and attacked, but it was really just the consistency of a simple strategy. Power up Garland Ray, put that Power Glass on, and just swing, swing, swing. Attack after attack, and Dusknoir plus Boss's Orders was just too much to handle for Yoshiyuki in that second game.
Yeah, that Power Glass has to be the MVP of the deck. Just made it so that Yakira didn't need anything at all. Being able to provide the energy for the attack for free was beautiful, especially when you're up against something like Dragapult, which tries to strip away your resources with something like Crushing Hammer or just targeted knockouts.
So as we get into game number 3, Yoshiyuki will be opting to go first.
Something we've been seeing
Yep, going first seems to be the standard status quo in this matchup. We'll take a look at the prize cards, see how everything plays out. This is that impactful turn where item cards are online for both players.
You get one turn to set up, and we'll see who gets to set up here as we're going into game 3.
Yoshiyuki starting again, and yet again is just showcasing why this Dragon Ball deck can be powerful, but it only gets to that point when it stabilizes. And this early game is a big question mark that a lot of players are trying to still solve in the weekend. You see that Crushing Hammer in hand, Juancho. What if that was another supporter? What if that was an Ultra Ball? What if that was some way to get Dreepy's into play? But it's not. It's locked in here for Yoshiyuki, and he yet again will miss Dreepy on this first turn, and even gonna try and get that Cruel Arrow powered up and involved.
Ooh, okay, Yakira's side here. Supporters galore, items to be used. Look, things are looking great for Yakira. But again, Yoshi plays 4 Buddy Buddy Poffin, 4 Pokepads, 4 Ultra Balls. Surely you open a Pokemon search in your opening hand, right?
This game can be so cruel, Juancho. You and I and many viewers at home both know that. As that secret box is unavailable in the prize cards, but looking pretty tame for both players otherwise. We'll see Latias come down. That Frillish is in deck, and here we go. Big 8 cards for Yakira. If she can find a Frillish and a Psychic Energy, or even better, a Telepathic Psychic Energy, this would spell disaster for Yoshiyuki and make it very difficult for him to establish Dreepies in this game.
We saw how powerful those Dusclops into Dusknoir were in the last game. Just being able to have your own form of targeted removal. And ooh, there it is in the hand.
Finds it as well as a Judge for next turn for Disruption. Absolute textbook stuff here for Yakira. Frillish comes down. Telepathic Psychic Energy can grab out a pair of Duskull from the deck. And that means that all of a sudden Yoshiyuki is going to be put into the danger zone on these next few turns, especially if Yakira can find a way to power up some more Pokemon. Is actually only going to find the one Duskull, so maybe wanting to save that last spot for something like Mega Diancie down the line.
Yeah, bench is looking a little bit full this time. The Pheasantipity taking up a spot there. There is another Duskull in hand. I would have liked to just grab because Yakira does play 3, so could have grabbed the third one from the deck just to thin it out. But same result, 2 Duskull on board, item lock activated. Yoshiyuki, how are you gonna set up?
Try and show composure in the Pokemon TCG, but it's hard when the game throws everything it can at you. Yoshiyuki just stuck trying to find backup lines. Can play Crispin, can attack here with Monkey Dory, but it will leave item cards online, and it will leave a looming danger to be shown. The Dark Energy onto this Pheasantipity, and I wonder here, Juancho, if there's another Darkness Energy available for this Monkey Dory to attack, since that has to be the best line in this spot to try and deal with this oncoming Frillish.
Maybe a play here would be just to not take the knockout, right? Monkey Dory does 60 damage and Confusion. If you take a knockout on the Frillish, that leaves it open to get another Frillish into play, possibly with a Night Stretcher.
Flip the script as well. That would also come online. I'm seeing what you're putting up, Juancho.
So, having a confused Pokemon that, you might force the retreat. You might have a turn of items in that case. That could be the play. But there is the Darkness Energy.
It is a bit of a double-edged sword because you need cards to assist you, and now you have knowledge that you've got lots of searching Pokemon in play. We're just going to see the Mind Bend deal 60 like you noted. And here we go. Does find Rare Candy, but there's nothing else in the hand.
Are we going to have to flip to maintain item lock? And then if you flip tails, your own Frillish gets knocked out? Of note, there is a way to break the lock here, guaranteed, as well as... get out of Confusion as well as maintain item lock by retreating to Frillish and popping a Dusclops or Dusknoir.
Yep.
So that's always an option, but right now, just Judge.
Yeah, and a big Judge at that. Yoshiyuki essentially getting bailed out from his dead hand. Now gets 4 fresh cards, potentially. Same for Yakira. We'll have to see what is still in assistance. Is there a Mystery Garden plus some Psychic Energies? What does Yoshiyuki find? There is a lot of Psychic Energy. Hello. Does find Dusclops, and there is a Psychic Energy in the hand. The question now becomes, do we flip? And I think we have to here, Juancho. Using this Dusclops ability really doesn't get us a lot of value in this spot.
No, not at all. It doesn't get a knockout on the Monkey Dory. It does 50 plus the 20, so 70 damage. We are going to flip here.
Here we go, big flip, and it is heads. That means Monkey Dory takes 20 additional damage, and more importantly, items are shut off, and you see how big that is here for Yoshiyuki, sitting on the Buddy Buddy Poffin and that Pokepad. He can't do anything. You see him give it a little smirk saying, are you serious? Everything goes right for you, and everything goes wrong for me.
Coin flips giveth, coin flips taketh away. But, whew, yeah, very big attack here from Yakira.
This is dangerous now for Yoshiyuki. Do you take a knockout onto this Frillish right now? Do you power up Pheasantipity? It looks like Cruel Arrow action is on the table.
The nice thing is he can take a knockout in between the turn here. I mean, not in between the turn, during his turn by moving the damage from that Monkey Dory and placing that 20 that he saved. Take a knockout on the Frillish and then confuse something else, maybe use that damage elsewhere, but...
Is going to just try and save some damage counters, and we're actually going to see Duskull take the damage, and Monkey Dory is actually just going to pass here, just not wanting to activate those. And what a top deck here from Yakira. Finds the Mystery Garden. That's going to allow the hand to be filled back up.
A handful of energy. How do you draw with that? A very, very cool stadium here. Discard the energy. Again, only draw 5 here because that Pheasantipity, despite being a pink card, is not a Psychic-type Pokemon.
Wow. If Yakira could have found Dusknoir there, this actually would have been the game. You could have knocked out the Monkey Dory and then used this Diancie with Garland Ray to take a KO. That's not going to be there. And now the question becomes, how do you want to approach the situation? As it stands, you can attack with the Lily's Clefairy, and I actually wonder if I would like to just see that be used instead, but no. Going to just use this, use this Curse Blast, bench Diancie, and have that get involved instead, drawing into the perfect combination of cards, the Wondrous Patch to power it up, plus another energy attachment for turn. Yakira Tate is getting involved in this game, and instead actually going to use this Lily's Clefairy to take the KO, leaving Yoshiyuki with just a Pheasantipity, a hope, and a dream.
I like it. We're using the Duskull not for that damage, but to open up the bench space and setting up the Mega Diancie. Just this powerful Pokemon that can take a knockout on the Pheasantipity. Now Yoshi, Pokemon was knocked out, is going to get 3 extra cards from that Pheasantipity. Has access to items. If there was a turn to put it back, to bring it back, it is this turn. What can he put together?
Do really have to think about that use of Dusclops, Juancho. We're going to have to see if it comes back to bite Yakira, since that important threat is unavailable, and now the floodgates open for Yoshiyuki. Can play these item cards, get these Pokemon into play, and as it stands, Juancho, he is not out of this by any means. We are at 5 prizes to 5, and this Pheasantipity can start to use Cruel Arrow and apply some pressure to these bench Pokemon, even knocking out that Duskull to put him on that even prize mapping.
Absolutely. There's even that Frillish with the 20 HP remaining, so you just know that's easy cleanup. That's a prize card that's just going to be there when Yoshiyuki decides to take it. But right now, grabbing the Badoo here, we might be seeing just more item lock, just trying to buy even more time, opting to not use the Cruel Arrow, maybe wanting the energy placements to be more in a better place.
Just debating with the math. Badoo coming down is very interesting, since it means you actually can't bench another Dreepy if you want to play around Pheasantipity being KO'd from a Full Moon Rondo. So Yoshiyuki, an expert with this deck, expert with many decks in the Pokemon TCG, will take his time, figure out how he wants to go about this, and there it is, Juancho. Our first time seeing this ace-spec on Yoshiyuki's side. It is the unfair stamp. Both players shuffling their hands in, and like always, and sometimes like life, things are not fair. Yoshiyuki will draw 5 cards, Yakira will draw 2. We'll see how the game progresses, but really Yoshiyuki is looking for some more ways to draw cards, and importantly, an energy card to start powering up one of these 2 Pokemon of choice, either those Dreepy or this Pheasantipity.
I think a very specific card I want to see from Yoshiyuki is a Stadium Bump, because this Stadium is very, very big. The card we play most of in a deck is typically an energy card. So the odds of Yakira really drawing an energy card are are pretty high, right? And the energy card translates to even more cards specifically because of this stadium. So if we can find that stadium bump, that'd be absolutely huge.
With the script being used, and here comes the hammers. It is a heads.
Ooh, only fair.
Big flip. You gotta wonder which it's better to get rid of, and it's almost certainly better to get rid of that telepathic psychic energy, since the basic psychic energy can be brought back with the wondrous patch and Night Stretcher as well. So it's really considering, but actually gonna get rid of the benched energy off the Diancie. Wants to make it as hard as possible for that Garland Ray to be powered up.
Not too
find
opposed to
Pokepad.
that.
That will allow Dracloak to come into play on the following turn. Let's remember there are no Dreepies that were in play on the previous turn.
A very heads-up play from Yoshi, just because of the option for item lock is still always on the board because that Frillish is still there. So might as well use it while you can.
Now the question here for me, is there an energy card to either put onto that Dreepy or onto the Badoo? There is, and we are essentially abandoning Pheasantipity as an attacking option. Badoo comes into play, Itchy Pollen for 10, and here we go for Yakira. Oh, she able to find another top deck. It looks like Dusclops comes into play.
It was
and
top deck of the
Mystery
energy.
Garden, wow, big find. So here we go, 5 cards drawn, finds Power Glass, finds the Lily's Determination, and now all of a sudden this unfair stamp really not seeming so unfair.
And just how important it was to really just bump that stadium. Free cards here from Yakira. Something of note, I guess, is there are a lot of energies in the prize card and 2 more energies in the discard pile. And, you know, the way to get those back typically are item cards, which, you know, under item block is a little bit difficult. Luckily, there is also the Power Glass to try and, you know, offset all the energies you've discarded.
Does find that Psychic Energy plus an Ultra Ball for the following turn to grab Dusknoir. If there is one available, we did see one in the prizes. Energy card comes down onto the Mega Diancie, and we're actually going to see Curse Blast get aggressive, so both players will take a prize card, tying things up 4-4. Now Yoshiyuki has to make a decision, and this was something that was a bit scary to me, was taking this allows this Pheasantipity to get promoted, and unless Yakira has a Wondrous Patch in hand, there is no way to KO this Pheasantipity EX as it stands.
She's under item lock, so there was no way. This Pheasantipity is 100% safe.
Yeah.
Because a Pokemon was taken out of Yoshiyuki's board, there's no way that Full Moon Rondo hits the 220. So we're shifting gears here, and we're establishing that item lock once again.
Shifting gears indeed. Duskull comes down. There is that Oceanic Gloom, and now all of a sudden Yoshiyuki is put in the blender yet again. Does have Lily's Determination and a single Dracloak. We have to note, though, there have been a decent portion of Darkness energy put into play. There's that one trapped onto the Pheasantipity, none in the prize cards, but one in the discard pile, which means something like that Adrenabrain, which would be really solid this turn, is just going to be so difficult to use, is still going to do his best, try and put Monkey Dory into play, but we're going to be asking for a lot here off of these 6 cards, plus a Recon Directive. We do also have Flip the Script, so there is still plenty of card draw available.
It's a lot of card draw, but looking for one specific card. Again, just the 20 HP remaining on that Frillish is just the world here. The fact that Yakira was just able to go back into this strategy is absolutely huge. Here we go, 6 cards.
Let's find Psychic Energy, those items that cannot be played. Does finally find the counter Stadium as well. Flip the Script can be used. We saw Lily be played. So both players making sure everything is up to date, and does find that last copy of the Dark Energy. Is there another Badoo to potentially be used as well? Big Recon Directive finds another Dracloak. Who needs items here when you just find everything you need from this Dracloak? Even has the 3rd one in hand. We're going to see triple Recon Directive thanks to being under item lock, having no effect on Yoshiyuki.
This is what Dragapult was built to do. Why it's such a good deck? Because the fact that your stage 1 Pokemon is able to just draw you even more cards, we see the Recon Directive train just be absolutely huge here. But right now, there it is, the Darkness Energy. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see just the knockout on the Frillish finally?
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, as we noted before, activating Flip the Script and opening a bench spot when this Frillish really won't do much for the rest of the game. still an important piece to have. And more importantly, I think just healing the 20 damage off Pheasantipede can provide a lot of value. So we'll see that be used. Yoshiyuki now taking the prize lead yet again. Latias promoted to the active spot. And all of a sudden, Yoshiyuki has climbed his way back into this third game. We'll see another retreat into the Dunsparce. This Dunsparce is the free retreat one. Does have 60 HP instead of 70. We'll see the turn most likely passed back over after this Risky Ruins is put into play. And it's now on Yakira to figure out how to map these last 4 prize cards. And it might start here, Juancho, with Boss's Orders plus an energy card.
That could be big. Definitely just being able to take a targeted knockout once again. But something of note is that Yoshiyuki's down to 3 prize cards. That's such a terrifying position to be in when you're the opponent of the Dragapult, because there's a Duskull. This has 60 HP. This has less than 200 HP. That's 3 prize cards on the board potentially.
This is tough here for Yakira. If Yakira can play Boss's Orders, take a KO on the Pheasantipede, then Yoshiyuki will be put in a blender if this last bench spot is just another Lily's Clefairy and you can evolve the Duskull into Dusclops. What do you do to be able to take those 3 prize cards on the following turn?
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one for sure. Again, name of the game is this Duskull is just so susceptible. We have to see it evolve at least to Clops, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like this
choice. We're gonna Boss's Orders up the Dracloak.
The fact that you're taking out the energy on the board means there is no way for you to do for Yoshi to do Boss's Orders and a Phantom Dive.
True.
Right?
That's very true. You do set yourself up to win in 3 turns instead of 2 by doing this. And Yoshiyuki is down a lot of energy cards as well, so I'm sure that has to be another factor to think about in this spot. Diancie powers itself up again. Yakira takes that Night Stretcher off the prize cards, and here we go for Yoshiyuki, down so many energy cards, can finally get Dragapult EX into play, but at what cost, Juancho? Lily's Clefairy is in play, Mega Diancie EX is powered up, and your opponent has just tied you up in terms of prize cards 3-3. Yoshiyuki still feels like he's on the back foot in this third game.
It still has to be worth it, right? It still has to be worth it to attack with the Dragapult, take a knockout on the Duskull, because the Duskull is such a big threat. That's a way for Yakira to take the game, potentially.
But look at this deck, Juancho. There's no energy in the deck. You can't even play Crispin to power up a Pokemon. And as you see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, that last fire energy is in the prize cards, meaning Yoshiyuki, unless he can bring one back with a Night Stretcher, will be unable to attack this turn.
And so very heads up play, once again, just targeting down the energy cards. This has been such a long game already, and a lot of resources have been used. Targeting those key resources in your energy might be Akira's way to victory.
Dunsparce grabbed from this Pokepad. Just be able to see so many cards this turn. Flip the script for 3, double Recon Directive, plus this runaway draw ability. You can see all the cards in your deck, Juancho, but at what cost? At what reward?
What are you even trying to find at that point?
That's the question, exactly. What is there to find? Crushing Hammer to bail yourself out? That seems like the best option that is available, as we are at just under 10 minutes remaining in this round.
All right, well, here Yoshiyuki is going to be able to see what? 3 cards off the Pheasantipede, 4 cards off the 2 Recon Directive, plus the 3 cards off the Dunsparce. That's a lot of cards without even having to use your supporter.
There is a world where you want to play something like Lily's Determination this turn to shuffle back in the energy cards to then play Crispin on the following turn. It seems counterintuitive, but it may be your best hope facing down another Boss's Orders next turn.
Now maybe this is why we should maybe put in a slot for that Rosa card that accelerates energy from the discard pile for these late game scenarios. But hey,
coulda, woulda, shoulda, Juancho. It's too late now to ask yourself those questions. You've got to play to your outs. Another Recon Directive does find the Moltres, but will opt for Pokepad instead. There is currently 1 copy of Crushing Hammer, so that could disrupt. But as it stands, there's still 2 Pokemon that can attack this Mega Diancie, the active spot, and that Lily's Clefairy on the bench.
I'm trying to do the math in my head. If there's a way to 2-shot this Mega Diancie, just because, this is a Mega Pokemon that gives 3 prize cards. If this Pokemon goes down, Yoshiyuki wins the game. Moltres does, what, 80 damage? because
80, you would be able to deal essentially 100 damage if you benched it, since of the Risky Ruins and the Monkey Dory, that would go to 100. And then you would be able to use Phantom Dive the next turn.
Assuming you shuffle in the energy and you're able to use Crispin.
Yes, and that would actually deal just enough damage since it would be 170 reduced. So there is a world where it makes sense, but it seems like slowing the game down is the only answer for Yoshiyuki to just try and buy another turn. But if there's another boss's orders from Yakira, it may be curtains, Juancho.
Yeah, one more boss on whatever gets the energy once again. But if Yakira misses the boss's orders, then it's Yoshi's game to win. Again, the liabilities are still on the board. There's still this Duskull that has to evolve, at least to the Dusclops.
So we'll see here. Oh, he comes into the active spot, does find Crispin, but there are no energy cards in the deck to accelerate.
Wait, even if the Duskull evolves into Dusclops, because the Monkey Dory has, and the damage can be moved, Yoshiyuki can set up the board where he wins the next game. Next turn, excuse me.
And Yakira is also threatening game on this turn too. Yoshiyuki's going to do everything he can in this spot. Going to disrupt, play the Crushing Hammer. If this is a heads, this would be a huge impact, and it does flip heads, so that can get rid of this telepathic psychic energy. Playing Judge, item locking, dealing no damage, but trying to set up boss's orders plus fire energy next turn for the game. We'll see Yoshiyuki take some opportunities to thin out some bad cards from the hand, cards that will not be needed on the next turn, can play out some more pieces and just use this Judge to disrupt as heavily as possible.
It's going to be a big Judge. The cards Yakira are going to be looking for now, because of that Crushing Hammer, are going to be energy attachment for turn, the Dusclops, plus a boss's orders. 3 cards off of 4.
Even just finding Dusclops here would essentially be enough. You know, your opponent does have 2 things with Adrenabrain on them. That is the only scary thing in this spot. So as it stands, if Yoshiyuki is smart about his Adrenabrain damage movement, this could be a big opportunity. Badu really coming in to try and evolve and put some pressure on. Yakira is actually down all of her ways to evolve into Dusclops or Dusknor this turn. So here we go. Ooh. Crushing Hammer flips another heads. Now it has to decide which piece to get rid of. It is going to be the telepathic psychic energy on the bench. Monkey Dory will move 20 to the Duskull to set up for boss's orders next turn. Itchy Pollen deals 0 damage. And here we go for Yakira. What can she find? Does find a psychic energy.
Psychic energy plus the stadium is a draw. Not that much, though. There's only 4 psychic Pokemon in play at the moment. And this energy is just really important. We've lost 2 the last turn. Do we use it to draw?
It's so tough because you have to eventually deal with this Badu. Otherwise, Yoshiyuki will sit here and use Itchy Pollen over and over and over again until he can finally use Phantom Dive to win. It feels like you have to take this KO and hope items can be played and that you can find boss's orders next turn. I think I agree with Yakira here. Attach this energy active, reset it up, don't put up this Lily's Clefairy, but now all of a sudden Yoshiyuki has an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to win the game on this turn.
All it's going to take is Dragapult, energy, boss's orders. We see the Dragapult, we see the boss's orders. We just need the fire energy.
Needs to find Night Stretcher, one of those 2 copies in the deck. Doesn't find it right away, but can play Ultra Ball to thin out even more cards before using Recon Directive. We see 2 Night Stretcher in the deck and just about 10 cards. So do the math, Juancho. It's about a 50-50 here.
A little.
If Yoshiyuki can find it. Here we go. Big 2 cards. Does he find Night Stretcher? Negative on this first one.
Last Recon Directive.
Finds the Night Stretcher, the final card found, and after a completely down in the dumps game number 3, Yoshiyuki is going to climb all the way back, finding the Dragapult EX, and the first Phantom Dive of the entire set is a grand one and wins him this set, advancing to 4-0.
Absolutely amazingly played here by Yoshiyuki, knowing exactly what his out was. He was so close to the victory, and just making sure that his opponent doesn't do anything. The fact that the late game Badu, the late game Itchy Pollen prevented his opponent from getting a Duskull set up, preventing any items at all, just buying enough time to get that big Phantom Dive. absolutely amazing to see. But again, very, very well played by Yakira as well. Very cool to see these rogue decks really shine. But man, the power of Dragapult. I feel like Yakira's deck is almost built to beat Dragapult. It's a psychic Pokemon. You have Lily's Clefairy. But that's just how powerful that Dragapult deck is. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of replays. Here's game 1, where a Phantom Dive was used on some Latias, the Latias deck, essentially.
That is true. So that was actually the second time Phantom Dive was used, but it almost slipped my mind here through that set. Phantom Dive was used to win both games. All right, we'll go back and show that is how it is. Game number 2 was all Yakira, though. Complete dominance. Yoshiyuki just was unable to find any way to get back into the game as we went into game 3, and what a game 3 it was. It seemed like it was all Yoshiyuki from the start of this second game. It just wasn't able to get the pieces he needed. Parrish found a critical heads flip that was available to take out a KO. And then it really was just Fezzidipity's flip the script that just allowed Yoshiyuki to get back in this game. Crushing Hammer, plus some disruption, plus re-evolving Pokemon, and it really started to spiral out of control. You've got to really think back to just a few of those instances where this Dusclops was used, especially this turn right here.
Yeah, just using the, I believe the Dusclops was used just to open a bench space for the Diancie, which Diancie, again, very important Pokemon. But we saw how important each and every single prize card was, right? Just be going down. Imagine if it wasn't used here, and Yoshi still had to take 4 prize cards. Almost an unwinnable situation at that point.
Yeah, would have been tough. It also would have changed how this game played out in terms of attackers. It finally was that final recon directive from Dracloak finding the fire energy thanks to Night Stretcher that allowed him to close the game out. And our regional champion, Houston regional champion, advances to 4-0 with Dragapult EX. No surprise to many people at home, still considered and still almost cementing itself nowadays as the most powerful deck in the format.
Oh, absolutely. Just the fact that your stage 1 Pokemon draws you so many cards just adds so much. It adds so much consistency to the deck, and the fact that you're able to play, what, 4 of all your Pokemon search makes it the most consistent deck in the format, allowing you to add in a couple of spicy techs in those Crushing Hammers. Not consistency cards, but power cards.
Yeah, Crushing Hammer is just so powerful. At worst, it reads do nothing. Listen, that's a pretty bad effect on a Pokemon
You're thinning
card.
the deck.
You are thinning the deck in a sense. That is true. But at best, it basically says reset your opponent a turn of Pokemon TCG. And if you've ever played a deck with paralysis in the Pokemon TCG, or you've ever played a control deck in the Pokemon TCG, you understand how impactful having an extra turn is. If you've ever used Star Chronos GX before, you know how powerful having an extra turn is in Pokemon.
Yeah, and taking away an energy feels exactly like that. Well, you know what? I believe Adam is ready with the interview. I'd love to hear from Yoshi. Take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here, joined by Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. You just saw win on stream. That was a rough match.
Yeah, rough match. Yeah,
I was wondering if you thought it would be easy going into the matchup, and it ended up being rough, or you knew?
Yeah, well, I think this is one of the tough match, I think. But yeah, first I think hit Moltres like that, so hit Diancie and little bit more damage. Yeah, 80 and Final Life 170 and 2 counters to.
I see.
Yeah, and like that.
Just move it over. Brain,
so
try to boost that damage.
Yeah. If I prepare more, I will be. This is a good way.
So you at least had a plan for the match. Trying to play a long-term strategy, take multiple prizes. Have you played against any other difficult matchups so far?
This match?
Yeah.
So round 1 is my opponent is not so good, but round 2 my hand is not so good. Just use Crispy and attach.
Okay.
So this like rough match. Yeah. So I think spread value is one of the important things. So yeah, I take care of this.
Yeah, so it definitely sounds like you've had a rough time so far in the tournament, but you've been fighting hard. You're 4-0. Do you have any advice or shout-outs? Who helped you prepare to play Dragapult instead of Mega Absol?
Yeah, so what's me? One more.
Who helped you learn Dragapult instead of Absol?
So one of the good thing is many times to play in ladder on PTCGL. Yeah, so this is one of the good points. Yeah, but I played new format and change the format. So I play a lot. I have many testing with Dragapult. Yeah, so this is good. Yeah, it's so safe.
That's good that you knew I'm just going to play Dragapult, learned it very quickly, and you're piling it to success here. Did you base your list directly on Andrew's list, or is this yours?
Mostly of him.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a good list, I think. So hammer.
Perfect. So you found the good list. You knew it was already strong, and you're playing it here to great success. Thank you once again, Yoshiyuki. We're going to kick things back to the desk and get the next round prepped for y'all, so don't go anywhere.
Great to hear from a master of the game, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, a veteran, someone who I could call a personal friend and who is very talented. You see, when you're put in those tough spots where you're not following the script whatsoever, that's really what separates the good and the great players in the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely. Again, so great to hear from Yoshi. I love the energy he really does bring to these tournaments and just the amount of expertise he really does bring. With that, though, I actually want to hear from another expert. We have trainer tips with Tablemon. Pablo, what do you think about that game?
Thank you, Juancho. Even very interesting for sure. Games 1 and 2 were a little bit messy, a little bit underwhelming, but Game 3 really had it all. And as Yoshiyuki said, just really going off script in everything, right? Nothing was going to plan, and it seemed like he was really against the ropes towards the end there. But there was one key opening that his opponent gave him that I think really turned things around and led to that just one final Phantom Dive. And it's exactly this, this turn where Yakira seemed like she was in a very dominant position. Her board was looking great. She was threatening knockout after knockout. However, we did see that perhaps we used Dusclops a little preemptively, right? We got that. I love how you both nodded at the exact same time in rhythm. Bodhi gets KO'd, right? So on paper, that's like, great, I get 2 attacks, I can take 2 prizes, but Yoshiyuki perfectly identifies that with 1 less Pokemon on his bench, Serendipity can actually not be KO'd this turn, so Yakira doesn't have a good follow-up to this. Sure, item lock is great from Frillish, but it didn't stop Yoshiyuki from having a very significant turn afterwards.
Yeah, it's super tough as well. You saw the prizes in that game. One of the death score was prized and the other was in the discard pile. So it's a bit of a threat. And do you have to wonder, Pablo, if that was maybe a play based off how weird those first 2 games in that set were? There is always the risk of rare candy in the deck. Was that maybe a consideration you have to think?
Possibly, yeah. Obviously, rare candy. Dragapult is a very strong play. Yoshiyuki did have a significant hand size, right? And then after we get this knockout, I think benching that Duskull once again, right? Since like evolving it again is just going to be so tough. And even though you're in a commanding lead, there's only Dreepies in play. A Candy Dragapult at some point later, or even a single attack can just wreck that Duskull. And that's exactly what we saw towards the end. That Duskull remained in play the whole time, and just a simple boss's orders with a huge hand, with a Serendipity, with the multiple Dracloaks, everything just spiraled out of control into the final turn.
Yeah, again, every single prize card definitely mattered. Sometimes you just have to punch the Badoo,
Yeah, we saw 1 Phantom Dive the whole game, and it was a game-winning Phantom Dive, right? The way things played out. So I don't know, maybe could have played it a little slow. We could have just knocked out the Badoo, normally, right, not give that prize card, keep the Dust Gloves safely on the bench, maybe have access to a more impactful Dust Sword later down the line. I think that was definitely the key moment of this match, where Yakira went from a very dominating position to ultimately losing the game by that eagerness, I would say, of just locking things down and continuing the pressure.
Well, you can never count Dragapult EX out. We saw it very clearly in that set. Thank you as always for your time, Pablo. We'll be seeing more of you throughout the weekend, breaking down some of our matches. And speaking of which, round number 5 soon to come up. We'll see what players are still undefeated and who can become our next and final regional champion. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 is coming up right after this.
Hello, everyone. I'm here in the lounge once more with Joseph, and he's going to break down the Mega Absol box. This was a deck that was really getting a lot of steam pre-rotation, and now post-rotation has taken on a really radically different form, and Joseph's going to help us wrap our head around it. So first and foremost, if somebody was thinking about playing Absol, what's the pitch? What makes this deck good, in your opinion, for this meta?
I would say it's the best deck to use Monkey Dory efficiently outside of Dragapult, essentially.
Okay. And when people think of Monkey Dory in Mega Absol, they're trying to set up Terminal Period. Is that the typical strength of it, or is it more a defensive line against the Dragapult?
Yeah, so the way I would explain it is that your Megas are essentially a sponge for damage. Very few decks can just one-shot one of your Megas, outside of weakness, obviously. And so once they give you some damage to play with, then you can use the fact that you run a lot of Retreat Lock. Currently, in my LA list, I ran 2 Retreat Lock options in the Yveltal and the Wellspring Ogerpon. And you can use those to buy time for your Monkey Dories to efficiently heal what you had tanked, and then spread that back to your opponent. And especially the combination of Wellspring plus the Yveltal, you can use the Wellspring's second attack and take multiple prizes through the damage spread that you just bought yourself time for. Especially in a format where there's very limited retreat outs, especially since the loss of Jet Energy and Penny and Turo.
That is true.
Those are not as common anymore. Like, people don't run raw switch in their deck. And so unless they're running something like Petra in their deck, it's very rare for people to run switch outs because they just assume things will die or people won't go for those kind of strategies. And so you can buy yourself quite a few turns and spread the damage they gave to you back. And sometimes it's inevitable that they have to give you some damage to play with. Or you can generate your own damage with the poison, with the Petra EX. It can poison your Yveltal, give you damage to spread. And so even if you have no damage on the board, you can generate your own and buy yourself some time.
So the deck is very controlling then, very slow and steady. A big sticking point, we've even seen it in previous builds of Terra Box, is the right time to use Torrential Pump with Wellspring Ogerpon. Is that something that you use often, or is the threat of it good enough in a lot of your matchups?
I would say the majority of my matchups I win through Torrential Pump. Not in the traditional way where you would go attach turn 1 and then Crispin and then using it turn 2. Sometimes it happens. If it's their only 2 Pokemon, you'll use it. Or if they're main attackers, you can kill both. You can do that. But even the threat of having Wellspring on the board, players will play way differently. Maybe they'll retreat something from the active they shouldn't have or they didn't want to, just in the threat that you could trap it or you could Torrential Pump, and so they're kind of in a lose-lose situation. But generally, I'll close out games by taking like 4 prizes with Wellspring and Torrential Pump after I'd built up the damage on the board successfully. Considering now that there's no way to remove those threats outside of, Area 0 and Chen Pao, it's really easy to set that up, or obviously scoop up Cyclone. But if you know what their ace spec is, generally, you know that it's not a possibility.
And what's great too is you're taking advantage of the fact that the tendencies of players, how they build their deck, how they build for the metagame, if they are running these options that help them mitigate some of the threat potential of your deck, then they're losing consistency, which I know you value a lot of as a player. And with Kangaskhan still in the deck, getting draw with Run Errand, do you think the deck is still running pretty consistently and smoothly in this new meta?
Yeah, especially the combo. The deck flows really well. The combo of Petra, Yveltal, and then you could retreat the Yveltal to Kangaskhan, draw 2 cards, bring back the Yveltal to trap again, and then spread the damage. It flows very well, especially with the inclusion of Meowth. back then, previous rotation, you would run Pokegear to kind of mimic what Meowth does now.
Yes.
To kind of search the supporter that you need for that turn. Obviously, the supporters in the deck now are a lot weaker. There's no Penny, and the draw supporters are a lot weaker. There's no Iono. But the Meowth can search exactly what you need. So especially the Cypher Maniac is code breaking. You can use that efficiently with Meowth to get the Unfair Stamp for the turn, to mix that with that Mega Absol attack, Call of Darkness, to snipe a card after you had Unfair Stamp them, and you could set that up.
Yeah, I love that. Cypher Maniac's code breaking to put 2 cards on top and then draw those 2. This was a combo we used way back in the day with Radiant Greninja.
Exactly.
Saw tons of play with Golden Go, and it's still seeing a lot of play now. And you, as a player, you've already studied all the lines, and you know exactly what 2 cards are going to be best. And for your list specifically, you mentioned the Unfair Stamp. Is there any other ace specs that you consider for the deck, Scoop Up Cyclone, or is the Unfair Stamp just kind of the best build for the deck right now?
Well, there are definitely ace specs that are better than Unfair Stamp, but not in the current format. So looking forward towards Chaos Rising format, other ace specs, because we have special red card,
yeah, it's true.
You can now pivot to the better ace specs for the deck, such as the Hero's Cape, the Scoop Up Cyclone, the Prime Catcher, the Trolley.
Okay.
We used to use just for more consistency or tech inclusions or skill expression in a way, outside of just needing the Unfair Stamp for the disruption alone. It's because the other disruption options aren't as efficient.
That does make a lot of sense. And when you are editing the deck, taking advantage of the current metagame or just a specific tweak for a larger share of a certain matchup for a tournament that you're attending, what are the cards and the text that seem to ebb and flow out of the deck most for you?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about my deck building philosophy. I had initially started as a control player building control Pidgeot lists, and so those lists are very teched out to whatever the meta is.
Yeah.
And so I have a strategy of learning what the decks are by studying deck lists after every event, and understanding what are the limitations of all of the opponent's decks, especially the most popular ones. And so I want to build my deck to beat the best deck in the room, which now is Dragapult. So my deck is heavily built to consistently beat that deck, and the different variations.
And what are some of the answers you found for the Dragapult matchup?
Having a third Monkey Dory is very good because they'll generally want 2. And so if you're retreat locking something, you want that advantage of the Monkey Dory war, as they say. And so that's super strong. Another thing is having just more consistency under item lock, and now Team Rocket's Watchtower, so you have to run more stadiums, a Chen Pao, maybe more copies of your Kangaskhan and your Meowth, just to have the consistent setup. And because even in previous format against Dragapult, if you can set up with this deck, you're just gonna win. It's really hard for them to come back, so their line is to try to disrupt you before you can set up consistently. And now that people are opting out of the rare candy builds, you have time to set up the perfect board, essentially, which is great.
And do you think that the Dragapult deck is as strong as everybody says it is? Like, what is contributing to that strength, and what makes you still want to play Absol as opposed to just switching over to Pult, maybe having an easier time on your brain?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a thought in my mind to play Dragapult with the same tech cards as the Monkey Dory, the Veteran Eviltal. What I found is that one, I'm just used to playing Absol, and it's a pet deck for me. I just enjoy playing it. So there's that aspect to it. You need to enjoy the deck that you're playing to be able to continuously work on it. But 2, I think it has this niche position where it can actually beat other decks that are tech to beat Absol. To Dragapult.
Okay.
So you have this, I think I can beat the Raging Bolts and the basic box, other style basic box decks, and a lot of other decks just fold to retreat lock. They're not respecting that strategy, and so you can just have basically free wins. And on top of that, playing a rogue deck that people don't know how to play against, especially with this deck that has a lot of mind games. So I have the privilege of, when I sit across someone, they're a little bit more threatened by me playing this deck, so they'll make a little bit more mistakes than they normally would. That also is a benefit for me wanting to continue playing this deck.
Yeah, and a lot of players are going to be looking for sort of that off-meta, that rogue status, especially a list like this that takes a lot of thought and energy, but is very rewarding once you master it. If somebody were to pick this deck up, what is the first piece of advice? If you were trying to teach this deck to somebody, what's the first combo or principle of playing the list that they need to grasp?
Yeah, so actually, I wrote a guide on this deck. I've spent over 2 weeks just perfecting a guide on this deck just to explain my thought process a little bit. But the main aspect is that playing like a control player. Like, don't play it like a Raging Bolt style deck where, I mean, the cards are very similar. You'll see the Kangaskhan, the Teal Mask, the Wellspring, and you'll think to just aggressive, like be super aggressive early on. And to be honest, some matchups are like that. And that's the beauty of this deck, is that it has so much agency to be able to play in different play styles depending on what's needed. So sometimes some matchups you just want to be aggressive and just get the turn 2 Kangaskhan swing and try to, you know, take 2 prizes. But some other matchups you want to be methodical. Like, did you see your opponent Ultra Ball away a resource that they might have needed, or they didn't respect that you can, you know, take advantage of that situation, that they discarded it. And so you want to rewrite like your thought process and adjust depending on what your opponent does. And it's very easy to pivot with this deck to multiple different strategies. So it rewards just playing more than once. So just keep playing the deck and you'll keep seeing lines that you might not have seen before, and which is really rewarding as a player.
That's very well said. So if people want to learn this deck a little bit more, they can follow you online and take a look at that deck. Sounds like a lot of fun if you're looking for something to play that's well positioned in the metagame and can maybe take it to Dragapult. That's what a lot of people are looking for, but we'll see how it plays out this weekend. Thank you once again for joining me, Joseph, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Indianapolis Regionals. This is our Swiss Round 5 here at the Indiana Convention Center. We are locking in on our matchups. I'm joined today by the lovely Jeremy Jolin. I'm McKelly Gassert. This is going to be a very exciting round.
Yeah, a lot of people here this weekend in Indianapolis. It is the last regional of our North American season before our big tournament in New Orleans, and a lot of players have shown up here with Dragapult, with a bunch of other decks.
With this new rotation format, we have players trying to adapt to what was previously a very Dragapult dominant meta. It's still a Dragapult dominant meta, but this time we have a few new tricks up our sleeves to maybe take down the big bad dragon.
Yeah, finally, it is something that the format has been needing, and these players are playing for a lot of stuff as well. The championship points for this event, take a look here. First place is 350, but is also that automatic invite to Worlds.
Yeah, the direct invite to Worlds is incredibly useful right now if you're trying to recover a season where maybe you couldn't go to as many tournaments as you wanted, or you're looking to punch your name into the top tables, the echelon of the, as we call them, the GOATs of the game. But even if you're not in that top 8 finish realm, there's tons of points up for grabs, and especially you're going to need those to lock in your Worlds invite. As you can see, we have limited spots available for players based on their divisions. North American players are looking to hit that top 135 in addition to any direct pass downs.
Yeah, a lot of people are looking for that last 100 points, that last 80 points, even something like top 256 to get that 60 points to try to hit that threshold of what we believe might be that World's qualification.
But even if you're not quite close, there's still Ace Trainer qualification. If you're able to hit the top 16, you'll be right there. And if you have some other points the rest of the season, maybe a top 512 or a top 256 would be enough to get you that Ace Trainer card.
And of course, championship points are not the only thing that these players are playing for this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cash prizing. $10,000 first place, Michaela. That's a lot of money.
Oh, everyone is hoping to get that stream finals, that chance to go for the big gold. But it's not just cash prizing too. There's also booster boxes available. That's always exciting, and that goes all the way down to top 64. So regardless, as long as you do well, there are some great treats in store for you.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love opening packs? Am I right?
It's my favorite.
Yeah? All right, and to each your own, you know?
Look, I got a box yesterday, okay? And I was opening Chaos Rising. It's my favorite set. It just came out. It's great. I love Greninja, so maybe I'm not the only one.
And then, of course, these players are trying to vie for that travel pricing. They get these travel awards based on how they finish per qualification period, and this is coming up to the last of the qualification for Worlds to get that invite.
Getting that travel stipend could be a huge help, but additionally, there is now priority registration depending on how you're doing in that travel stipend race. So any good finish can get you closer to these big tournaments, to giving you a little bit of an edge on the competition to make sure you get there and get everything you need to compete.
Now we are still waiting on our round 5 matchup for this weekend. A lot of players here playing in the Masters Division for the TCG. Let's take a look at the notable matchups. A lot of really well-known names here. Justin Templar is one of our players to watch. You, of course, have Lance Bradshaw, former national champion. Andrew Hedrick, of course, winning LA Regional with that Dragapult crushing hammer. Trying to run it back here again.
There's some familiar names here, and I want to also note Brandon Joestar. He's close to the invite threshold, so this is one of the players I'm personally watching to see can he get his invite at this regional, or well, at this regional. Julius Brunfeld as well was previously on the Festival lead deck that some people are not entirely sure how they feel about. Now it's kind of evolved into Hydrapple, a new archetype that's done really well recently. Maybe it's coming back to Indianapolis.
I am actually excited to see how Hydrapple does. It is kind of the second deck in our meta breakdown. So it's one of those decks that does have a good Dragapult matchup. We'll have to see.
Grass decks have a lot to enjoy in this format. Not a ton of fire type attackers available, maybe a Moltres once in a while, but Hydrapple's got that big HP. It's not concerned. So playing Hydrapple could have been the move for Indianapolis. It looks like at least 7% of players thought so.
7%. It's going to have to do a lot for that 32% that Dragapult has. Let's go ahead and take it down to our table. Looks like our players are ready. Round 5 action. Evan Pavelski up against Makani, Tran. Alakazam versus Dragapult. But hey, the Dunsparce in both these decks. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, you want to draw cards as fast as possible. Evan's move here with the Alakazam is to get going with these one-prizers and use that powerful hand attack to deal massive damage as long as you fill your hand up with cards. Dragapult, on the other hand, Phantom Dive, we've seen it, we've lived it, we've loved it. Dragapult is looking to capitalize on all those low HP basics that Alakazam has to play. And of course, both players are on to Dunsparce, a incredibly strong supportive engine we've seen throughout this tournament.
Now, Evan is 2 years removed from winning the World Championships in the Senior Division in 2024 with Regidrago V-Star, and is currently 4-0 against Dragapult EX in this tournament every single round, Michaela.
But his opponent's nothing to sneeze at either. Makani is the 9th ranked in Global Championships points right now. 2nd place at Orlando this year, a 12th place at Milwaukee, and an 11th at Vegas, and a 5th at EUIC. Does it get more stacked than that? He also has a 2nd place regional finish in consecutive seasons, so this is a player who is not afraid to fight it out in the finals.
And Makani doing a lot of that with Gardevoir EX, but with the rotation, it has said goodbye, and now Dragapult EX is the dominant 2-prizer in the format.
If Dragapult's the one to beat, might as well. It's been working so far. Pick what's good and play it to the best of your ability. If that's what Makani's doing today, Evan is going to have to fight very hard to make this matchup work for him.
Now taking a look at the lists. Now Makani, it does seem like he's playing pretty much similar to what Andrew won LA with. There's that 1-1 the Dunsparce with the 4 crushing hammer, really trying to just take over that mirror match.
Ooh, let's take a look at these prizes. One of the crushing hammers is prized. Both risky ruins. That could be very dangerous if you need the Monkey Dory at any point in this matchup to start moving damage around.
Yeah, not only that, it is one of the few ways you can bump a Battle Cage on your opponent's side of the board to get that Phantom Dive damage going on the bench, and that's probably good news for Evan. Did prize one of the Battle Cage, but placed 4 copies of that stadium.
Evan's prizes were not too terribly bad. Never want to prize any Abra if you're playing the Alakazam deck, but doesn't matter as long as you have at least one on the board and you start evolving it, you start attacking it. Ooh, opening with Shaman is not your favorite start, I would say.
Yeah, Shaman prevents bench damage, but Dragapult's not doing damage, it's doing damage counters.
That's right. Makani's choosing to go first here. He's getting rid of some resources in order to use this Ultra Ball. I would suspect he's going for Dreepy, going to get that board ready for the next turns. Dreepy is your out to both your attacker and your draw engine, does everything you need. Might as well.
Taking a quick look at the deck just to prize check, and Risky Ruins is one of those cards that you don't really check too much on that first search. So it's going to be interesting to see if Makani can actually kind of figure it out before it's too late.
There's a bit of a trickiness to ordering when you're going to put down the Risky Ruins. What it does is when it's laid down on the field, whatever you bench that's not a Darkness type Pokemon, as long as it's a basic, will start picking up damage counters. So without access to that, Monkey Dory has no way to put use Adrenaline Brain to move damage from your side of the board to your opponent. Instead, you're going to have to rely on your opponent doing damage. Anytime you have to give your opponent control of the board is not your ideal set of circumstances. There's the Dreepy down. It is looking like Makani has taken a look through the prize cards, maybe knows what he's missing, but Evan doesn't.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin, always great to start things off for any deck, but especially Alakazam, really trying to at least find an Abra so you can telepathic energy to grab more Abra. The Buddy can find something like those. The Dunsparce, sometimes the Fanrotom, but there's no Fanrotom in this list for the weekend. There is the copy of the Dene, which is used to recycle your trainer cards, which could see a lot of play in this match.
Immediately going for the double Abra and the Dawn. Dawn's going to create a couple of opportunities to set up future turns, so we'll see based on what stage 2 Evan pulls out, which is most likely going to be Alakazam, where this match is going. Looks like it's just going to be the 3 Abracadabra Alakazam pieces and then another Poképad looking for more one-prize Pokemon.
This is just setting up for the potential of Itchy Pollen on Makani's turn, grabbing that Kadabra just so Evan has a way to draw some cards and eventually get into that Alakazam and start attacking as soon as possible.
It's kind of cool to compare Kadabra and Dracloak. Both of them are stage 1s that draw cards, but they're just a little bit different in their functionality.
One's a little better than the other, I gotta say.
Depends on your use case. Maybe you want 2 cards instead of 1, but maybe you want cards multiple turns. Really just depends.
It really is just that consistent draw power turn after turn that really has pushed Dracloak and Dragapult as a deck to the top of the meta.
Makani is currently going through with a Lily's Determination, going to draw out 8 cards because there are 6 prizes remaining on Makani's side of the board. That is going to refuel Makani for the rest of this turn with plenty of resources to start setting up hopefully more Dreepy, because only 1, it seems a little lonely.
Well, if Dragapult is good at anything, it is finding those basics. There is 4 Buddy Poffin, 4 Poképad, and none of those in the hand off these 8 cards.
There is an Ultra Ball, there's a Meowth, but we just used a supporter this turn. It looks like it's going to be a... Is that a Dracloak in his hand as well?
No,
that's
it's another Dreepy. So Ultra Ball can get rid of that Ultra Ball, and most likely in energy, just to find a Dracloak and, again, try to set up those stage 1 powerful draw Pokemon and try to burn through this deck.
Just like you said, there's the Dracloak. It is your top draw card in this deck. It's going to be repeat draw with Recon Directive every turn that there's a Dracloak in play, and then if you have multiple, that's multiple Recon Directives. Incredibly useful. Looks like Makani is just going to shuffle up, make sure that the deck is properly randomized before going in for that Recon Directive. Sequencing is very important in this deck.
Recon Directive also adds another layer to the deck in that you know what you're putting at the bottom, and unless you just look at 2 Pokepads.
Might as well. You know what you want very quickly. Ooh, is that a pass? No, we're just taking a look at his hand.
No, I believe it was a pass, yeah.
Okay, immediately going in for the Kadabra. Psychic Draw is going to draw 2 cards. This hand will get fuller and fuller as more Kadabra come down. There's a second one. There's a Hilda and a Poképad. That's a lot of resources to draw more Pokemon, except once you've evolved into Kadabra, you can't use Rare Candy the same turn. Going to need to get that last Abra evolved. Looks like you're going to go straight into the Kadabra instead of getting a Rare Candy into the Alakazam.
Triple Kadabra on turn 2. This is where Evan wants to be, at least just building up this hand. Maybe another Dunsparce. You see it there in the hand along with a Buddy Poffin.
There is a bench space remaining, so there's a little bit of choice available to Evan. Looks like at this moment, though, Hilda is going to come into play. That's going to grab an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. Typical choice here is going to be the telepathic Psychic Energy, which is going to let you search for more Psychic Pokemon to put on your bench as soon as you play it down onto a Psychic Pokemon. Incredibly useful card. One of the best cards for Psychic types right now that Gardevoir's gone.
Yeah, as long as you get a way to draw into it, or in Makani's case, searching it out with Hilda, always great to set up, and really trying to boost the Psychic type in the meta of Dragapult. Still a little bit of ways to be seen, especially last round where we had Yakira Tate on.
That was really quick. There was a runaway draw there used, so that was an evolution from Dunsparce to Dunsparce. Dunsparce puts itself back into the deck, and then draws you 3 cards, not in that order, you draw the 3 cards, then you do the Dunsparce, then you shuffle. It's a great way to maybe reset off of some kind of effect that shuffles your cards or otherwise puts resources you need to the bottom.
And the Dunsparce in this format is one of the best ways against the big A-spec in Unfair Stamp. Being able to kind of keep that 3 draw for future turns until that Unfair Stamp comes. And Makani, or Evan using the Dunsparce to shuffle back in and then utilize that Buddy Buddy Poffin to its max value, getting out 2 Dunsparce.
There's an interesting mind game here with where do you attach. You know you're not going to be attacking with Alakazam this turn. Evan's choosing to put it onto that benched Kadabra. Any reason why you wouldn't attach to maybe the active Shaman to retreat it?
Well, you kind of don't want the Shaman in play. So if Makani is forced to use the boss's orders to take out a Kadabra with an energy, that's probably worst case scenario, but if he does that, then he might not have much else. So if Makani does get a Dragapult or get an attacker set up, the Shaman's probably the Pokemon you want to get KO'd.
Good call. Looks like he's just going through his hand trying to figure if there's anything else to do before the turn passes back over, because once it does, Makani has the potential to go straight into a Dragapult and start attacking, and that would put Makani very ahead.
First Dracloak Recon Directive for the turn. Another Pokepad and Buddy Buddy.
Thinking through it.
Get a glimpse at Makani's hand. There is a Psychic and a Dragapult EX, so if he chooses, he can start attacking, but eyeing down that the Badoo in the deck, maybe Item Lock could be in the future for Evan.
Especially with the way the Item Lock would prevent something like a Rare Candy. Fortunately, Evan doesn't have a problem with that considering the quantity of Kadabra on his side of the field. Ooh, going down for the Badoo like you described. Badoo's going to be able to do a lot of different things even though, you know, Evan's kind of set up here. Also give you a free retreater. That could come in handy.
Makani does have that Dark on that active Monkey Dory, something you might want to save, but again, against a deck like Alakazam, they're not really leaving damage counters in play that often, and with no risky ruins, the Monkey Dory's stock goes kind of down.
There's another Recon Directive. I think he just took a Lily's Determination.
That would be pretty good here. Another fresh 8 cards to go along with the Pult Energy in hand for Makani.
Plenty of resources for Makani to use. Looks like going to pick up and put down the Monkey Door. Ooh, choosing to put the Fire Energy on the other Dracloak and then Lily's immediately after rather than attaching and starting attacking.
Yeah, this is just the signal that it is going to be an Itchy Pollen turn. Makani wants to play it a little bit slow and use the resources to the best of his ability, where when you first play that 2-prizer in play in Dragapult EX, then you can Unfair Stamp and make it as hard as possible for Evan to take that KO.
That's true. Evan has to work very hard to get that KO. I believe it's 16 cards in hand.
Yeah, that's how math works.
Yeah, you don't even get to use Clefairy to boost the damage because Alakazam deals damage counters, so there's no weakness involved.
Imagine.
Incredible.
I think Alakazam would have a good Pult matchup.
It might still.
True.
See how Evan's... ooh, okay. Going to do the retreat, going to get rid of the Darkness Energy that could be relevant. It means Adrenabrain is not going to be active until another basic Dark Energy comes down on it. But in the meantime, Itchy Pollen is going to prevent those items, and there's quite a few in Evan's hand.
Now, Evan did have an answer on board with that Kadabra, but opts for the Alakazam to get evolved. Drew into another Alakazam and has a Dawn to search for even more Pokemon.
Okay, going for that Dawn, going to get that energy. There's plenty of choices here available to Evan, and like you mentioned, could use Kadabra's Super Psybolt for 30 damage. That's exactly enough to knock out Badoo, but that may not be the choice here. Shaman is most likely not going to be attacking with Smash Kick. Double attaching in the same turn is not something you can do in the Alakazam deck unless you have a copy of Wondrous Patch. I don't believe Evan plays one.
Kind of phased out of the deck list by this point. Telepathic Energy became kind of a mainstay in 4 copies. And really, you're not going to play Wondrous Patch when you're playing 1 Psychic Energy.
Yeah, and especially when Shaman's a grass type and it's not in the bench.
Yeah. And now with that to Dunsparce going back in the deck, that frees up the bench space for the Genesect that Evan found off of the Dawn. Genesect, with its ability and a tool, is able to shut off that Ace Nullifier.
Ooh.
So it is the one way for Alakazam to maneuver around Unfair Stamp.
That was an extremely useful Psychic draw there from the Alakazam. Was able to grab a Battle Cage. That's one of the resources that Evan needs to protect these bench Pokemon because Shaman doesn't block Dragapult. If the Battle Cage comes down, that's one less card in hand, but it also means Makani's attacks need to be accompanied by a Risky Ruins coming into play to get rid of the Battle Cage effect. Evan doesn't know that the Risky Ruins aren't available.
Yeah, and honestly, Makani might not either.
Always a chance. Okay, gonna go for that attach retreat. Gonna go straight into that charged up Alakazam. This is why they charged it up earlier.
Battle Cage.
Ooh.
Definitely.
Genesect with the tool that's going to prevent any use of the unfair stamp next turn, and a lucky helmet on the Alakazam saying, absolutely not, you are not going to reduce my hand size. Try again.
This is basically the best case scenario for Evan, able to get that Genesect along with the first KO to start stacking them. It's going to have to be Makani answering back with a big Dragapult.
Looks like they're going to go for the Dunsparce instead of straight into the Recon Directive. That's a great sequencing choice there. Going to put the cards back in the deck. Still needs to shuffle, but instead going to go right for the Buddy Puffin. That means the 2 shuffles can be done at the same time. There's the Dunsparce right back. That means more draw options are available next turn. Even though you can't use the unfair stamp right now, just because of the Genesect, maybe some kind of boss play could make it relevant later, and then you'd want to have more draw options. Doesn't matter. Going to just go for what's in hand, and I think we're going to start seeing attacks from this Dragapult.
Eventually, something's got to happen on Makani's side of the board, right? You can only Lilies for 8 so many times in a game before you're starting to lose.
That's true. You want to take your prizes as soon as possible. Problem is, Lily benefits when you don't. So you have to trade off what are my long-term strategies versus what are my short-term strategies. Makani has prioritized right now getting a healthy board state set up so that no matter what happens the rest of the turns, Makani's not scrambling to get more Dreepies out when you really need Dracloak or you really need Dragapult.
And honestly, he's just maneuvering this game by using the cards that don't really do much later on to the best of their ability. So the Buddy Puffin grabbing the Dunsparce that shuffled back, and then the Pokepad finding the Dunsparce just so you can evolve it next turn. Try to make these Recon Directives matter as much as possible.
I mean, these Recon Directives are incredible. I saw a Recon Directive for a Dracloak, for another Recon Directive. Incredible.
That's the dream.
There's the attachment. There's the 4th Dreepy debating, playing it. There it is. There's the Dragapult. That's all the pieces. Oh, there's a Boss's Orders. That's extremely relevant. Where is our target of choice going to be? It's the Genesect. Genesect is out of play with a Phantom Dive attack. That is going to make Unfair Stamp usable in the next few turns unless Evan can get a Night Stretcher combo and another tool to bring Genesect back.
Get to draw a little extra cards with that lucky helmet, but the fact that Evan played the second one on the Alakazam means a Night Stretcher can get back this Genesect, but there's only an Air Balloon left in the deck to attach to try and Ace Nullify yet again.
And also didn't get the Risky Ruins off the prizes. That's going to make it even harder to handle this Battle Cage. Battle Cage prevented any damage from being spread across the bench. Could have maybe set up for a knockout on the Shaman in the coming turns. Wasn't available this time. Ooh, going for the Enriching Energy off of this Hilda. That's going to be able to draw cards later. That's going to be able to do more things. Depends on where it gets attached.
Can you name me a better combo than Enriching Energy into Dunsparce?
You can't. It's literally impossible.
Exactly.
You don't know how to build it.
Yep. Drawing 4 cards for your energy attachment is always great. And oh, I don't know if Evan drew the 2 cards with Lucky Helmet.
Looks like they're trying to decide. I mean, given the size of Evan's hand, you might think, what's 2 more cards to like a 20, 30 card hand? Why not draw the whole deck? But it's very important to get the order of operations right here. So it looks like they're going to figure out how this turn is going to go. I mean, how many cards in your hand do you think that is? I mean, really?
20?
Definitely enough for a knockout on a Dragapult. If I'm Makani, I'm not even going to ask you to fan it out. I'm just going, yep, that's knocked out.
I just think the problem is it's mandatory to draw the 2 cards.
So we're going to see how that's going to get resolved. Look at that Enhanced Hammer in hand. Unfortunately, there's just no special energy to get rid of at the moment.
Yeah, where's the Neo Upper, huh?
No Neo Upper today.
Take me back.
Okay, looks like Makani is going to use this time to think about the next couple turns. That's what I would be doing in this scenario. I mean, you want to get the resolution as quickly as possible so you can keep playing, but since you've got a moment to think, use that moment to think. These players are no stranger to making sure that they make the most of their turns.
Yeah, try to get that prize map as much as possible for the next few turns. And it does look like that he did not draw off the Lucky Helmet.
That's rough. Especially when you mentioned the double attach of the Lucky Helmet to the Genesect then to the active. You know, that was avoidable, but it also preserved maybe some kind of judge play. I mean, there's more than one way to shuffle your opponent's hand in this format. And the other one is to play Judge to shuffle your hand down to 4 cards. That can be devastating as an Alakazam player because that removes what would have been a one-hit knockout to maybe 80 damage, maybe a little bit more if you get another Alakazam in play. Looks like...
Can't stop that supporter.
No, you can't stop that supporter. That one's coming down whether you like it or not. As our judges confer, we were talking about judges as well. It's incredible.
Judgeception, you know? How do you feel about Alakazam in this meta positioned against Dragapult? Like, to me, it really just comes down to if you can get that Genesect with the tool to stop Unfair Stamp. If your opponent's not playing Unfair Stamp, like maybe the Heroes Cape, the Dunsparce list that won the very first tournament for it, or if they're playing Neo Upper Energy, but it does seem like Unfair Stamp is the make it or break it for this matchup.
It's true, and we did see today the meta share graphic. Alakazam stonks are up. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Alakazam. I love anytime there's a single energy attacker. Reminds me of maybe Golisopod from 2017 or other cards like that where you don't have to have everything in your hand. You can assemble your combo that very turn. The other thing, too, about this Alakazam deck is even if you get hit with a Judge or an Unfair Stamp and you don't have Genesect in play, it draws cards for itself. So the same way people talk about Dracloak is the same way we should be talking about Alakazam and Kadabra. They draw cards, maybe not as consistently, but you can get a board full of 4 Alakazam and all of a sudden you've drawn 12 cards in a single turn. People talked about Mew and Mew VMAX that way.
Yeah.
It's just a deck that draws lots of cards. The Genesect in Mew VMAX was able to draw sometimes 20, 30 cards in a turn. I think Alakazam is not quite the same deck, but it's a one-prizer. It's only costing a single energy attack. There's a ton of great resources, and hand disruption counts are pretty low because the A spec is a one of.
I also think it's just due to the fact that our supporter card pool has been limited with the rotation, and really, no one's going to play like Harlequin.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Harlequin, Lucian, if you really want to get crazy with it, there's the Vivillon that can shuffle your opponent to 4 cards.
I do like the Vivillon. It is a great Pokemon. I don't know if it's great yet, but it will be. It will be.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it in Dragapult, but that's just me. Maybe someone is in the kitchen with the cutting knife or the cutting board going, let's slice a little in here. Who's to say?
Yeah, well, it'll have to taste good if you actually do that right? It is definitely a format that it really comes down to what matchups you hit. Speaking of Alakazam, like what if you go against Team Rocket's deck with Articuno? There's not really a good answer for Articuno yet for Alakazam, is there?
Nah, I'd simply dodge. I'd simply dodge. Yeah, there's no really good answer. People have talked about maybe using a Lopunny or other kind of tools that deal damage subsequently. I've even seen Behem, a card that rarely sees play from the black and white sets, Black Bolt and White Flare, as a way to deal with Articuno specifically. And the Algiam that comes with it also has a second almost control effect where it can move energy around using Energy Shift. So that's a 1 or 2 card combo you could put in Alakazam. Wouldn't help you in this scenario, though.
Well, I know someone who can't help us in this scenario right now, and that's Pablo. Let's go ahead and bring him in, and we can talk about what's going on here.
Hey, so it seems like we had a small mishap here when the Genesect got KO'd. I think we all forgot to draw from the Lucky Helmet, right, which requires you to draw 2 cards when the Pokemon gets attacked, even if it gets KO'd. So I think we're checking to make sure, like, when that happened, if there was anything afterwards that needs fixing and going back, so we can see the judges are leaning heavily to discuss everything that's happened so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like right after that knockout, there was a Hilda played, there was a runaway draw, there was enriching energy. It was a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and those 2 extra cards, of course, could come into play, right? There's many things that could have changed the order of things. Maybe Evan decides not to use some of those resources. Maybe he does. Unfortunate situation, I'm sure. It's something that could easily happen to anyone, right? There's no benefit gained in not drawing those 2 cards, so we'll have to see what the resolution is, but probably a double price penalty we'll see. Wow, because the deck, as you mentioned, has been altered quite a few times by now.
Yeah, usually we have double prize card penalties for people drawing extra cards. I don't know if we've had one for someone not drawing the cards.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to see this time if that's the case.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get word on what the resolution will be here. I guess they're communicating that to the players. I'm sure Evan will not be happy with himself for having missed that lucky helmet draw.
All right, thank you so much, Pablo, for helping explain what is going on here. Does look like our players are getting the down low from the judges, and we can get back into this match shortly.
A double prize penalty could affect this game quite a lot because Dragapult is trying to take as many prizes as fast as possible. If that does come to pass, Dragapult only has to take 4 at this point.
Yeah, that is true, and really anything can happen. This is a first for me. I don't know if you've ever been in this scenario just playing at all, but yeah, I don't know.
Anytime you get a penalty on stream, first of all, that's got to feel rough. So take a moment. If you're ever on stream, calm down, move through your turns with purpose, with pace, and draw off your lucky helmets. Now you know.
All right, so it does look like they are able to rewind the turn to the moment where Evan was drawing the 2 cards off the lucky helmet.
That's good. That's going to mean no game loss. Let's see if there's any other findings here. Looks like there's no double prize penalty either.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but Hilda for the Dunsparce Enriching Energy. Spin the wheel yet again.
We've seen this before. This is a bit familiar. Hilda's going to go for that energy card and a evolution Pokemon. There's the Enriching Energy. Enriching is going to draw 4 cards.
Ooh.
This is very, you know what? I feel like I've seen this before.
One thing we didn't see was the air balloon found off the Enriching Energy. That means Night Stretcher grabs Genesect. Ace Nullifier is active yet again.
Unfair Stamp is not going to be in play next turn unless Makani repeats that prior turn, and Dragapult going straight into the discard pile off of the powerful hand from a hand full of cards. That's an extremely good turn for Evan. Makani now has to return the favor with, fortunately, having some charged up resources available. It's just going to come down to these draws.
And again, Makani took a prize last turn, but missed on both of the Risky Ruin. So still no Stadium Bump for that Battle Cage.
Ooh, going to get the Unfair Stamp off of the Recon Directive. Problem is you can't use it right now. So going to go for another Recon Directive instead. Going to lay down the Crisp and pick up a Hammer.
Another Crushing Hammer found off the 3rd Recon Directive. The Dunsparce to go along with it. This is what you like to see. And it was a double prize card penalty for Evan from that mistake. So Makani only needs 3 more prize cards to win this game 1.
That's going to fix Makani's game at this point because Makani was a little bit behind. Now only needs to get about as many prizes as Evan has available. There's a Tails on the Hammer. There's a Tails on the Hammer. Both hammers failing to discard energy here. Alakazam is going to keep that telepathic psychic energy. It's going to keep being able to use Powerful Hand. That could hurt Makani, but given that Alakazam is charged up with just a single attachment, may not be devastating like it would be versus a Dragapult mirror.
Could also be eyeing down that Enriching Energy on that Dunsparce to get it away before Runaway Draw shuffles it back into the deck to be used yet again.
Keeping that in play last turn, instead of using the Dunsparce, is going to prevent any hand disruption like Judge from getting your hand too low to work with, but that's not the case here. Instead, keeping that Enriching Energy, just like you said, going to create opportunities for the next couple turns. Ooh, Pheasantipity, that's down. That's going to draw some cards with Flip the Script. There's Makani having all the pieces in play to start attacking with Phantom Dive again. Unfortunately, Battle Cage is still going to prevent those damage counters from coming down. Makani needs a way to get rid of that stadium as soon as possible and start shuffling Evan's hand.
Judge is going to be played for Makani, though, so shuffling Evan's giant hand back into the deck. And both players are going to draw 4 cards. Now, that's 4 cards for Evan. You get the 2 off the Lucky Helmet. That's 6. 1 for the turn 7. And then 3 from the Dunsparce. That's 10. That's still a little ways to go for another knockout.
Could potentially reattach the energy again. The problem is you need to have another Psychic Energy to attack with the Alakazam. So going to be 4 relevant cards off of this Judge. Don't quite see. Okay, there's a Crispin on Makani's side for the next couple turns. Plenty of resources in case that Dragapult is knocked out, because Evan needs to take 3 prizes, not just 2.
Evan's not missing those 2 cards from Lucky Helmet this time.
Oh, and not missing the Risky Ruins either. That's finally out of the prizes. A lot of resources to work with, and Air Balloon is going to make it easy to retreat into the one Pokemon you want to put in the active. What is Evan doing here?
Again, the name of the game for this Alakazam deck is draw as many cards as possible.
There's that flip the script you mentioned. Got to draw 3 more cards. It's going to up the hand size. It was 4 from the Judge, 5 from the draw, then back down to 4 from the Pheasantipity. Now it's 3 more again, so I think that's 7 cards in hand.
Plus the 2 from the Lucky Helmet.
Plus the 2 from Lucky Helmet. We can't forget that this time. Could be a 2-hit KO range on this Dragapult. Just a few more cards and maybe a Boss's Orders could grab a knockout on the Pheasantipity. Unfortunately, that leaves an attacker in play for Makani, which if you're Evan, you'd rather make sure your opponent doesn't have those resources to get you out of the game.
Only 1 Night Stretcher in the list for Evan. It was already used on that Genesect, but really needing another Alakazam to Psychic draw 3 more cards.
Do we have another Hilda? I mean, we've seen a lot of Hilda already. A little bit worried that we didn't get enough off of the Dunsparce. There's not really a lot of other plays if you don't have Psychic Energy for your Alakazam on your turn. It's not like Genesect is attacking, and Pheasantipity needs too many pieces to start attacking with its Cruel Arrow. This could be a pass from Evan.
If it's pass, that's almost just giving away the game here, especially with that double prize card penalty. Could be Boss's Orders, but I don't even think Evan has enough to take the knockout on Pheasantipity EX.
That's true. Makani does have quite a lot of things to discard. Evan took a look over them, maybe trying to figure out where the boss counts are for the remainder of the game.
Now, Evan can always boss up something like a Dracloak or even the Dunsparce to be able to take a knockout and then clean up the last 2 prizes off of the Dragapult EX or that Pheasantipity EX. Hopefully have a little more cards with the Judge being gone.
Evan has another move here where perhaps he can retreat the Genesect into the Shaman if he doesn't get the energy he needs, and then that way the knockout that Makani takes isn't going to be enough to knock out the Genesect or maybe set something up.
Yeah,
Problem
but then
is
what are you doing next turn?
hoping you get the pieces you need.
But then Makani just wins.
We don't know that. We don't know that for sure. Problem is that all Makani really needs to do is knock out that Pheasantipity, and then all of a sudden we go to game 2.
Well, still, yeah, that is true.
Pokepad for another Alakazam. Alakazam is going to draw 3 cards. These are extremely relevant. I see a Hilda?
The Hilda being the only way to search an energy for Evan means no Boss's Orders and not enough cards in hand to take a knockout on the active Dragapult, at least as of right now.
There's not even an evolution.
Oh, no, there is an energy.
Oh, okay, that must have been the 3rd card then. There you go. Telepathic Psychic Energy is down. That's going to create an opportunity to get maybe another Abra out, another basic, which you can then use to draw more cards with. It's not going to be able to grab the Dunsparce, sadly, but plenty of pieces you could be getting. Chooses not to take one.
Oh, that is right. You said Makani got the Risky Ruins off the prize cards. That means Monkey Dory can start getting worked into the mix, and we could even see the game end next turn with Makani.
Okay, going for the Boss's Orders. There's the Pheasantipity. Does Evan have enough cards in hand to take this knockout? It looks like quite a lot. I wouldn't be shocked. Okay, there's a Pokepad. That's going to add another one to hand. So that's not net going to change the hand size. Perhaps Evan knows he has enough as an instead going to set up for the next couple turns with a draw option in case of yet another Judge. You know, you never know if a player has more than one.
There is the knockout on the Pheasantipity, but Makani has the Risky Ruins. Night Stretcher brings the Dark Energy back. Meowth for the damage. And just like that, Makani takes game 1 after that double prize card penalty.
Incredible. That was really rough for Evan, especially just knowing mentally you have to go back and make sure you play the game right after having a penalty like that so early in the game. Evan played to all the outs available, but Makani was not going to be stopped there, just showing the masterful skills of the Dragapult deck. You always have what you need.
It really does come down to that, especially when you're getting 3 recon directives in a turn along with a runaway draw. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of our game one and see how things shaped up. Now, it started off pretty back and forth with players not really wanting to take a knockout until Evan finally pulled the trigger with that Genesect to stop Unfair Stamp, taking knockout on the Badoo, but then Makani responds right back with a Dragapult, taking the knockout on the Genesect after a boss's orders. But Evan was able to get the Genesect yet again with another tool, but because of that double prize card, Makani was able to just mount his way back in this game, taking a knockout on that Genesect, and eventually taking 2 prizes in 1 turn with that Risky Ruins found from the prizes.
Setting up that second Dragapult too, just Makani made sure that there were plenty of offensive capabilities to go with all those cards drawn off the Recon Directive, just making sure that all of your dragons are in a row. This time it looks like Evan is choosing to go first, gonna buddy Poffin immediately and start setting up with a Dunsparce in the active. Much better start than the Shaman from last time.
Oh yeah, especially because this Dunsparce can just go ahead and run away back into the deck as soon as it gets evolved to heal off any damage that Badoo might put in a play. And wow, Enriching Energy, the one of Night Stretcher in the prize cards for Evan. Night Stretcher, Badoo, but 2 copies of Badoo in the list for Makani, which is kind of what a lot of Dragapult players are starting to do again this weekend in Indianapolis. They're going back to the 2 copies of Badoo.
It makes total sense. Badoo is one of your best starters in the game. You have free retreat in case you decide you don't want to use Itchy Pollen, but if you do want to use Itchy Pollen, it's right there. You don't have to pay the retreat cost to get it in the active. It's just waiting for you. So, oh, that's a pass from Evan straight into Makani's turn with 2 Dreepy and a Dunsparce. Makani is already set up, and all we've seen is a Buddy Poffin and a Pokepad coming down. His hand is very good for Makani.
I mean, this is just typical Dragapult, at least nowadays. You play so much Pokemon Search in the deck with the total 8 copies of Buddy Buddy and that Pokepad. It really just is one of the most consistent decks in the format.
Plus Ultra Ball. I mean, if you want a Pokemon, you're going to have it. Yeah. Looks like going to figure out what's in the prizes. Going to retreat into the Dunsparce. That's an interesting move. And then pass over. No Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, it might signal that Makani's hand isn't the best to answer maybe the Dunsparce and then Kadabra KO on the Badoo, but
you'd think you'd go for Itchy Pollen every time. Maybe not. I mean, it's not like Alakazam is attacking turn 1 immediately. It's more focused on setting up, which is exactly what's going on with this Telepathic Energy for 2 more Abra, filling up that bench. Going to create some opportunities for Evan to maybe evolve the active and then evolve the bench with a rare candy and start attacking?
It is possible. Alakazam was the evolution Pokemon found. Triple Battle Cage in hand, too.
There's the candy. There's the triple Psychic draw for 2 Buddy Poffin and a Lucky Helmet. Unfortunately, you don't really need the Buddy Poffin right now.
And this hand is great. To Dunsparce to draw 3 cards. There's a Pokepad to search out the Genesect along with a Lucky Helmet.
And I think another rare candy. So next turn, if this gets knocked out, you have another attacker ready to go. Immediately going to also be able to put that Alakazam in the active and put pressure on Makani as soon as Powerful Hand gets used, because look at the stack that Evan has just put down. That's enough to knock out anything on Makani's board twice over.
And then, of course, the Buddy Poffin to refuel the Dunsparce. And then there is that Pokepad, finding that powerful Genesect support Pokemon in this matchup, being able to shut off the Unfair Stamp the turn Evan has taken a knockout.
And we know Evan has the tool card as well, so it's just a matter of sequencing and what order that's going to be put down. That Dunsparce comes into play. There's the Lucky Helmet. There's the knockout with Powerful Hand.
And you see Evan actually holding those Battle Cage just for the fact that they're so important and you do not want them to get bumped by a Risky Ruins on Makani's side of the board. And Risky Ruins is one of those where you might want to play that early.
Look at that Recon Directive going for Dragapult, then later getting a Crispin. Tons of options. Recon Directive is just such a great card. Great ability on a great card. 2 energy down from the Crispin, choosing to split them across, a Fire and a Psychic. So no matter what happens to those Dracloak, one is ready to evolve next turn.
This is best case scenario for Evan, though. Has control of the board, does not have items available, but preemptively played Pokepads for the Dunsparce and the stage 1s.
And even having a Hilda here to find a Kadabra and another energy to get things going.
That telepathic psychic energy, even though it's not going to be able to use for secondary effect, is still a psychic energy in play that every turn you have one of those means you could maybe use your attachment for enriching energy on the next couple of turns. So it looks like Evan is going to choose to get that Kadabra going, get more pieces set up across the board, and all of a sudden maybe Makani looks around and says, I might be in checkmate. We're not there yet, though.
It is very important to get that Kadabra down on the bench just so Evan can have a follow-up Alakazam on the next turn without Rare Candy.
The other thing, too, is the Battle Cage hasn't come down yet. Even though you have multiple in your hand, you may need those for taking knockouts. So instead, choosing to hold on to the Battle Cage could be relevant in future turns. Going to go for the runaway draw here, get some more cards, free up another bench space, could put another Abra down. That's 4 Abra, 2 of them evolved. Oh, choosing to go for the basic Psychic Energy. That's sometimes relevant. I don't think that's going to come into play in this case. And then there's the Battle Cage we were talking about. There's the knockout.
You think there's enough cards in hand for the Badoo knockout?
No, we need 5 billion.
Okay.
5 badillion.
And there is that Risky Ruins to bump the Battle Cage.
Ooh, Pheasantipity is going to flip the script. Going to get some more cards. But first, let's see Judge shuffle that big hand back in.
It's always good when you have that counter supporter in hand already, not needing to use something like a Meowth EX to search it out.
Evan has lots of options here to maybe get some Alakazams in play and draw off of those. There's still the Dunsparce in play, and of course, anytime you have the Ace Nullifier from Genesect active, you're going, yes, no Unfair Stamp. It would be terrible to get an Unfair Stamp. It's not great to get hit with the Judge, but at least the Unfair Stamp is going to give you more options. There's the Flip the Script.
The 4 cards found off the Judge were Fire Energy, Dragapult, Fire Energy. Unfortunately, Makani brought up the one with Fire Energy.
That's unfortunate.
But still has the capability to retreat and evolve and start dealing some damage. And no way to really get Monkey Dory out this turn. So
like you said, there's the retreat.
You can still bench the Dreepy to get the damage from Risky Ruins for the next turn. And there is some Abras to get taken out with this Phantom Dive.
Okay, there it is. That board that was so scary a few minutes ago, now all of a sudden you have only a damaged Kadabra and a damaged Abra available, and any basics you put down are going to get hit with the Risky Ruins damage counters. That makes it twice as vulnerable, really, depending on what you place down, because that's enough to put Dunsparce in knockout range for just about any Phantom Dive.
Pheasantipity in the hand for Evan, but again, it's such a liability to have on the bench this early in the game against Dragapult.
After a Judge like that, you may not have choices. You need to get an attack going, and to get the attack going, you need your hand full of cards. And that's the downside of Alakazam, is when your hand is full of cards, you can't play those cards right now. You have to hold them until you need them.
Yeah, you can't really set up your board for a better turn the following turn when you're trying to reach for those big knockouts.
Fortunately, going to have access to the Kadabra. That could be some cards. And there is the Alakazam in play. That was a few more. You know, just bit by bit, brick by brick, build this board gate. Build this board state.
The Dunsparce found off that Psychic Draw from Abra, so that means another 3 cards and gets this Dunsparce out of the active spot. But wow, 16 cards, it really is a lot sometimes, especially after a Judge.
Plus, you've got to hold them all in your hand, and your hand starts getting unruly, and you're just like, I'm going to put it in a pile on the floor.
Sometimes you got tiny hands. And
yeah. I feel rough for the seniors and juniors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they're playing this deck. Okay, there it is. There is the Dunsparce runaway draw for 3 more cards. Shuffle it back in, and now you can promote what you'd like. Unfortunately, the Air Balloon is not on the Genesect anymore, so it doesn't have free retreat. You're going to need to just promote your Alakazam and go.
It might be just another Boss's Orders turn from Evan. There should be enough in the hand to potentially take out that Pheasantipity EX on the bench.
I think it'll be close. I think he's a little bit short. I
yeah.
only see about 8, 9. I think you need a little bit more. Yeah, he's doing the math. I think that's 9 cards. That'll be 180. That's not quite enough. Placing down the Pheasantipity, though, flip the script. That might do it.
You got to.
Yeah, you don't have any other choices. Can't even put down that Dunsparce yet. Unfortunately, Risky Ruins doesn't put damage counters onto the Pheasantipity, so that's helpful. I don't like this. I don't like this for Evan.
No Battle Cage either means Monkey Dory can just take a 2-prize turn on both Alakazam and Kadabra.
we need some kind of way to maybe Sacred Ash those basics out of the discard pile and back into the deck. Problem is you can't just do that if it's not in your hand.
Yeah, you're also losing the card count in your hand as well, so that means less damage for the Dragapult or the Pheasantipity.
I mean, a 2-hit knockout wouldn't be terrible, right?
It's still not where you want to be in this matchup. If you're taking 2-hit knockouts on Dragapult, they're taking 2 prize knockouts each turn, you know?
Yeah, best of a bad scenario here. If you can find some way to get another piece in play so that you don't get board wipe this turn, I think is essential so that Evan doesn't end up in a scenario where there's Genesect, there's Pheasantipity, but Makani has 2 prizes left and I have no attackers. So looks like going to do everything possible with what's available to get this next turn away from the danger zone. Connie's checking the discard here, trying to figure out what's available. Discarding the Fire Energy and having 2 Fire Energy earlier was hilarious. I love that.
Still looks like Evan is deciding between Boss's Orders or something like that. Lana's Aid in hand.
Unfortunately, if you use Lana's Aid, you can't use Boss. If you use Boss, you can't lose Lana's Aid. So it's just, how good of a turn do you think Makani's going to have to pick your supporter of choice? Ooh, Dawn? No, taking it back,
Oh.
Wait, what? What? Dawn, go for the Dawn. Choosing to commit to the Dawn here.
Is it maybe a retreat to Shaman angle?
Retreat to with this board state? With this board state, retreat to it's, you know, that was the basic.
You keep an Alakazam around.
You're not attacking with it. It's in the active with an energy. I mean, it could be like genius Galaxy Brain play. I'm ready to believe.
Well, it just depends how many cards are in Evan's hand. I don't think there's the full 16.
That's true. Dawn does draw 3 cards. They're specific Pokemon, but that's 3 more cards. That's 60 more damage. Ooh. Retreating into the Genesect instead. Genesect is a juicy target there, and it can't free retreat because it doesn't have Air Balloon or the option to put Air Balloon down.
I mean, Makani seems fine taking a knockout on Genesect to get rid of that Ace Nullifier.
Who could have seen this coming? Like, if you sat me down at the beginning of the turn and said, he's going to retreat the Alakazam, I would have said, you're kidding. Absolutely not. And then when you said you should retreat into Shaman, I was like, what?
Seems like I saw it coming.
You did see it coming. Who could have seen this coming? The answer is Jeremy Jollins.
Crushing Hammer, this could be huge. Heads, discards that telepathic energy. Now the retreat from the energy and the Crushing Hammer. Now Evans needs to find an energy along with everything else.
If Makani can get a boss this turn, that creates an opportunity to board wipe all of the Alakazam and Kadabra off the board. So that is probably what Makani's hoping for. There it is. Boss's Orders, Pheasantipity instead. Pheasantipity.
Even better.
Yeah. Just needs a Monkey Dory to take the knockout on the Pheasantipity, but next turn, Pheasantipity can't retreat without an attachment.
Yeah, and already having that Crushing Hammered energy off, and this will allow Makani to build up some damage on the board to where next turn a Monkey Dory can take essentially all 4 prizes.
Evan needs some way to retreat without attaching energy, or needs some way to attach energy and then retreat.
Well, there's 1 copy of Air Balloon in the list.
Needs to get it, but there's no Dunsparce, there's no Enriching Energy.
3 cards.
Just a Psychic Draw. I see a Hilda.
Hilda, Kadabra, Buddy Poffin. That's not going to do it.
Oh, I don't like it.
All the draw power in the world, but when you need it most, it vanishes.
Can't use that Enhanced Hammer at all either. There's no special energy to get rid of, so you can't return Makani's Just Desserts. You're sitting there going, I have this huge possible 4 prize turn coming up next. I don't think so because of the evolution to Alakazam. But the odds are never 0 with Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
I think there's 70 damage remaining on the Alakazam. Gonna fist bump. Yeah.
Scooping it up.
He
Does
sees
not see a line to try and come back into this game too. And Makani wins our round 5, 2-0. Dragapult once again coming out on top of our Swiss round.
This is why the Dragon's Roar is so feared. I mean, Makani played that game expertly, choosing to set up earlier in the sets going casual, make sure that the turn is not an aggressive one so that you have all your Dracloak available, and in those turns taking those massive double knockouts on the Alakazam, Kadabra, Abra pieces, making sure that the end game routes to either drawing cards or attacking were removed, and of course everyone loves a good Crushing Hammer heads.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our replay for round 5 here in Indianapolis. Game started off pretty back and forth with both players drawing cards, but Evelyn decided to take the first knockout with that Genesect on the bench, preventing Unfair Stamp. But Makani had the response in Boss's orders, being able to take a knockout with that Dragapult EX. But Evan fought back, 16 cards in hand, taking the knockout on the Dragapult. But Makani once again gets another Dragapult EX, able to take another knockout on Alakazam, and this time paired with a Judge. And then finally, that Risky Ruins able to clean up game 1 thanks to Monkey Dory. And then in game 2, it was all Evan early so far. 2 prize cards taken pretty early, but you see the board state here, double Abra, and Makani off a Judge was able to find that Dragapult EX, take a double knockout on that 50 HP Abra, and from there it was pretty much all Makani. Evan was able to find some cards but had to retreat, and then just another Dragapult EX. Anytime you're bringing up a Pheasantipede EX and not taking the knockout, it is one of the scariest things when you're playing against Dragapult.
Absolutely, but with some of the cards from the last format gone, there's no Professor Stro to just lift up the Pheasantipede. The damage is going to stay there. Makani making the most of the circumstance, taking those knockouts, even working around the turn where he had promoted the one with the Fire Energy and his hand was full of Fire Energy. That was rough. Made it through. Makani just knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we see Makani time and time again at these top tables, at these top cuts, really just hunting down that win, playing a great deck this weekend. Is it time?
It could be time. It's never been more time than it is right now.
It is a time of all times.
This is one of the times that is ever timed.
Yeah, it is, again, Dragapult's world, and we're living in it. I'm sorry, Alakazam. Didn't really get to do you proud there, but...
She'll be back. I'm not worried. Alakazam is on the rise. Stonks are up. It's just sometimes those micro plays make the difference. If that double prize penalty hadn't been a factor in game 1, we could have seen Alakazam take it. It's a really complex deck to play when you have so many pieces moving. You've got to keep drawing cards. You've got to manage a hand of 16 plus cards and then get shuffled and do it all over again. It's a tough deck to play. Dragapult is too. So both players showing that it's just those small advantages, just those small adjustments. That's all you need to make it further in the game than your opponent. Take the win.
It is probably the most tedious part of the deck, but I love going like, all right, I'm going to search my deck for like a Dunsparce, evolve it. All right, I'm going to draw some cards with like a Kadabra. All right, I'm going to shuffle my deck again, and then the Dunsparce, draw 3 cards, shuffle my deck again, search out like Buddy Buddy Poffin. It's... I don't know, for some reason, it's just that continuous, like, monotonous play style that you're going through. I love it.
Well, there's a lot of things to manage, too, even with just the Dunsparce. If you don't even look at any other card in the deck, you've got to make sure you have your Dunsparce down at the right time, not with Risky Ruins in play, which is why it had to get held back in one of those later turns. You have to make sure that when you do put the Dunsparce down, if it's in the active, you have to know when's the right time to promote your attacker versus maybe you need to keep a liability like the Genesect in play. And then you also have to still shuffle it in, and then maybe you need to use it to manage a mill-out scenario. So there's just so many alternative uses for some of these support cards that if you don't take the time to think through, you might end up in a rough scenario.
Well, someone who's not in a rough scenario is our winner for this round. Let's go ahead and take it to Adam as he gets to chat with Makani.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with Makani Tran, the winner you just saw on stream. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. It's like a scary-ish matchup. It's like really definitely dependent on who goes first a little. So I was a little nervous. I was happy I got the coin flip, so I was feeling pretty good. He definitely had some unfortunate, like the game 1, the penalty was pretty rough. Definitely like wasn't the greatest position for me, but definitely, yeah. Little unlucky, but yeah.
When you're playing the best deck in the room, you know that it's going to have a huge target on its back. Did you do additional prep for some of these more niche matchups, or were you expecting Alakazam and were prepared and had a game plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Definitely, like, Dragapult is the hugest target on its back just because it's so powerful. I definitely tested a lot into, like, a lot of the other, like, fringe stuff. Like you say, like, yeah, I've tested a lot against Alakazam, like the basic box decks with Clefairy. There's just, like, a lot of those decks are trying to beat Dragapult because not everyone wants to play Dragapult, obviously.
Right, they're just trying to catch the players off guard.
There's a lot of those, like, pull counters. I hit a Slowking earlier.
Ooh.
That match is pretty weird. There's definitely a lot of stuff, and I've tested a lot of, like, the fringe matches because you got to be ready for anything, really, especially when you, like, have a huge target on your deck.
But no, the Alakazam matchup it's definitely pretty close, but I feel like pretty good, and so I've tested against it a lot.
And just as a broad strokes thing, when you're playing Dragapult into Alakazam, is it better to play more defensive and disruptive, or just try to be aggressive to keep them from getting their evolution lines to begin with?
Yeah, so it definitely kind of depends. It really depends like your board and your energies. If you're not able to stream attackers, it's not very good to just keep it to just go super aggressive. Like there, I played like pretty patiently, like you saw. Like I saved the Judge both games. Like if you're playing Judge a turn that you're not attacking, it's like not very powerful. They're just gonna draw back into their hand again. So you really gotta like save your like tempo cards for when you're actually doing like a powerful turn, like Phantom Diving when you're playing like the Judge, or Phantom Diving when you're playing on Fair Stem. You don't want to just play them and waste them, because that's going to be like not very powerful. You want to make it the most disruptive turn possible, and that's why you got to like save like your disruption cards and your hammers and stuff like that for like the most disruptive turn you can have.
That makes sense. You're piling threat on top of threat, and it's not just, okay, I'm taking your hand away and crossing your fingers. You're putting pressure on top of that disruption to multiply that effectiveness. Are there any other matchups you think that are similar to Alakazam where you're trying to be more disruptive and save resources for the right time, or is Dragapult just sitting on top of the mountain, doing its Phantom Dive, doing sort of a general game plan most of the time in your experience?
I definitely think it definitely is like sitting at the top for sure. That deck is just so powerful, and that's kind of why it's so good. Like even these counter decks everyone's trying to counter, they don't actually like beat Pult necessarily. Like even if you have a solid matchup, like Dragapult is just so good, it can beat all of these decks just like most of the time. I definitely think. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. What was the question again?
I was just asking, is Dragapult, because it's so strong, does it get to run a standard game plan against most things, or are you still adapting most of the time to what's in front of you?
There's definitely some matchups where it's like you gotta play like very defensive and like save a lot of your resources. Like a matchup like that is like Lopunny, where it's like, especially with the hammers, like a lot of people kind of just draw into them and just slam the hammer down. But into a deck like Lopunny, where they're like their attack only costs 1 energy, like they run a lot of energies and a lot of like search for energy. So if you just play a hammer and get rid of an energy and like don't actually do anything else, they're just gonna like reattach. So that's definitely a match where like you save the hammers and then you go like stamp and then play all your hammers, and then then they have to hit like a Wally's, an energy, like a Dunsparce. That's when you have to like force them to hit all these combo pieces. And there's a lot of matchups like that where you kind of want to like save your hammer, like I said, save the stamp, and you want to like pair them all together, and then like that will make it so like if they whiff a knockout, then you're just gonna have such a powerful like comeback and be able to win the game.
And I do like your stance on saving your resources and your attacks when they're going to have the most impact, not just playing a standard Dragapult game plan. Just because it's a good deck, you still have to know your matchups, you still have to know your lines. And speaking of which, production wanted me to pull up a couple clips here in the lounge to have you walk through some of your plays from game number 2 of the set that we saw on stream. I know that the Alakazam can kind of get down in the weeds, as you were saying, because it's so specific regarding timing. But if you could look right here, I don't know if you can see if it's big enough, some of the plays that you were making at this point in the game.
So the biggest one for sure was the turn 2. It's when I actually retreated the Badoo. I guess that was turn 1, sorry. I retreated the Badoo into the Dunsparce right here. And it might seem like weird to people because like obviously like Badoo's a great attacker. Why would you not put him in the active? The biggest reason for that is like in a lot of matches, but especially Alakazam, the prizes are like really, really important. If you're able to Phantom Dive after they take 1 prize, like it's 5 prizes to 6, and you can Phantom Dive, like that's like such a better position than like 4 prizes to 6. Like, it's like the difference is genuinely like huge. Like that can be game winning or losing depending on like that 1 prize card. So like even though he did hit the rare candy, my attempt there is to like force him to hit one of his 3 candies and like try to deny the prize as much as possible. If I give him Badoo, the chance he just goes like Kadabra and like knocks out for 1 energy is really, really high. Because he runs like 4 Hildas, 4 Kadabras, 4 Dunsparces. Like he just has so many ways to like get that easy 1 energy knockout on Badoo, and that'll guarantee that I'm going down 2 prizes because I don't run like rare candy. So like I went for a little bit of a different play. And yeah, try to force him to hit the candy, which he did out of Hegyi, but like either way, I think it's still like good to like force him to hit that out, because if he does whiff there, then I'm most likely gonna be able to Phantom Dive when he's at 5 prizes, which is like I said, a really like huge difference in the matchup.
I definitely hear what you're saying. This is very illuminating regarding your mindset when you're playing against your opponent. People sometimes will be a bit too cautious and think, oh, playing around the best case scenario, or rather worst case scenario for them, over and over and over again into the game. But sometimes you just have to say, no, I'm forcing you to have this particular combination of cards or perish, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's really like then that's kind of what I was saying. Like, you really want to like disrupt them so hard, like the most you can, and that's when it's like, yeah, you're like playing all this disruption, like retreating, like denying prizes, and it's like, yeah, if they ever whiff, like the deck is just so good. Like, if you ever get a free turn, you're probably just winning the game. That's how good Dragapult is.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing your thoughts on Dragapult, on the matchups, explaining a little bit about some of the more intricate plays on that match we saw. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk, however, and keep this tournament underway.
Bringing it back once again. That was a really good Swiss round 5, I'll be honest.
Yeah, Makani is one of the top players that we have here in Indianapolis and just in Pokemon TCG in general. And speaking of another top player, let's bring in Pablo Meza to talk about our last round 5. Pablo, how'd you enjoy that?
Thank you so much. I very much enjoyed it. Unfortunate double prize penalty there in that first game. I agree with Makani. It was definitely not the best position for him. Evan seemed like he had everything fully set up to take over that game, but then the 2 prize penalty was devastating. And the 2 stadiums in the prize cards for Makani gave Evan a chance despite the prize penalty, but then towards the end, of course, Makani found the stadium and was able to close that one. But I think the second game had a couple situations which were a really huge turning points in order to let Makani just like overwhelm his opponent and manage the win. And this first one is the double KO turn, right? Which I think is something that you can really expect from Dragapult most of the time, right? Found the stadium and got the knockout on the Alakazam, and Abra had to retreat this fire energy though, as you guys pointed out as it was happening live. He found 2 fire energies and no psychics, so he had to lose the energy on board, which was huge.
He mentioned, too, making a lot of creative plays by comboing threats at once. Can you talk a little bit about how to do that?
So, by having one Dragapult fully powered up, the other one on the back with a single energy, right? That's like, okay, one Dragapult goes down, you have the other one almost ready to go, right? But that retreat definitely took that away and put Makani in a situation where if Evan was able to respond to that knockout, he would have been in a lot of trouble, right? With no energy on board. However, thanks to the Josh that he played, of course, on first stamp was completely locked out thanks to Genesect, but Josh did its job and was able to allow Makani to dodge the knockout that turn and then completely turned around the game. And then we saw that crucial crushing hammer, removing all the energy from play and allowing Makani to, I think, using the knowledge from game 1, right? It didn't see Wondrous Patch. I think the trend for Alakazam is that they're no longer playing Wondrous Patch at all, so it's impossible or close to impossible. They have 1 Herballoon out and that's it for them to retreat and attack in the same turn. And I think that was very clever on him. He was far ahead in this game, and by doing this, he puts himself in such a good position. Even if Evan finds the Herballoon, even if Evan is able to KO, the Serendipity is right there for the taking.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, especially in this matchup, once Dragapult starts getting those multiple prize turns, it really slows down Alakazam because you're also knocking out cards that will eventually turn into draw cards for Alakazam, like that Abra going into Kadabra or Alakazam.
Yeah, making the disruption even more powerful, removing the advantage that you have, right, which is being a single prize deck that is taking 2 prizes. Well, Dragapult doesn't care. Dragapult also takes 2 prizes, even if you're a single prize deck. And I think that's why we are seeing Dragapult dominate so much. We see all these attempts at counter decks, like Makani mentioned, the Slowking deck. Dragapult has a huge target on its back, but that doesn't matter if all of the counters are just not successful at countering Dragapult at all.
Thank you so much, Pablo. We really appreciate your insight. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon Swiss round action at the Indianapolis Regional Championships.
Reklev, easily one of the biggest names in the game.
Toward one of the greatest players of all time.
He's done this on the international stage so many times now.
Basically his entire life just living and breathing Pokemon TCG.
My first big major win generally was NAIC in 2017. I played Trampa GX with Garbodor. I had a very unique build, like a twist. I played 4 Apelele GX. It gave me a pretty huge advantage. It's funny because I always thought I was pretty good at the game. With every passing year, I feel like I've become so much better. I feel much stronger now as a player, but it's just so much more difficult to succeed in this super competitive era we're in now with thousands of players entering every event.
The biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game.
I had a pretty high ambition goal this season, and that was to be the highest ranked player in the world. It's really ambitious. I have gotten it before. I had a season where I got like 2 ICU wins and a final, so it was like impossible to catch up. Always realizing how much more I'm able to push myself. It's just very exciting. I've been struggling a little bit to close out events. Towards the end stages of the event, I'm just so tired, and I'm already, so far. This is like kind of good enough. It's something I say to myself mentally. Maybe that's been holding me back a little bit. It's definitely all about balance. If you play Pokemon 20 hours a day and you barely sleep, then you're still not gonna make it. You obviously need to take care of yourself. That's something I try to be better at. I'm getting older, so it makes sense. You're never done improving. You can always level up. It's not like in the games where you can only get to level 100. There's definitely a barrier many players enter where they feel that they kind of have done everything they can, and what's holding them back now is just variance and luck. But if you think that, then you kind of already lost.
Boston's orders! The crowd going insane.
My brain hurts, Jeremy.
The finals felt pretty difficult after the fact. It was actually quite a back and forth. I have a mix of emotions right now. It feels really nice being crowned a champion again. It's actually been a little while. Last time I actually won a big event was UIC in 2024. I got really close a few times, so it feels really good winning. So far I had an incredible season. Very happy with where it's headed. Everyone else is getting better and better, and Worlds is the event everyone is really prepping for. That's where everything is on the line. It was a pretty rough loss in the Worlds final, but I didn't play completely optimal either. There was a couple things I could have done better, and that could potentially have changed the outcomes. There always is. No one is perfect. It would be insane to have Worlds finals with us. If we play the finals, no matter which one of us won, it would be, history. The coolest thing possible would be to get Jason Plesinski to play again. Probably not very realistic. That would probably make for the best show possible. It would be nice just to have that final thing crossed off the list and being able to say that she did on like every front of competition in the game. But even if I never get there, I feel like I'm very fortunate to have been able to travel so much, accomplish so much, get so many friends, and experience the game. I'll keep playing Pokemon as long as the competitive circuit exists. I'll still be there, even if, I'm like 50, 60, getting like really old and playing poorly. I'll still be there having fun,
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We have just watched our wonderful Swiss Round 5, and we are gearing up for our next matches. But in the meantime, we have quite a lot to say, quite a lot to cover. I am joined again by the lovely Jeremy Jolin. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello. Yeah. It is a great day to be a Pokemon fan here in Indianapolis. A ton of history in this city, and we're about to make more with more Pokemon action. But let's go ahead and take a look at our caster predictions for this weekend.
Absolutely. Now, if you were at home making your own predictions, some of these may not surprise you. You could say there's a common theme across the board.
Is it Dragapult EX?
Maybe. Maybe just a little bit.
Listen, when the card's good, you know?
The card is good. I took a different approach. I said, of course, Dragapult is, it's Dragapult, but which variant of Dragapult? I can't go wrong.
Yeah.
You have the same idea.
I mean, the Dunsparce is just a really good card, right? I like drawing cards. I think everyone at home likes drawing cards. These players obviously love drawing cards. And then, of course, you got the few outliers. Juancho with the Raging Bolt EX, talked a lot about it in LA with Ian Robb and all that. Got a lot of hype. Was able to make that top cut, but was unable to get further. And then, of course, Hydrapple EX showing up in LATAM over the past couple weeks, taking a big win down there. What do you think of that?
Feels like the new kid on the block, but Hydrapple is, it's been around. People have talked about Festival Lead. It turns out there was just one piece missing. It was a three-headed dragon coming out of an apple. Who could have thought?
Yeah, Stage 2, apparently, was missing. This format loves Stage 2s. And then going to Pablo, the Slowking and then Team Rocket's Honchkrow pick. Now, Team Rocket's Honchkrow was the most represented deck in the Melbourne Regional Championships just last week, so maybe that's a thing.
Some statisticians are saying over 400 players. Some statisticians are saying that's cap.
And then, of course, Slowking has been one of those decks that has kind of been creeping back into the metagame. It's been a deck for a little bit now, but kind of on the fringe of things. And it seems well positioned with no one playing Shaman in their deck.
No, it's very rare to see Shaman. There's just, the problem is Shaman doesn't block Dragapult, so that space that you maybe would use to protect against bench damage, there's just not a great way to fill it. So Shaman is, great for blocking the Trifrost attack from the Kyurem that the Slowking is using. It's a really complicated combo if you've never seen it. Slowking's Seek Inspiration uses the card on the top of your deck, picks an attack from there as long as it's a single prize non-rule box Pokemon, and uses that attack. Kyurem's attack, you normally can't play it. It costs 5 energy, but Slowking skips that requirement, deals 110 damage across the board, which Shaman would have blocked if it were in your deck.
Now, it seems like something's missing on this graphic. Michaela, we got one more prediction, and let's go ahead and take a look at our own Adam Watson as well. Team Rocket's Watchtower and that Neo Upper Energy.
Ooh, interesting call. Neo Upper Energy only usable by Stage 2s, but that means Dragapult can make pretty good use of it. So interesting call. And then Rocket's Watchtower blocking those colorless Pokemon's abilities once it's in play. That's relevant for Meowth's Last Ditch Catch. That's relevant versus things like Mega Kangaskhan.
The Dunsparce.
The Dunsparce. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. I mean, what isn't blocked by Rocket's Watchtower at this point? Almost every deck's got a colorless with an ability.
Yeah, that is true. And we see either, some of the decks playing Watchtower are also playing cards like Meowth EX. And really just trying to navigate through the turns if you have that Watchtower in play or not. But it is one of those cards that's also very good paired with Disruption, like an Unfair Stamp or a Judge, just being able to shut off your opponent's ability to draw more cards and get their hand size down.
Calls back to some of the older cards in the game's history. You might be thinking of Silent Lab, or you might be thinking of
Path to the Peak.
Path to the Peak. I think Tropical Windstorm. I mean, if you really reach back. So lots of ways to prevent abilities using stadiums over the years. This is our current one, and quite frankly, I think this is a really good card. It's usable in not just Team Rocket decks too. That's a nice little bonus you can sprinkle on top.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at our players to watch for this weekend. Justin Templar, 5-0 to start things off. Love to see it. Now, Jackson Ford and Xander, both of them still in contention for top cut, but they're going to need to make a pretty long run for this tournament.
That's true. They're going to need to win as many matches as possible to make Phase 2. That is, they have 8 Swiss rounds to come up with a record sufficient to make Phase 2. And once you've hit 3 losses, you gotta question whether you could do it. I don't think you could do it at 3 losses, but Jackson's only got 2. Xander with a loss and a tie. That means both of them are still in contention, as you said. Justin looks to be sweeping. If he wins this next match, he's going to be in Phase 2, most likely.
The classic winning in, most likely, I think it's guaranteed at 6-0. Great tournament start for Justin yet again. And again, all these players are still in contention. We'll keep updating you as the day goes on. It is plenty of other players in the tournament as well. So who's gonna be ended up taking out this tournament? But looking at our notable matches, our stream game is going to be Matthew Dennery up against Jermell Parrish.
Some very relevant matches going on here. Matthew and Jermell, I'm interested to see how that's going to play out. And then we also have Justin Templar, our player to watch, versus Andrew Hedrick, who just won our last regionals and won Indianapolis in 2024. So that table, the emotions are running high over there.
And of course, plenty of other names on this notable match list. Julius, Raul, you have Jose, Caleb Rogerson, and Gabriel Smart, Alex Hamilton. Yeah, it is a stacked field out there, but in a city like Indianapolis, I don't think you can expect anything different.
It's the top tables of a regionals. It demands your very best play, and so some of our very best players, of course, they're here, ready to show us exactly how to have what it takes to take down a regional, move into Phase 2, make their way to asymmetrical top cut, and with a commanding lead, finish that tournament out strong. It's a direct invite. You have to fight very hard for it.
Yeah, there's only ever so few of those handed out in a season, and we're at that one of the last ones for our regional championships. Getting that direct invite to Worlds is really just takes the weight off your shoulders. Most of the time it's these players earlier on in the season, like, okay, I don't have to really think about the season. You've thought about the entire season up to this point. You still get it done.
You want to make sure all those early tournaments weren't just thrown into the void. You want those championship points to go all the way to take you to the World Championships this year in California. It's always an incredible event. This year there's also Pokemon XP with it, so you're definitely hoping to see all the action. And in the meantime, we may be about to get ready for our featured stream match for round 6. Are you excited?
Oh, I am excited. You hear the noise, the music, you get pumped. And again, it is Matthew Dennery up against Jermell Parrish and Slow King up against Raging Bolt. Now, this is one of the decks that Slow King isn't really geared towards, right? You're not going to use that Kyurem to Trifrost and to take 3 prizes in one turn on some basic Pokemon from these stage 2s, but there's still a lot of play with this deck.
It feels like foreshadowing when Pablo predicted Slow King. Perhaps Matthew may be in a good position, but one of the other interesting features about Terra Pokemon is you can't deal bench damage to them. You can do bench damage counters, but bench damage is a whole separate thing. Slow King is going to need to work very carefully to prize map this situation out. Raging Bolt does have lots of 2-prizers though, so as long as Slow King can connect with these big attackers and take these 2-prize turns, there is a healthy 1-prize map available that could help Matthew win this game.
Now, both of our players here are still looking for that big finish at a tournament. Now, Matthew has a top 128 at Baltimore with Raging Bolt, funny enough. And then Jermell actually has a top 32 in Milwaukee regionals from 2023. So no big finish yet this season, but is looking to do it with Raging Bolt, a deck that Matthew knows pretty well.
Matthew does know this deck very well, and across Jermell has had a lot more experience with Gardevoir than with Raging Bolt. So this could be maybe not a new archetype. Raging Bolt's been around. This could be a deck that has a little bit less practice compared to some of those pre-rotation decks. Let's see if Jermell has picked up everything needed to lock in this game against Slow King, and let's see if the Slow King has enough studying going on in the academy at night to get all the pieces needed to take these big knockouts faster than Jermell can.
Does look like both of our players are set up.
Let's see who's going to go first very shortly. see some cards. Let's see, we're gonna get these prizes. Here we go. Meowth in the prizes is never a good. Oh no!
Secret
Oh,
box along with the
no.
the Latios EX. There's 2 copies in the list though, so Matthew still has availability to maneuver around. And looking at Jermell, there is energy retrieval. That is just the 1 copy to go along with Boss's Orders, Teal Mask Ogerpon, and that Mega Kangaskhan EX.
I feel like there's supposed to be a dragon type on screen, but no, instead we're gonna get a really good matchup between 2 players who maybe half their deck is behind their back, and I definitely don't want to ever see an ace spec in the prizes. You want that in your hand, but it's not too late in the prizes. It could come into play in the mid game. Just depends on how Matthew and Jermell play these turns out.
No Dragon Pokemon in the prizes, but Jermell starts that Raging Bolt EX in the active spot.
With Matthew going first and going immediately for an Ultra Ball, going to set up whatever attacker is necessary to deal with this Raging Bolt now that Matthew knows what he is against. Looks like there's some prize checking going on as well. The hand shuffling is really good here. Looks like going to figure out maybe Mega Kangaskhan is a good choice here. It's got a lot of HP, requires a lot of energy on board. Raging Bolt's no stranger to that, but depends on how Matthew decides to play this Ultra Ball out.
Mega Kangaskhan EX is the usual target for early game for this Slowking deck, where you really just want to draw cards early and then eventually set up your attackers with Academy at Night and that Seek Inspiration. But Mega Kangaskhan EX against a Raging Bolt seems like 3 easy prizes down the road.
Really just depends what can happen for Jermell on this first turn. I've seen Raging Bolts get 8 energy in play immediately. It just draws energy. They appear from the ether and then get on the board, and then you start attacking with it, and all of a sudden, game over. So really just it's going to come down to how this works out. Fortunately, run errands and an attachment from Matthew, so those are pretty good first turn.
Yeah, who needs Latios EX when Matthew has the 1 copy of Switch in hand to get that Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot to use that ability? Also having that energy attachment on the Slowpoke is pretty important. Slowking's attack does take 2 energy.
Really interesting choice off this discard. The Ultra Ball discarding the Iron Leaves EX. Iron Leaves is able to do kind of a out of nowhere damage once you plate down some Teal Mask Ogerpon and start using the Teal Dance ability. That's going to attach extra grass energy. It's going to let you draw a card. And then Iron Leaves, once it's played down, you can switch it into the active, get all those energy off of all the Ogerpon, put them on the Iron Leaves, and all of a sudden you have an attacker out of nowhere. Prism Edge is super relevant versus a Dark type that maybe like an Zoroark. But in this scenario, Matthew doesn't really have a lot of grass-weak Pokemon, so I think that's why it landed straight to the discard pile.
It is also a good way to get out of something like a Clutch from Yveltal, just being able to get that retreat. And wow, yeah, Ultra Ball finding Meowth EX finds probably the best supporter card for this archetype outside of Crispin.
It's Serrano.
Yeah.
Serrano's going to be able to grab all those EX Pokemon, put them into your hand. That's going to set up the whole board state, and that's enough pieces to maybe get an Area 0 Underdepths in play and put even more basics down. So Jermell has plenty of options to get things going. Looks like going to put them directly into the hand, figure out the order before moving, going to make sure maybe you don't fill your bench with resources you don't want to put there, and going to shuffle up very well after the Serrano. There's the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Ogerpon being able to use that Teal Dance ability. There it is, an attachment down. The clock is ticking already. As soon as enough energy come down to start using Raging Bolt's attack, you have to be very scared for that 3-prize Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Now, with the Serrano being played this turn, a little bit of a leeway for Matthew's side of things. You don't have to worry about that Crispin supporter card being able to attach a couple of energy in the turn, and Jermell having his own Mega Kangaskhan EX to try to draw some cards. Taking a look at that hand there, there's Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, Unfair Stamp, Energy Switch.
Yeah, does it get better than that? I mean, this next turn, going to have tons of options, and I don't expect to see a knockout immediately, but you never know. Slowking could pull it out of nowhere. Here's the Pokepad that could go straight into the Slowking, that could go straight into an attack.
And taking a look at Matthew's list, these are the Pokemon that are really going to have your main attacks for Seeking Inspiration. It's going to be that Annihilate that KOs both active Pokemon. You also have Haxorus to be able to KO an evolution Pokemon, or deal damage 160 to an evolution Pokemon, or just knock out a basic Pokemon. And that's probably going to be the Pokemon that Matthew is going to try to recycle turn after turn.
There's the Kyurem, like you mentioned, and a few other surprises. We'll leave those up to Matthew for now to see if those come into play this matchup. But Jermell, on the other hand, doesn't really have a ton of energy on board, so there's no commitment to what we're going to see as the main attacker. For now, it looks like Kangaskhan is going to be holding down the fort. We're going to see if these players can trade off their 3-prize Pokemon or get another combo set up. There's a telepathic Psychic Energy that's enough to charge up the Slowking to attack with Seek Inspiration and to search out more basic Psychic-type Pokemon.
Yeah, I think this is, what, the 3rd deck in a row that has had 4 telepathic energy.
And why not? It's excellent.
It's an insane card, and I think any Psychic Pokemon that gets released in the future will just be able to benefit from this special energy.
If you thought Psychic was gone after Gardevoir, think again.
Telepathic Energy finds that Latias EX, so that means Matthew can choose to free retreat this Mega Kangaskhan if he wants.
Not before a Run Errands, though.
True. Yeah, the combination of Run Errand with a Lilies for 8, it's almost as good as a Lilies for 8 with a Runaway Draw.
You gotta love that because of the Psychic Energy available, Latias is available as an attacker in this matchup. 200 damage could be relevant for maybe a chip-damaged Ogerpon or enough to knock out Meowth. So it really just depends on the circumstances, but I think we're going to see a lot more damage coming out from Slowking than from Latias. It's just anytime there's an option, really.
And again, I kind of pushed Kyurem by the wayside, but you can just Trifrost 2 turns in a row to take knockouts on Latias, on the Meowth, and...
Going for the Dangle Tail attack, that's interesting. Okay, that's going to give Jermell a little bit of Run Errands here. Going to get a Meowth off the top that could be used to do something. Oh, no, it looks like he passed. He didn't use the
it's the Lucky Helmet in the active, yeah.
Yeah. All that Psychic Energy going on play. We had all the conversation about it. Dangle Tail puts a Pokemon from your discard pile into your hand, so it's a super useful attack. It just doesn't seem to be for the early game in this case.
Yep. Jermell has a lot of work to do to figure out this hand, but there is a Crispin. So this is probably the supporter that Raging Bolt decks want to play turn after turn. Usually it was Sada or along with the Crispin, but now it's just the 4 Crispin. It's your main source of getting energy in play outside of that Teal Dance.
Choosing to go for a Lightning and a Grass Energy, and typically you'd see a player attach the Lightning Energy and put the Grass into your hand because Crispin only attaches one of them. The other one is a manual attachment for turn. If you keep the Grass Energy, you're able to use Teal Dance with it and then use another attachment. So it's like 3 energy for the price of 1.
It's like almost a Sada. You know, you draw 1 card instead of 3.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's close. If you have more Grass Energy, you could draw 2 cards.
Ooh.
Fortunately,
like that.
Yeah. Fortunately, you won't get them both off of the Crispin, and there's no more Earthen Vessel to get them directly out of the deck anymore. Energy retrieval from the discard is probably as close as you can get. Ooh, big knockout.
Lucky Helmet draws Haxorus as well, so something like an Academy at Night can put that back on top of the deck. But
Night Stretcher for Pheasantipity. Ooh, that's going to create another option to draw cards, but also a liability in case of big damage. Oh, there's Kyurem in the hand from the Flip the Script as well. Lots of resources to take a knockout this turn. It's up to Matthew to decide which attacker is best for this scenario. I would expect to see Haxorus.
Yeah, this is an interesting runabout way to get the attack off, but Matthew is searching for Academy and a Psychic Energy with Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Going to put both of those on top of the deck. Still has access to the Run Errand from the Mega Kangaskhan EX. So draw those 2 cards, play the Academy at Night, put the Haxorus back on top of the deck, and then can take the knockout.
Good time to play a Shuffle Supporter, right? No, you don't want to play a Shuffle Supporter right now. 1, because you already played Cypher Maniac, but 2, keeping those cards in the right order on the top of your deck is very important so that Slowking can use Seek Inspiration.
And another callback to what you were saying about Latias CX being a pretty good attacker with this deck. There is 3 copies of Wondrous Patch, so Matthew can really charge it up out of nowhere in certain matchups where it's needed.
Especially with options like Lily's Clefairy EX, that 200 damage could become 400 damage and knock out a Raging Bolt using Weakness. Looks like in the meantime, instead, we're going to shuffle up, handle that situation, and
yeah, Ultra Ball found another Slowking.
you know, we needed that.
Yeah. Plus a Wondrous Patch. This is kind of looking scary.
Yeah, Matthew's like completely set up. You normally don't see this right away from a Slowking to have this many good attackers and all your relevant pieces, but Matthew's taking no prisoners.
Axe Blast will be the attack for Matthew. Opponent's active Pokemon is a basic Pokemon. It is knocked out. 3 prizes for Matthew.
And up comes the Raging Bolt, and Jermell is going, what just happened? What just happened was a major shift in this game. Jermell needs to get going with something to take care of these Slowkings as soon as possible, or maybe disrupt the Academy at Night combo. His stadium is Area 0 Underdepths. That's one piece that you'd have to make Matthew keep searching for. Going to go through the discard pile, see what pieces are around, bench a Meowth, and use Last Ditch Catch to search for a supporter from the deck.
This deck really just runs off of Meowth EX. There's 3 copies. Sometimes we even see 4 for a list, but really being able to search for those specific supporters. There's no real draw supporter in the deck. Sometimes we see, yeah, the one Lily's Determination, but other than that, it is really just the specific supporters for the specific times that you need them.
Could be Serrano, could be Crispin. We've seen both of those already. And in this case, it is Crispin. Crispin's going to attach those energy as needed, so Raging Bolt can do what Raging Bolt does.
That's take knockouts.
It is take knockouts. And it's take knockouts with a lot of energy at the right time on scary, scary Pokemon. Going for a Grass and a Fighting. That Fighting is going to get attached directly to the Raging Bolt, and the Grass likely to hand. I don't think we're going to see Ogerpon attack this game. I think Ogerpon may end up being just kind of a potential threat that just sort of holds energy for the Raging Bolt, but you never really know.
At a certain point, you just need to find attackers as well, and Teal Mask Ogerpon is one of those that can stick around after attacking. You don't have to discard the energies with that Myriad Leaf Shower.
Comes out of nowhere. It's immune to the Kyurem as long as it's on the bench. Generally a good card to have a lot of. The other thing, too, that Jermell can do is with 2 Meowth on the bench, it looks like the bench is full of liabilities. A Stadium could come down, the Area 0 Underdepths, expand the bench. You could put down a bunch of Ogerpon, and then maybe using Chien-Pao or another Stadium, get rid of the Area 0 Underdepths, discard your Meowth, and now all of a sudden there's nothing for Kyurem to latch onto, and so Matthew's going to need to keep reusing the Haxorus.
Unfair Stamp. It is such a powerful ace spec in this format, and one of the only good disruption cards that these players are able to play in their deck.
It's not just Dragapult. I mean, Unfair Stamp can easily go into almost any list.
And it's really, it could also just win any game. Your opponent can just not draw anything off the 3 cards they find after the 1 for turn, and
the 2 off the card.
You can steal. You can steal a win.
That seems really unfair.
Should put a stamp on that.
Oh, that's true. Put a stamp on and send it in the mail, because it looks like Jermell has shuffled Matthew's hand down and is checking the discard, checking the hand of resources. What are Jermell's options here?
We'll need to discard 2 energy to take the knockout, but
Blast Trumpet will do it.
Yeah.
Going to attach 2 energy, 1 to each of these colorless Meowth in play. That's another benefit of Meowth, is Glass Trumpet only attaches to colorless Pokemon, so that's energy that you don't have to discard from your Ogerpon or from your other attackers.
Glass Trumpet is another one of those cards that we kind of saw later on before rotation in Raging Bolt, and then after losing that Professor Sada's Vitality, you really need to find that extra energy acceleration, and Glass Trumpet fits that perfectly. And like you were saying, with the Meowth being colorless, easy.
Looks like we're on to Matthew's turn. Got some resources available. There's plenty of Kangaskhan in town, so that means Run Errands is available. That means you're going to have maybe another Cypher Maniacs. Depends on what resources you need. There it is.
It is a great combo. Cypher Maniacs code breaking along with Mega Kangaskhan EX to run Aaron and draw those cards immediately. And that secret box was fished out of the prize cards, Michaela.
Ooh, that's highly relevant. Secret box is going to be able to grab 4 trainer cards, a item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. That's plenty of resources to get going with Slowking. So that unfair stamp, the problem is you don't have enough cards in hand to discard unless you're able to get them off of this run errand. So the Cypher Maniacs being able to put the pieces that you need to the top of the deck means you can't discard those pieces. It's just kind of like a odd thing to dance around when your hand size is so small.
Yeah, and Matthew, again, just shortcutting the Cypher Maniacs code breaking with that run errand, putting those cards into the hand.
And the Slowpoke as well off of the Telepathic. That's always useful. Anytime you can get a basic out for your one prize Pokemon that you need to chain the basics for, you know, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, we see it time and time again with cards like Dragapult being able to get an energy on a Dracloak on the bench just so you can get a Dragapult next turn. It is the same scenario with this Slowking deck. You just need attackers. Your attacker is easily knocked out on the following turn, so do as much as you can to get another attack the next turn.
And that's exactly what you're talking about. There is a Wondrous Patch onto the Slowpoke. Now you've got 2 Slowpoke pieces. One is a Slowking. It's ready to go. So all you need to do, there's Pokepad for the other Slowking. Matthew, I see your unfair stamp, and I raise you Pokepad.
Now, again, with the Secret Box in hand, I think there's 3 other cards to discard. The problem was it was like energy. Maybe you don't want to give up those resources too much, but there is. Okay. Academy at Night puts Slowking on top. And then with the Lily's Clefairy, able to take the knockout with Super Cybolts.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Okay, Matthew, we see you.
For those of you who are unfamiliar with Lily's Clefairy, it creates a weakness onto Dragon-type Pokemon. Raging Bolt has 240 HP. Slowking deals 120 normally. With the Psychic-type weakness times 2, that's 240. That's just, oh, chef's kiss.
Yeah, that was perfect, and that is the type of plays this Slowking deck can pull off with Seek Inspiration. It is a true toolbox of a deck, and now Matthew just needs to grab another Slowking with a potential to knock it out, and I think Secret Box just does that.
Well, that's the problem, is that once you use Seek Inspiration, you have to discard the Slowking. You don't get to put it straight back in your hand. If you use Academy at Night to put it to the top and use Run Errands, you can't use Academy at Night again. You only get 1 per turn. You can't just put the Stadium back down. So it's going to be very important to get, okay, there's Lana's Aid. That should help.
Not even grabbing any other card with...
I mean, Matthew's got 1 prize left. It's
Did
just
he
gonna
Ultra Ball? Or was that the Secret Box? Yeah. Secret Box for the Lana's Aid. Able to grab everything for the knockout. And just like that, Matthew taking game 1 here with Slowking.
That was a lot all at once. If that was a little bit confusing, what went on there?
What went on there? A lot of
confused.
Stuff.
No, the
Seek Inspiration. That's what happened.
Inspiration was sought and found.
Yeah.
To be honest, going in for the Haxorus attack there, being able to use the Academy at Night. Lana's Aid picked up all the pieces remaining for the next Slowking, both the energy and the Slowking. Once that was able to be in hand, you could retreat the Kangaskhan using the Latias, attack with the Slowking. Slowking could copy Haxorus from the discard using Academy at Night. Very simple, enough to knock out any basic, and certainly enough to knock out the Ogerpon. Terra does not make it immune to that effect.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of game 1. Things started off with an attack from Jermell with that Mega Kangaskhan EX, taking a knockout on a Slowpoke, but Matthew having the perfect cards to answer back with the Haxorus KO thanks to Seek Inspiration. 3 prizes drawn for Matthew. Jermell responds back with a Raging Bolt, Glass Trumpet, accelerate a bunch of energy in play, but the combination of Super Cybolt along with that Lily's Clefairy EX takes the knockout on Raging Bolt EX, and then Teal Mask knock out the Slowking once again, but Lana's Aid helps Matthew grab the 3 cards needed to take the KO and move into game 2.
Showing why it's not a slow bro, it's a slow king. And this may be the king of the regionals because Matthew is 1-up and 5-0. 1 more win would be enough to punch into phase 2. Jermell, on the other hand, has got to make this next game count. If Jermell can win this, take it to a game 3, could be what he needs to advance in the tournament. Going to go first, going to immediately use Run Errands, attach a Grass Energy, and it looks like just pass.
Wow, that is not really what you want to see for the Raging Bolt side of things, but At least the Mega Kangaskhan is in the active spot. And wow, look at those prize cards for Jermell. Double Serrano and Unfair Stamp Pheasantipity EX.
So you ever heard of card draw? We're not going to do that this game. We're going to put the card draw in the prizes. And for Matthew, 2 basic Psychic Energy and 2 Ultra Ball is not exactly great, but your ace spec is not in your prizes this time. This is, I would say, leaning in Matthew's favor just off these prize cards alone.
Especially with this Cypher Maniac's code breaking being played first thing with the Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active spot. That's 2 cards added to the hand for Matthew.
Looks like one of them is a Lily's Determination, so that's already going to mean Matthew has a strong setup this game compared to Jermell not being able to get going. It's rough.
Yeah, unfortunately for Matthew, already played the supporter for turn, so can't run errands and then play the Lily afterwards.
Okay, looks like we're going to immediately use that run errands, get a check through, and Pokepad. Had to shuffle up to the Cypher Maniacs in order to get going. You couldn't just combine those turns. You had to do it that way. And it looks like Slowpoke is in play. Telepathic Energy. This is a wonderful setup for Matthew.
That energy, again, is just so powerful in decks with a lot of basic Psychic Pokemon. Now, Matthew taking a quick look yet again.
Slowpoke and Latias. Being able to grab that Latias out is extremely useful because Kangaskhan's retreat cost is not cheap.
It's not cheap. It's not even just okay. It's expensive. 3 energy to retreat that Mega Kangaskhan, but it is often paired with that Skyliner ability from Latias EX. And here we see again, Lucky Helmet on a Slowpoke in the active saying, please knock this out. I want to draw more cards.
Yeah, 2 free cards off the Lucky Helmet, and don't miss the Lucky Helmet, are going to be able to maybe make the difference with some of these Cypher Maniacs or run errand play where maybe you needed another piece or maybe you needed something else for the secret box. There's just tons of reasons to do it. But on the other side, Jermell is teal dancing for all that Ogerpon can teal dance.
Teal Dance and Run Errands found Jermell a grip of supporter cards. A couple of Crispin. I think there's, what, a Boss's Orders in the hand as well.
I mean, it's not a bad hand. There's plenty of resources, and also Raging Bolt's not concerned too much about being able to not get your basics out because you could just get your basics out later, and they're basics. They don't need to evolve. Looks like Crispin is going to start attaching energy to this Kangaskhan, though, and once that happens, Matthew is on a short clock to get a Slowking going.
I'm so scared, though, Michaela. It is 3 energy on this Mega Kangaskhan, but we saw how easy it was to get knocked out on Matthew's side of things last game.
The Axe did everything it could do. At this time, it looks like 2 interesting type choices here, a Psychic Energy and a Fighting Energy. The Psychic Energy is usually used for something like a Lily's Clefairy, and it's not a ton of them in a list like this, so that could mean just deciding Clefairy is going to be useless for us this match. Might as well put that energy somewhere else, like the Kangaskhan, where it's not going to interfere with maybe a Raging Bolt play later.
And the crowd is going wild for that Crispin play.
Not sure it's the Crispin play, but in my heart it is. And actually, it's for the Passimian.
Oh, okay.
Everyone loves Passimian. Coordinated throwing is able to do extra damage based on your benched Pokemon. So if Jermell could fill up the board with Area 0 Underdepths, that's plenty of pieces to get going. Instead, though, going to just take a knockout, take a basic Grass Energy, and miss both Serrano.
Oof.
Hate to see it.
Now Matthew has a grip of cards in hand, that Academy at Night, along with that Lilies that was found off the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. There's another energy with that Telepathic Energy yet again.
Another one of the same Slowpoke still works. It's not like Luminous Energy where you can't attach multiple. It's still good. We got rid of that one. Now you're able to search for the Slowpoke, and maybe it looks like Clefairy is being considered as the other choice. It is a Psychic type.
And again, we saw how impactful it was in Game 1, taking that knockout with the Slowking on the Raging Bolt EX.
Wondrous Patch in hand, too. Could go for a multiple setup. I don't see the second Psychic type. It looks like Matthew chose not to take another one.
It didn't grab any. Ultra Ball does find Pheasantipity EX, though, and there was a knockout. Oh, no, it did grab the Slowking, huh? Or the Slowpoke.
Yeah, I got the Slowpoke, but nothing else. And Flip the Script is 3 cards. That's not nothing. And this Lily's Determination with a full 6 prizes, 8 cards plus 3 cards is 11 cards. This is not an Alakazam deck, by the way. We're just doing other things with Psychic types right now.
And then I believe the Mega Kangaskhan still has its run errand available. But wow, I think both Ultra Balls were used to discard and find this Pheasantipede EX. There's 2 Ultra Balls in the prize cards. That
Does
means,
he know?
Are you checking Ultra Ball in your prize search?
Interesting card in hand as well. There's a Spectrier that's able to do bench damage. Probably not going to be super useful this matchup, but you never know. The option is there.
Thankfully for Matthew and this Slowking deck, Slowking and a lot of its attackers are all non-rule box Pokemon. That means Pokepad can still maneuver around and find the Pokemon that Matthew needs.
There's an interesting hypothetical here where maybe you boss up the Teal Mask Ogerpon and use Kyurem, and you knock out the Passimian, you put damage on the other 2, and it only takes another Kyurem to knock out the Ogerpon and maybe another piece there. I don't think we're going to see that this turn. That's just something that's available because the Kyurem is around.
Yeah, the one unfortunate part is Mega Kangaskhan has 300 HP. If you're having to Triforce that 3 times to take 3 prizes, much better just to use something like Haxorus.
Just going to come down to whether that's available. There's the Slowpoke, so the bench is now full. There's the Haxorus you were talking about. Going to scoot on back that Kangaskhan. There it is, Slowking knocking out Mega Kangaskhan for 3 prizes. We saw this just last game. It was a commanding way to take an early lead, and it's certainly getting Matthew closer and closer to that final win for the set.
Yeah, just the one difference is Jermell seems to have a lacking board state compared to that game 1.
Teal Dance hopefully can get, oh no, it's another Grass Energy, but there's no other Ogerpon to attach it to. There's a Clefairy and a Crispin. I mean, you could assemble something that way, and you could certainly use Raging Bolt. Getting rid of the Academy at Night, though, that's extremely relevant. Area 0 Underdepths is expanding this bench. There may not be anything on it yet, but no Academy at Night means Matthew has to dig for another one and just used a lot of resources to get to all those pieces for that combo.
The 3rd energy gets attached to that Teal Dance, or Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot. So Jermell has that Myriad Leaf Shower to be able to take a knockout.
Gonna go for it. There it is.
Wow.
Slowpoke in the discard with the Slowking on top. See if the Slowking can stay on top and perhaps win out by taking a couple more knockouts. Jermell gets the Serrano finally. That's going to be very helpful for this board state. Trouble is it soon enough? Academy at Night off of the Flip the Script.
Wow. This is going to unlock Matthew's hand yet again. Found an Ultra Ball from the prize cards, so can search out any of the Pokemon available. Maybe if there's a Night Stretcher in the hand, you can fish that Haxorus back out of the discard. Maybe this is where the Kyurem play works too, but
I mean, it's
discarded.
If you could board wipe Jermell, hypothetically, that's a different win condition than taking all your prizes, but it's certainly a win condition. Fortunately, Jermell did get the Serrano last turn, so that will not be happening most likely.
Lily's Clefairy EX could also just Full Moon Rondo for the KO, maybe?
No, I think it's a little bit shy because of Jermell's bench being so low, but it could knock out the Passimian.
That's not what you want to do.
Instead, we're going to Cypher Maniac, look through that deck. I see the A-Spec Secret Box and Alana's Aid being considered.
Energy could also be a thought because there's Wondrous Patch in the hand for Matthew, so an energy attachment along with that Wondrous Patch could equal a Slowking.
That's why they're going for the basic instead of the telepathic. You know, you might, even if you needed to attach an energy this turn, you could say, well, I'll get the telepathic and I'll get another Slowpoke. But like you mentioned, going for the Wondrous Patch means you've got to get the basic one in the discard. It's a great way to fuel up the secret box, great way to do everything you need to get done.
Run Aaron finds those 2 cards yet again. Seems like this is just the best pairing of Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking along with Mega Kangaskhan EX, especially for this deck.
There's that Slowking coming down. There's all the pieces slowly coming together. There's the Wondrous Patch. Hasn't used the secret box yet.
Boomerang energy. This is getting a little spicy here. Now, this energy, if it is discarded by an effect of an attack, you can attach it straight back to that Pokemon. So in combination with Triforce is really great in certain matchups. But Night Stretcher finds that Haxorus yet again. Academy at Night puts it on top, and another Seek Inspiration KO from Matthew. Wow.
Jermell's board is a single Pokemon. Matthew only needs a single prize. Jermell does not have a lot of Pokemon that can withstand what Matthew's putting out because any basic, like Mega Kangaskhan, is vulnerable to that Axe Slice from the Haxorus. So you need to tread carefully here. It's not like Passimian is going to evolve.
Yeah, it's not.
Although Clefairy can at least take the knockout as soon as Jermell fills that bench a little bit more. It couldn't take the knockout for Matthew last turn. It can for Jermell because now Jermell is in control of the damage of Full Moon Rondo, having the most bench spaces available. There's the Teal Dance, drawing maybe a boss combo. I just don't see what you do here.
It is definitely on the back foot, down 1 to 4 prize cards. Now there is a lot of multiple prize Pokemon on Matthew's bench, but Jermell is just not in a position to capitalize on it.
Mm-hmm. There are copies of Energy Switch available. Maybe the move here is to move some energy onto the Clefairy and attack with that. At least that's a knockout on the Slowking, which would force Matthew to start committing more resources to get another one in play. Without that available, though, I think Jermell is in a rough spot.
Especially because that Passimian is in play. It has 110 HP. That means a single Trifrost from the Seek Inspiration will be able to seal up the game for Matthew, no matter where this Passimian hides.
Being able to use the Serrano right now is kind of hard because you would rather have a Crispin into an attacker, but you need an attacker to do that. And once you use Serrano, you can't use Crispin. Jermell is taking his time figuring out, looks like Iron Leaves could be relevant as maybe one of the only attackers you can set up in this scenario. You get enough Ogre Pond down, you get a Stadium to bump it, enough Teal Dances, and all of a sudden you spawn an attacker out of nowhere, and it's Iron Leaves.
Yeah, it's just all the grass energy that has been in Jermell's hand finally being utilized with these Teal Dance abilities to draw through this deck to try to find something. And usually that something is on Fair Stamp, but we know it is still locked away in the prize cards.
Jermell is going, I wish I had an Unfair Stamp right about now. Instead, we've got Iron Leaves right about now. Hopefully that's something. Rapid Vernier is going to move all those energy from the rest of the board. That's 2 down and still have the manual attachment. Attaches a Water Energy. That's how dire this is. Water Energy is enough to charge up Prism Edge, is enough to take the knockout Slowking to the discard. Does Matthew have enough resources to charge up that lone Slowpoke and win this game?
Well, you remember the Lana's Aid that was found off Secret Box this time? It might go in combination with a Wondrous Patch to grab everything needed, and Matthew just making sure to play everything out right. Game pretty much in hand.
There it is. There's the secret. There's the Lana's Aid off of the Secret Box. And there's the Wonder Patch. I mean, really,
Energy, Slowking, Haxorus, just like last game.
We've seen this before.
Maybe get a little cute and
there it is.
Like a Annihilate or something. You know, you never know.
Had the energy before the Lana's Aid. I mean, really. Scoot on back. That is it. Matthew takes game 2 and the set. Swiss round 6 has been closed out. Slowking on top.
Yeah, Slowking on top, Slowpoke in between the games. It seems like it's just written in the script for this deck to do well this weekend. Matthew Dennery 6-0 with Slowking at Indianapolis.
Establishing the monarchy. Just really making sure these Slowking are... I mean, people were against this list. People said this archetype wasn't good. Not Pablo. Pablo told us in the caster predictions this deck would be good.
He did. And we saw it there, just really kind of dismantling the Raging Bolt matchup. It seems like one of the favored ones for you, at least if you're drawing the cards right. And let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our round 6 and talk about how things shaped up. Now, started off early with a knockout from Jermell with that Mega Kangaskhan EX, triggering that Lucky Helmet, just adding more cards to Matthew's hand, finding the combo of Academy at Night with the Haxorus and Slowking to be able to take the automatic knockout off that Mega Kangaskhan. Jermell did answer back with Raging Bolt, taking a knockout on the Slowking, but Matthew, just turn after turn, is able to find Slowking yet again, but this time using Super Psybolt to take the knockout on a weak dragon Pokemon. Then Teal Mask Ogre Pond taking the knockout, but Lana's Aid finding everything Matthew needed to end that game 1. Now game 2, pretty similar, except Jermell just did not have the bench to go with it. Had that early KO on a Slowpoke with a Lucky Helmet, but Matthew finds that Academy at Night combination with Haxorus yet again to take 3 prizes, and then a Teal Dance, or a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX takes the knockout, and the Secret Box finds Wondrous Patch Lana's aid to cobble together everything yet again to take the knockout. Or I'm getting ahead of myself. That was just another knockout. This is the turn where the Secret Box was able to find everything, and really just shows how consistent this Slowking deck is when you have the right cards. Telepathic Energy, setting up your entire bench, grabs that Latios and Clefairy for the certain matchups that you need. It's awesome.
No question about it. Slowking had the resources at the right time and put them in the right places to take those massive 1-prize knockouts on ththose big basics. Kangaskhan was, it's normally this 300 HP monster. Toss it over your shoulder. You've got Haxorus out. And I really love the turn with the Lucky Helmet. The Haxorus came off that Lucky Helmet and then got used that turn. That was beautiful. That was artistry. Slowking is just a deck that lets you showcase your toolbox capabilities. You can put almost anything in there. You can use almost anything as an attacker. You can use Slowking's other attacks using Slowking. It's just got so much flexibility. And we saw that in play versus a deck that chooses to use flexibility with its basic Pokemon or 2-prizers. Things that we normally would consider liabilities, working in combination. Unfortunately, with those prizes, with Unfair Stamp unavailable, wasn't able to connect, wasn't able to do it. Slowking, on the other hand, stonks her up.
Yeah, it's just really good into the prize map for a lot of these meta decks. Raging Bolt has been one of those decks that has been creeping up in popularity because it has a good matchup, theoretically, against Dragapult EX. But another deck that has a good matchup against Dragapult EX that is slowly creeping up into popularity is Slowking. Now, not quite as much in the room, but we'll have to wait for the Phase 2 conversion rate to see if it truly could be that deck.
Slowking may be taking the crown in Indianapolis. If it's anything like this match, that was a fantastic match to watch. Definitely, if you're a Slowking player, go back some of those turns, see if you can pick up some of these pieces. Maybe your own Slowking deck could be top tables in the IC too.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take it down to Adam Watson to talk with Matthew about locking up Phase 2.
Hello, everyone. Adam here, out on the floor of the Indianapolis Regional Championships with Matthew Dennery. We just saw a win with Slowking on stream. How are you feeling, my friend?
Nerves getting to me, but overall feel pretty good. Happy I won.
It didn't seem like you were super nervous when you were on stage. The casters themselves were actually really dazzled by your Slowking play. Tell me about how you picked up this deck and how long you've been playing it.
I've been playing it for about a year now. I've been playing it since Xatu rotated. The deck overall just thrives off Shaman not being in decks or Manaphy back then. You can take multiple prizes. You can take really big knockouts with Annihilate, Haxorus. You can kill almost every basic Mega Pokemon, as long as it doesn't have Mist Energy, but that card, we don't have to worry about that, right?
Yeah, so your deck is really thriving on the fact that players aren't countering it, aren't really expecting it, and it seems to get stronger and stronger. Were you happy to see more people pick up Slowking, or were you really more excited to have something that was a little bit more underground and to yourself?
I was really excited to play somewhat of a unique deck. It felt like I was playing a lot online, and the result just kept coming in. But the more I played, the more other people's results came in. It felt like people were thriving off of almost what I was doing. I'm not going to take credit or anything like that, but a lot of people realized with people cutting Shaman in this format, the deck just gets so much better because Dragapult, you just Trifrost, kill 3 Dracloaks. It's really hard for them to come back after that. And even if they play Shaman, it's still fine sometimes.
And the reason you've stuck with Slowking all this time isn't just because you like it, but because it is so strong against Dragapult. Do you think you're advantaged, or is it just more even?
I think the popular version, where they're running Crushing Hammers, is very favored if they don't play Shaman. If they play Shaman, it's probably like a 55-45. It's not too bad. It's still perfectly winnable overall, but all the other variants seem fine as long as they don't play Shaman, and it's the same thing pretty much.
So it seems like you're prepared if they have Shaman, if they don't, and I think that just goes to show because you've been playing the deck for so long. Is there anybody else you'd shout out to that helped you practice with the deck or maybe picked it up to run the same 60 with you this event? What are you thinking?
Not really, honestly. I've just been playing this deck completely by myself, lonely in a room, you know, just grinding games, trying to get better with it, and I'm happy the results are finally starting to show.
And big results certainly here in Indianapolis. Can I get any final thoughts for you before I let you prep for the next round?
Slowking is a very cool card, along with Kirim.
Very well said. Pick up the Slowking deck if you've been impressed by what you've seen today, and we'll keep this tournament underway. We're going to kick things back to the desk.
Thank you, Adam. Good to see you again. And that was a great interview. I learned a lot from Slowking.
Yeah, Slowking is a very cool card, and so is Kirim. And I think we've seen that here today, starting out 6-0 at the regional championships. I do believe that someone who has been a big fan of Slowking has some stuff to say. Why don't we bring in Pablo so we can talk about this last round? How are you feeling, Pablo?
I mean, I'm very pleased that Slowking is working out so far. Definitely overperforming, I want to say. Like, I had hope in Slowking, but it's achieving even greater than I thought it would at this point. Seeing the fluid gameplay, of course, the Kirin combo is really the centerpiece of the deck, but it didn't even come into place in this matchup with the high HP basics. There's not many targets for Kirin to spread and KO multiple things, but Annihilate and Haxorus just fit the job pretty well, I would say. So starting off, we had like a couple key moments in this particular match. Obviously, this one was really cool to see, and I think shows the experience that Matthew has playing this deck, just copying Slowking's own second attack, right, to get this knockout. I feel like instead of trying to get fancy with the Annihilate or Haxorus or whatever else you might have in the deck, straightforward 120 times 2 thanks to Clefairy, get the job done, right? No resources utilized. You still have plenty of Slowking left in the deck. So I really like this play in terms of showing. I don't think many people would come up with this play if they didn't already have previous experience or a lot of experience in this matchup in particular. I'm sure this has been done by Matthew multiple times before.
Yeah, it just goes to show using the resources that you have available and preserving the ones that you'll need for later on, like the Lana's Aid or the 2 copies of Night Stretcher. Using the Slowking that you just have extra in the deck in combination with that Lily's Clefairy was such a cool way to get rid of that Raging Bolt EX.
And then I think towards the end, this really showcases just the power of the deck. Of course, Matthew had like a very dominating game in this situation, right? But Slowking has or features a 3-price Pokemon, multiple 2-price Pokemon. So overall, the liabilities are there, right? But Slowking just applies so much pressure with its versatility that it's not even letting their opponents like take advantage of those potential targets on the bench, right? If you're Dragapult, if you're Raging Bolt, you'd love to KO the multiple price Pokemon since you are a multiple price Pokemon yourself. However, Slowking just applies so much pressure that they're barely able to respond to this first Slowking whatsoever, that there's just no time to deal or try to knock out the bench Pokemon at any point.
Are there any inclusions in the Slowking lists that you want to highlight? Something that maybe could have helped or wasn't shown off in this game?
I mean, there's definitely a cute inclusion here by Matthew, and I think it's the Spectrier, right? We've talked about how Shaman and before that Manaphy were part of the reason why Slowking didn't do too well, but Spectrier has that very cute attack where it places 12 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. So that bypasses the Shaman bench protection. Of course, you need to knock out the Shaman first, and then you get to utilize Kirin. But it's definitely a lot easier to search for a Shaman than it is to recover Shaman in multiple of these decks. So having that potential out instead of needing to combine a boss's orders with a knockout, I think that Spectre, which obviously we didn't get to see here, is probably something that has helped Matthew deal with those unique Dragapult decks that do end up featuring Shaman.
Well, thank you so much for your insight, Pablo, and we look forward to seeing more great games coming up at the Indianapolis Regionals. This is Jeremy Jolin. I'm Akella. We will be back very shortly with Swiss Round 7.
Pokemon trainers, I'm Pablo Mes and I'm going to share with you a bit of history on powerful 3-prize Pokemon from the past. In September of 2025, the Mega Evolution set hit the TCG scene, marking the highly anticipated return of Mega Evolution Pokemon to the TCG meta. These new cards feature increased HP and attack damage compared to regular Pokémon EX, and give up 3 prize cards when knocked out. In addition, Mega Evolution Pokémon EX appear as basic Pokémon, Stage 1 Pokémon or Stage 2 Pokémon, and do not require an extra evolution step. However, the first Pokemon to give up 3 prize cards were introduced in February of 2019, with a Tag Team Pokemon GX mechanic which combined 2 Pokemon into one powerful basic Pokemon card, and each one had a once per game GX attack. Pikachu and Zekrom GX was the first to dominate tournaments thanks to its solid attacks, high HP, and excellent support of Electro Power and Tapu Koko Prism Star. This Pokemon went on to become the European International Champion in 2019.
Gustavo Wada has taken down the Europe International Championship.
The following set, Unbroken Bonds, gave trainers an even more powerful tag team in Reshiram and Charizard GX, with higher HP, a 300 damage dealing attack, as well as key supporting cards to power it up faster such as Welder and Kiawe. The card immediately became Pikachu and Zekrom GX's main rival. Lord Recklef, one of the world's best trainers, got his first ever top cut at the World Championships in 2019 with it. By then, there was already a new set with even more tag team Pokemon, Unified Minds, and that is where Mewtwo and Mew GX came into the scene as a strong new archetype. With its Perfection ability, it could copy any attack of any other Pokemon GX in the discard pile, and that included other tag team Pokemon. And so, by copying powerful attacks like Solgaleo GX's Turbo Strike or Warcargo GX's Lava Flow, it was this tag team that was crowned the 2019 Pokemon TCG World Champion, played by Henry Brand.
That is gonna do it! Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion from Australia, it's Henry Brand.
No one was ready for what came next though. In the final set of the tag team era, Cosmic Eclipse, one of the most powerful cards ever to exist was released, Arceus and Dialga and Palkia GX. Its Altered Creation GX attack increased the damage dealt by your Pokemon throughout a game. But if you also covered the extra cost of it, you took an additional prize card when knocking out an opposing Pokemon. This Pokemon quickly became one of the most powerful in the Pokemon TCG in combination with Zacian V. However, because world events cancelled tournaments around the globe in 2020, we only caught a glimpse of the true power of this archetype when it got 3 placements in top 8 at the 2020 Oceania International Championship. This tag team Pokemon is considered amongst the best cards ever printed in the game's history. Afterwards came the Sword and Shield era, which introduced new 3-prize Pokemon VMAX. These Pokemon evolved from basic Pokemon V, a big difference from the basic tag team Pokemon, but were just as powerful. Most of these were released during the online era of the Players' Cup tournaments, where we had the best tag team Pokemon battling it out against some of the strongest Pokemon VMAX. Dragapult VMAX, Eternatus VMAX, and Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX all were popular archetypes in the Players' Cup tournaments. But it was ultimately Lucario and Melmetal GX, piloted by Natalie Miller, that won the Players' Cup finals in a 60-card mirror match. By the time events in person resumed, tag team Pokemon were no longer part of the standard format, and one Pokemon VMAX stood out amongst all of them as the most powerful, Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX became so strong that, for a period of time, the whole metagame revolved around either playing it or playing Dark-type Pokemon such as Galarian Moltres V or Malamar VMAX to try to counter it. And while there were other viable Pokemon VMAX which had presence in the metagame like Flying Pikachu VMAX, Duraludon VMAX, and even Gyarados VMAX, Mew VMAX was considered the best one, and it ultimately won the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Championship in Yokohama, where Vance Kelly defeated Lord Recklef and his Gardevoir EX deck.
Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
All the remaining Pokemon VMAX rotated out of Standard in April 2024. But now, Mega Pokemon EX will bring back 3 prized Pokemon to the Standard format, which is sure to bring exciting new gameplay and strategies as they clash against the best Pokemon EX from the Scarlet and Violet era. Make sure you follow the broadcasts of major tournaments to see which Mega Pokemon EX are the most powerful and what new strategies unfold. Let us know which one you think will be the most successful by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in 1 turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
Halfway through, but still plenty more Pokemon TCG to be played at the final regional championship of the 2026 season. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage so far. Things are just heating up as we get into our last few Swiss rounds of phase number 1. Ethan Hegyi, joined by Juancho Saldana, to take you through the action and see who will become our regional champion in Indianapolis.
I am so excited to watch more games, especially after that last one, Slowking Domination. Ooh, I'd love to see more of that.
Flowers are slowly going away. You'd think with spring starting there would be more Shaman in play out here, but it seems that Shaman is still hibernating. We'll have to wait a couple more weeks and see if maybe the Chaos Rising format gets it to finally come out of its shell.
Absolutely. You know, I expected just a world of Dragapult in this tournament. If anything, I felt like this tournament was meant for what can take on the Dragons. And honestly, we don't have the answer quite yet, but you know, maybe at the end of this we'll know.
Well, we already went through the meta game so far for this event. We take a look at our main decks. We have some of the best of the rest to feature as well. We'll take a look first through the phase 1 metagame percentages. And to no surprise, Juancho, Dragapult at 32% almost, over 600 pilots of that deck here in this tournament.
Woo! You throw a rock into the crowd, most likely you're gonna hit a Dragapult player. And
do you want to harm the Dragapult players, Juancho? What is that?
They've hurt me too much, Ethan. No, of course, just again, 32%. That's 600 players playing the Dragapult EX deck. If you look at the graphic, it's just such a huge disparity. We have a deck in this graphic that has what? 3.8%.
Yeah. Less than 100 representatives. Most, actually half of the decks on this best of, or not even best of the rest. It looks like something you'd see there as of last season, but 3 decks with less than 100 pilots so far. Alakazam, Zoroark, and that Teal Mask Ogerpon deck. You can almost kind of combine the Raging Bolt variant with this Lily's Pearl-esque variant. They both use Lily's Clefairy EX and that Teal Mask Ogerpon, just a little bit of a different strategy in terms of how the rest of that deck is shaped and built.
Yeah, there's a lot of Teal Mask Ogerpon as well. I feel like that deck, that card specifically, just allows so many strategies to come together. Energy Acceleration with some card draw seems pretty good, but yeah, again, I like having the Lily's Clefairy deck a little bit separate, just because I feel like that deck is specifically just to beat Dragapult, not much else.
Yeah, Fairy Zone, one of those abilities put into the game, and he said, as a response to Dragapult, it's such a powerful card to have Phantom Dive, but its biggest advantage is not having weakness like all other Pokemon types. Dragon-type Pokemon currently are not weak to anything, so they do not take double damage, thus making them just that much harder to KO. Fairy Zone does change that. Let's take a look at the best of the rest for Phase 1 and see what decks just made the cut. I feel like I'm in a fever dream, Juancho, looking at this list. These decks cannot be real, but we'll have to see through Phase 2 how many of these decks stay on our graphic.
The downfall of Mega Starmie has to be studied. I feel like that's something, it was just a couple of weeks ago in the LA Regionals where that was the second most played deck in the room, and now it's just the best of the rest. Unfortunately, I feel like Mega Starmie is a deck that just tries to do something that Dragapult has already mastered, right? You're trying to do the whole easy attack, spread damage, but you don't have Dracloak.
That Mega Lopunny deck, or Lopunny, excuse me, deck, very powerful. It just kind of suffers against some of the more one-hit KO decks, and you see that increase in Raging Bolt as well as Lucario and Garchomp, making that graphic can be a very scary matchup for that deck going into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that deck did just win, I believe it was Utrecht, so it seems pretty good. I mean, it has a good Dragapult matchup in theory, and sometimes that's almost enough, but you still have to dodge, what, the rest of the room, the 60% of the room where everyone's just trying to hit hard. I feel like if you're not trying to do Dragapult stuff where you're trying to move damage around, take key knockouts, you're doing big damage. That's kind of scary.
Still a very cool card, still plenty of tournament left to play. We'll see if that meta game shapes out so that maybe 1 or 2 of those Lopunny EX, Mega Lopunny at that, can kind of squeak into that top cut. We saw Hale have that great run at the LA Regional Championships, making it all the way to the top 4. We'll have to see if someone else is able to carry the torch going into this second competition. As it stands right now, we are 6 rounds through Swiss so far. We've got 2 more rounds left, and then players who are at 16 match points or more will advance into that second phase of competition. We'll play 1 round of that today, and the rest of those rounds tomorrow.
Ooh, still a lot of Pokemon to be played here today, so hopefully you guys are still tuned in, because I'm excited. Again, I want to see all the different decks. I want to see maybe a couple of decks beat some Dragapult decks.
So, Juancho, you're very forward about not liking Dragapult.
No, wait.
Listen, you're talking about throwing stones into crowds of Dragapult players. You're talking about beating Dragapult. What is your deck, then, in this format? What do you have belief or hope in, rather, that can succeed in this, dragon-infested pool of players?
No, Ethan, I'm just a huge fantasy fan. You know, when there's a big dragon, we have to slay it. And right now, I don't know who that knight in shining armor is. I'm just the princess here waiting.
Well, we'll treat you as one, Juancho, as we get through the rest of our day. So far, is that Princess Mega Lopunny? Is it a prince in Lucario? Got a whole fantasy type storyline building up here. I am very much to the meta, so you'll see me giving Dragapult plenty of praise. It's no wonder that many of the strongest players in the room have chosen to use that deck today, this tournament. Over under, Juancho, on 4 representatives in the top 8. Are you taking the over? Are you taking the under? Under does include 4, for what it's worth. What do you have to say? Predictions right now.
Okay, as much as I'd love to believe that there is some sort of mythical dragon slayer out there, I'm going over. Just based on the data off Las Vegas and just how all the top players are really gravitating towards the deck. The odds are we're going to see a lot of Dragapult. What types of Dragapult? Hammers, more to Dunsparce. That could be more of the question, but no, yeah, over, definitely.
You got 30 cards to put in your deck. You choose the last 20, and you're kind of happy with that, right? You 4-4-3 Dragapult line, throw 12 searching cards in there, 4 boss, some Lily, and then...
Four blank cards half the time.
Yeah, and then just kind of have some fun with it, you know. Well, we've been, of course, having a fun time throughout the regional championships. We do only feature the Masters division so far on the streams, but of course there are players competing in the juniors and seniors division, including one of our younger division players, the Ono family. Let's throw it down to an interview and hear from them.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Indianapolis Regional Championships, where I'm joined by Mr. and Mrs. Ono, parents of some very prominent competitors we have in our younger age divisions. Thank you so much for joining me. How you doing?
Doing well. Yeah, thanks for having us.
Of course. I've been trying to get this interview together for a long time, but you've been so busy supporting your children, and I've been so busy just having a lot of fun backstage. We finally coordinated, and I think to kick things off, I'd like to ask you, what's it like supporting, your children who are traveling all over the place, competing in Pokemon? I know there's a lot of other parents in the audience that want to know a little bit more about that experience.
It's been pretty incredible. It's also been pretty taxing, honestly. Like, we've been traveling so much this season. I think I was looking at it the other day, and we're looking at 20 or 21 events for the season when it's all said and done. So on paper, it seems really glorious and amazing, which it is, but it's also very taxing in other ways. But with that, I would say my experience has just been truly incredible. I kind of had an idea as a dad that I would be like a soccer dad. I grew up playing soccer, so I thought I'd be their coach when they were growing up, and instead we're doing Pokemon. And it's really nice because as a parent, we're able to be super close to the action. And I think being able to see all the things that they're doing well, the things that they need to work on, as a dad, and I think I could probably speak for you as well, it's just been really nice being there to be able to help kind of mold them along the way, being just really close to everything. So it's been nice.
Yeah, and it's like an activity that we can do as a family. Like, there's not many activities where both your kids can be in the same division. So it's kind of nice that they get a lot of testing and build relationships around the community because of this game.
And I know that the community aspect of their journey and Pokemon in general is really important to you as parents. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
The community?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the community has been great. It started off, we're from the Seattle area. So it started off just locally, and the local community in Seattle is great. Tabletop Village is really kind of our home base there. A lot of great juniors, seniors, masters, and the kids get a lot of great testing with really all the different age groups, which is nice. We've been fortunate enough to meet amazing people just through traveling. And so now we have friend groups that are kind of scattered all over the place. And that's been another really cool thing for not just the kids, but for myself and Lynn too. We've made some really good friends that now we travel with. And yeah, it's been a really cool experience for us outside of Pokemon too.
We pretty much call them family now. Like, it's like sometimes there's like a 3-week break in between regionals, and we're like, that's kind of a long time because we're used to seeing you, every other week or like sometimes every week. Yeah, and so it's been a lot of fun.
And you've grown this massive family and this community that seems like it will be just a boon for a lifetime. And this, I think, ties into the raising of the children, like you were telling me a little bit earlier, how the community and the sportsmanship really helps you doing your job as parents. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, excelling and being good at a sport is important to us, but it's much bigger than that. And I think that's kind of the point, right? It's this is kind of a catalyst for how they're going to be able to act and handle themselves and respond when they get older in all different environments and situations. And for us, that's kind of the focus, right? Like, obviously, I think everyone wants to excel and do well in whatever they're doing, which we're fortunate enough to have 2 kids that are doing that right now. But at some point, they're going to enter a different phase of life. And the whole idea is that they can take all these things that they've learned through this into those other things, right, in the future. So,
yeah, and that, like, it's like winning and losing, different personalities. Like, there's a lot of traits that you're going to have to adapt when you move on to the game.
That makes a lot of sense. And as parents, you're going to be there to support them and watch them grow. And there's a lot of other parents, I think, in the audience that want to know, what is the reality of when your child wants to become a little bit more competitive and they want to support them? How do you make that transition? Because from what I understand, right, your kids were the ones who were jumping into Pokemon and wanted to be competitive and sort of dragged you along.
Yeah, it might have been on both sides, honestly. Yeah, I think Lynn and I are both very competitive people ourselves.
That's fair.
Yeah, and we want to make sure there's a nice blend of enjoying what you're doing. But if, like Lynn always says, this, like, if you're going to do something, do it and give it your best, or don't do it at all. And so that's kind of our model that we've taken to this thing from a parent standpoint. And our kids love the game, obviously, right? So from a parent standpoint, I would say Lynn has been kind of the centerpiece to this whole thing, right? She doesn't like for me to share this stuff too much because she's extremely humble, but she is the one that's always making sure the kids are practicing when they don't want to, when they're reading deck lists and like write-ups on decks and watching videos and testing. And so all the stuff that the kids just don't necessarily want to do, Lynn is very great at making sure they do those things. And I think that is part of what it takes as a Poke parent to push them to kind of break through to that next level. And Lynn's done a very good job with that. Yeah, I can't take any credit for that.
Oh my
so
God.
Great job.
But you're amazing with the mental part of it, because in this game you're gonna lose, and you're probably gonna lose a lot before you win. And so I think getting in that, like, what are you gonna do when you lose? Do you want to just get upset and just like leave, and then just want to say you want to quit the game, or do you want to just kind of get angry, like want to work harder, want to study more, want to put in the work? Because I tell my kids, it's like, if I see you putting in the work and you don't do well, maybe bad matchups, bad draws, then I'm okay with that. But it's because we're also traveling, spending a lot of time, money, that I want you, like, yeah, do your best. And if I see you put in the work and it doesn't work out, that's okay, because it doesn't always work out. But yeah, Steve is great about like just making sure they get in a good headspace, because you got to go in feeling good, feeling confident. And sometimes my kids will tell me, I feel nervous. I was like, if you feel nervous, that means you're not practicing enough. You should practice enough where you're ready to go. Like, I'm having to hold you back from running to the table because you're just so excited to play. And there's a few situations where our kids maybe lost a game. Maybe because most likely they were unfamiliar with the matchup. So when they go home, they are practicing the heck out of that matchup, and they cannot wait to like get some kind of redemption for the next regional. So that's when like, you do fall, you do lose, but what are you gonna do about it? You just have to like get back and fight even harder.
Yeah, it sounds like you both brought together that magic formula of instilling a lot of great values into your children. That resiliency, the discipline to keep improving and to learn from their losses. And having both of you in their corner seems to be a big cornerstone for their success. One other thing I wanted to ask, just since you've been pretty much all over the place now traveling for events, is there any particular events or memories that really stick out to you for your family?
Well, I think what started this whole journey off, which really kind of like put this thing into like a priority for us as a family, was Yokohama Worlds in 2023.
Yeah, the location of Worlds is what got us excited, because I think I can say that for a lot of people. Sometimes the location of Worlds really determines how hard they're going to go for the season. So when we heard about Japan, yeah, I mean, the kids probably only had like not much time left, but when they heard about Japan, they really was trying for it.
Yeah, and it was very unlikely that we were going to even make it, but Annabelle ended up finishing top 16 at NAIC her first season, that got her in. We promised them, which we weren't planning on going, but we would go to Worlds if one of them made it, and so we did. And then once we experienced that, it was over, right? And then I would say, Kenji didn't make it, and he was pretty sad, right? But it gave him something to work towards. And even leading up to that, like last season, Annabelle won a few regionals, or 2 or 3 regionals, and then NAIC. And then Kenji still hadn't won anything, right? And so there was kind of always that last hurdle that it's like he couldn't cross, right?
Yeah.
This season's a different story for him. And then he got into the Pokemon Japanese Championships next weekend, right?
Amazing.
So kind of to bring it all full circle for him, now he's going to have his chance to compete in Yokohama, right? So it's been amazing. Yeah.
I'm so excited to hear. I'm so glad as well that it's all come full circle, that everything that you've been teaching them has come to fruition and it's paying off, and you're going to continue to enjoy playing Pokemon and traveling and having fun with your community as long as you're able, as long as they're still sticking with it until they find that different life path, as you put it. But thank you so much for sharing your experiences and your advice with the parents at home and maybe some of the other kids who are looking to jump in and replicate your children's success, some of their rivals. So thank you for joining me. We're going to get back to some more Pokemon action soon, so don't go anywhere.
As we mentioned, 6 rounds completed so far. Here are our 6-0 players. Some familiar names through and throughout. Already a player who has traveled to international events, has done well on that stage. Our LA regional champion, Andrew Hedrick, at 6-0, as well as plenty of other notable names. Makani, who we featured earlier on stream, Jose Marrero, Alex Hamilton, the list goes on and on.
Big names indeed. If you're at the 6-0 spot, you must be feeling over the moon. But for these players, this is just another day in the office, I feel like. Being in this spot, again, time and time again. Some people like Justin Newdorf, for example. Big player there. Fresh off the World Championships. I'm sure he's still comfortable playing that Dragapult deck. But yeah, a lot of big names, a lot of Pokemon action played already, 6 rounds. But here are some big names that are playing right now against each other. But of course, we can only feature one. And that's going to be Jose Marrero against Mitchell Courtney. I'm very excited about that match, but any other notable matches you want to talk about here?
Plenty. We got an old school matchup. Brad Kuriko up against Kyle Sabelhaus, one of our very own in the booth. I won't want to pick favorites, but good luck, Kyle. I'm friends with Brad as well. Both of those players going to fight pretty hard in that matchup. Jesse Parker, top 4 World Championships. He's also there. Let's go ahead and recenter here. Focus on our match in front of us. It's round number 7, and our players are ready to get down into things. So let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage where, speaking of favorites, I may have my Pokemon on the stage here, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan's Typhlosion, piloted by Jose Marrero, up against Mitchell Courtney's Lucario, Mega Lucario EX deck.
Absolutely no bias here at all, right, Ethan?
Yeah.
Do you ever think that maybe people see the caster announcement and go like, oh, Ethan's on this one. Maybe I should switch to the Ethan deck so I can get on stream.
I can't influence action. That's how the rules are, but you never love to hate to see something like this.
Yeah, but yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Definitely not, the Dragapult matchups we've seen before, because this one is just hard-hitting, big fiery action, big punches coming out of Lucario. But one of them is a Mega, the other is a single prize. So this is going to be an interesting one. I think the saving grace that Lucario has, that it has multiple different attackers it can lean on, and the big 340 HP. Can Typhlosion reach those numbers? I did the math. Maybe one time, possibly.
Maybe one time. I think it also will be the quick hitting power. And oh my goodness, 3 fire energy, and the prizes for Jose only plays a total of 5 fire energy. So is going to be stuck with just those 2 to attack with, and that could be an absolutely devastating deal for him in this situation.
No, that's okay, Ethan, because I know in your adventures, you can find fire energy or the Ethan's Pokemon. So there are ways to search out those 2 fire energies left in the deck. And if you take prize cards, especially on something big like Mega Lucario, you're most likely going to draw 2 energies, right?
Ideally so. Very curious to see how the quick-hitting power of Solrock could come into this matchup, especially when Jose is going to have to take a couple of turns to get set up. Normally will be going first to start things off, and start things off in a solid fashion he does. Buddy Poffet, and I think I also saw, Juancho, that Secret Box Ace-Spec in the hand.
Wow, going first with all the resources you could possibly want. I'm curious to see if he has any of the Ethan's Adventure already in hand, because of course we need those in the discard pile to bump up damage, and with something like the Secret Box, those are one of our main ways to discard cards, and double Buddy Poffin, that's busted.
Yeah, we're going to see lots of these basic Pokemon come down to play. Definitely that third Ethan Cyndaquil. And now debating if that last spot will be for something like that Dreepy. There is no Dragapult EX in the deck, but just using that Recon Directive ability to draw a couple additional cards every turn can make the difference when you just need a little bit more consistency, right? You have that Ethan's Adventure. That is the backbone of this deck. It allows you to find your Ethan's Pokemon, find your energy cards, and you need to play those and discard them in order to boost that Ethan's Typhlosion's attack to deal that big damage the more of these you put into your discard pile.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, these are turn one decisions that Jose has to make here. Filling the bench up completely now. 3 Ethan Cyndaquil, 2 Dreepy. There's no more room for anything like a Victini to increase damage. There's bench space for Pheasantipity, because you need Pheasantipity once something gets knocked out. But, again, right now, completely set up here for Jose. Looking at Mitchell's prizes, though, anything of note, just the Premium Power Pro, sometimes you need that to increase your damage, you know, make numbers a little bit easier, just like how Shaman in the active right now, 80 HP, doesn't get knocked out by Solrock. Drink a little Premium Power Pro, and we're there.
Yeah, this is a big turn for Mitch. If he can find a way to KO this active Shaman with something like Solrock, he's going to put on a ton of pressure early on. He can go to 4 prize cards before Jose takes any prizes, and from there can kind of run away with the lead. And this is an interesting spot where we see Mitch actually hold back on grabbing Solrock. Now, the advantage to this being you have less Lunatone in your deck, so blah, blah, blah. In theory, you know, it's better. But sometimes practicality is just a little bit stronger. You see him also hold off on playing that Premium Power Pro, meaning, like you mentioned, Shaman will not fall to something like that Cosmic Beam on turn 1 unless one of those are played. Still plenty of turn to go, though, with this Lily's Determination for 8.
Big 8 cards, so a couple things we have to watch out for. We need a way to retreat, so that's the Air Balloon. We need the Solrock to attack with the Fighting Energy and the Premium Power Pro. Those are probably all the perfect cards. That's 4 cards, not too much to ask for, especially if you get Solrock and draw 3 more. Right now in the hand, a lot of energy. We did see the Solrock. There's a Premium Power Pro. All we're lacking is a way to retreat the Riolu.
Can thin out the deck here with a Fight Gong. I would like to see the Fighting Gong be used first. Does not play that, though. We'll see if anything's drawn into. Does find the Genesect. That can shut down something like that Secret Box, but there is no tool card in the hand. We see one of those Air Balloon in the prizes and the other one nowhere to be found. Energy is going to be put onto this Riolu, and instead, this slower approach from Mitchell could come back to bite him later on in this game when both players have their Pokemon set up and attacked, but it feels like, you know, there's really no better way to go. I do have to wonder, you know, Juancho, danger levels and threat levels are an existing, you know, concept within Pokemon, within other games. You have to kind of wonder in this spot, you know, your opponent had a solid turn, but how much are you losing out on by attaching to the active compared to attaching to the bench in this spot? It has to be a question you're asking yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you pointed that out, Ethan, because I was wondering that myself. I feel like having energy, this is one of those spots where maybe energy in the active isn't such a bad idea. There is no danger, almost no danger at all, of getting knocked out. What, your opponent has to go Rare Candy, Typhlosion, Energy, and Air Balloon in the hand. That is a lot to ask for, and then you're losing 1 energy. At the same time, you know, all it takes is attach energy in the active, and then you're attacking with Mega Lucario anyway, so it's safe. So I don't blame him at all. Right now, though, Ethan's adventure, he went on quite an adventure there. Found 3 more Ethan's Quilavas, which finds more Ethan's Adventure.
If Jose wanted to, he could get all 4 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile right now. Let's see if he's going to decide to do it. He does have that Secret Box in his hand. Is he going to play it? He's looking like it. Are we going to see?
So juicy here. It's so hard to discard cards at in this metagame, especially since we've lost Professor Research, but no.
I think I like the Ultra Ball a little bit better. Get your Cloak into play, start using Recon Directive, and leave yourself that option next turn to be able to find that Fire Energy. Jose is going to take note that 3 of them are in the prize card, so finding that card out without the help of Ethan's Adventure could be difficult in the following turns.
There's the exciting play, and then there's the smart play. You've got it right. Yeah, we need that supporter, find that energy. But it would have been so cool. Just have 4 already. That's so intimidating.
Recon Directive getting started. Does find a Pokepad that can get another Dracloak this turn, and it's going to do exactly that. Dracloak number 2 will come into play, and all of a sudden, Jose is, for lack of better words, cooking in this spot. Plenty of Dracloak in play, all of the Ethan's Quilava, and a smart choice to leave 1 Ethan in the deck, since if you do get hand disrupted somehow by something like a Judge, which Lucario typically will play a copy or 2 of, you can always just search that card out thanks to the Bonded by the Journey ability.
Very, very powerful. That is true. Just again, I feel like to be a powerful deck, your Stage 1 also has to do something fairly useful, and the fact that all of the Stage 1 Pokemon right now in Jose's field has a pretty useful ability. No surprise here why he's 6-0. Again, just missing the attachment for turn here.
Yeah, and this is tough. There's not a lot going on in the hand for Mitchell. Is going to actually use this Lunatone's ability to draw 3 cards. Does find Lacey, but that's not going to do much in this spot. Ultra Ball and is now going to have to burn the air balloon when otherwise, if you again had attached to the active spot, you could have used that on your Genesect to shut off the secret box.
That is true. Air balloon forced into the active Riolu, but at the very least, Lucario's gonna come in punching here. But the scary thing is, we know Ethan's Typhlosion is just waiting in the wings. Again, Mega Lucario EX, Aura Jab does 130 damage, accelerates energy onto the board as well. Pretty solid attack. I feel like Mitchell here really has to depend that this Mega Lucario has to eat up a hit, right? At least 1 hit. 340 is not something that can be done very easily. And then from there, try and depend on single prize attackers, just like the Makihuta, maybe the Soul Rock. Soul Rock looking a little bit less juicy just because everything has evolved already, unfortunately. But yeah, right now, Jose has the Quilava active. To reach 340, again, so with 4 Ethan's Typhlosion in the discard pile, you're doing 280 damage.
Adventure, close though.
Sorry.
Yeah, you don't want to discard those ones.
With Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile, 280 damage, not quite 340. He does play Kieran that does plus 30, and then the silver, or the Bangle that adds 30 as well. I think that is literally the only way to hit knockout.
It's guaranteed in the hand with this secret box, so not being able to shut that option off, coming back to bite Mitchell in this spot with this Bangle that can be found from the secret box and that 1 copy of Kieran, as long as Jose can find a Fire Energy, but I'm not sure he grabbed one on the previous turn. 3 are in the prize cards, and still has to find a way to get this last one in play. Did Jose maybe top deck it for turn? Does he have that option?
Is he depending on Draclo to try and find it? Because this is very risky if we're throwing away throwing the adventure away.
Yeah, without that, there would be no way to find Fire Energy for the rest of the game. Would have to rely off of these 2 Recon Directives to find the ability, or rather find the energy card. As you mentioned, this is one way to line up a knockout. Another way is thanks to Victini, which Jose does play 2 of with that Victory Cheer ability, allowing these fire Pokemon to deal 10 more damage. With the additional 30 from that Brave Bangle would deal 330 damage.
Unfortunately, 10 off.
Enough, unfortunately. So really going to have to rely off of one of these one-hit KOs at some point. We'll see the Buddy Poffin be played as well. Ethan Cyndaquil comes down. So here we go. Big 2 cards off Recon Directive here if Jose can find that Fire Energy.
And something of note as well, I want to bring up, is that Jose doesn't play any way to recur these supporters. Oh, wow. Does find it here.
Never punished indeed. Juancho finds the Fire Energy off Recon Directive number 1. This second one, no sweat at all. Even the Night Stretcher to find another energy for the following turn. And Jose has put together essentially a picture-perfect 3-turn stretch. Turn number 1, full bench. Turn number 2, 6 Pokemon, excuse me, 5 Pokemon evolved. And now on turn number 3, Ethan's Typhlosion makes his grand entrance. Kieran to back him up, and it is getting absolutely volcanic here. Buddy Blast, 330 damage, plus the Kieran taking the KO, and Jose jumps to a monumental 3-prize lead.
Ooh, that was big. I think that was actually exact math there. 340 exact HP on the Mega Lucario. But again, I have to reiterate, he can only do that one time.
It's true. 340, as you mentioned, Juancho, 280 plus the 30 from the Brave Bangle and 30 more from Kieran. But now, if you're Mitchell, you are struggling to even KO this Ethan's Typhlosion. You have to use those premium Power Pros. That Aura Jab from Lucario will need 2 premium Power Pros to KO it. That Typhlosion is a hefty boy with 170 HP.
It does require quite a bit, and we know 1 premium Power Pro is already is still prized. Looks like we do see Mitchell here. You know, maybe we just force this Pokemon to the bench, or we're just attacking with a Maki Huta.
Can use Wild Press to take a KO, but the problem still exists where Jose is ahead in the prize lead against Lucario, and unless you can find a way to stagger prizes out later on in the game, Jose can just start to use Gusting cards to play around these Pokemon and take these last 3 prize cards. We'll see this Lazy come into effect. Now that that Mega Lucario has been KO'd, you do get to draw 8 cards since your opponent is down to 3 prizes. The only piece missing right now, Juancho, there is no fighting energy yet for that Hariyama.
I like the Lacy. It almost feels like a late game Lily's determination almost. And you know for a fact your opponent's going to go down the 3 prize cards because you're a Mega Pokemon. If they take a knockout, it's probably going to happen. Ethan, you're looking for fighting energy. That's quite a bit. Even has Premium Power Pro. Another way he can take a knockout on the Ethan's Typhlosion is 1 Premium Power Pro plus the Gravity Mountain Stadium Mitchell does play. That's one way to conserve the Premium Power Pros. Unfortunately, it's a one of. A little bit tough to find, but we do see 2.
Yeah, but it is a lot of an investment. I would love to see another Riolu get benched in this spot, since if your opponent does have a combination of Typhlosion plus Boss's Orders, they can essentially force your Hariyama to get to the spot where it would actually KO itself after using a few of these Wild Press, or at minimum, put it in range for a small Ember attack to take a KO. So these are small things to think about. Mitchell will play this Pokepad, and we'll most likely see that next Riolu get grabbed and put into play.
Yeah, at this point for Mitchell, the name of the game for him is just he has to set up a point where survivability is the key. If we're just going off knockout after knockout, Jose has the advantage. He's a single prize deck. Mitchell has to take 5 turns to win this game. Jose needs to take at minimum 3. Can even finish the game off if maybe 2-shot a Mega Lucario. So 3 turns, Jose does win this game. So Mitchell has to find a way to buy time, and the way to buy time is big HP with the Megas.
This Hariyama will take 70 damage from that Wild Press. Ethan's Quilava comes up into the active spot, and now it becomes the chain game. That is the name of the game, Juancho, and what's going to help with that? How about a Sacred Ash, putting back 5 of these Pokemon, that whole Typhlosion line being put back into play, allowing for it to come back and evolve down these turns. The Pokemon search will be not as plentiful thanks to those 4 Ethan's Adventure being in the discard pile. Still, though, recon directives, supporter cards, you name it, things are going to be a lot easier for Jose in terms of reestablishment.
Yeah, again, Sacred Ash just feels like the perfect item for this deck, for any single prize deck, really, that really depends on, stage 2 single prize Pokemon, right? And unfortunately doesn't shuffle in energies, which I'm sure Jose would love to do, but has the attack ready to go. I think the only thing really lacking is more Quilavas.
More Quilavas. That would definitely be nice. We saw a couple of them be shuffled back in. Another Cyndaquil to be put down to the bench. That would be nice as well. We'll have to see here for Jose. He's going to get 6 cards plus the Recon Directive. But the quota's already been hit for this turn, right? You're going to take out the only attacking threat. You leave your opponent with 0 energy in play. And they're going to be forced to find a KO onto this Ethan's Typhlosion, which does have a pretty hefty HP cost. We'll see the first Recon Directive does grab Boss's Orders for the next turn. That's a great piece to have available. We'll see the second Recon Directive be used. Are there any more additional pieces? There is a Pokepad. Now, what else is in the hand?
There's a Rare Candy. I don't think there's a Typhlosion just yet. But again, the minimum is the Quilava. At this point for Jose, all he has to worry about is chaining these attacks.
Yeah, and if he could just play Boss's Orders twice, I think he identifies that that will be enough to win the game. So we'll just go about his turn, grabbing this Boss's Orders, and does only play 2 copies, but if he can find that last one in succession, he'll be able to close out the game on these easy prize Pokemon, one prize Pokemon rather, with that Solrock and Lunatone always on the bench.
It's true. Right now, Ultra Ball is going to be played here. A great way to thin the hand as well. Whenever you're in the spot where you're winning, you have to play around how can you possibly lose this lead. And a lot of times it comes down to maybe my opponent goes for Unfair Stamp or possibly Judge. We know these Lucario decks, they don't require as much. They're like 1 energy attack sometimes. And they can play a lot of Judge cards. And we know for a fact Mitchell does play 2.
So here we go. Ethan's Typhlosion, that Buddy Blast, taking a KO, not as monumental, but a KO nevertheless. Riolu with that air balloon coming up into the active spot. Lunar Cycle to kick things off, drawing more additional cards. There is that premium Power Pro found, and ideally, Mitch is going to have to play 2 of those in combination with a Mega Lucario EX. See if he's got access to that. There are 3 plus an Ultra Ball. So as it stands, that quota will be hit. Can he find some sort of hand disruption? It's just so risky to have to bench that Meowth EX in the hand to do so.
Unfortunately, maybe not this turn, but at least he has the option to do it at some point in this game. Maybe once he goes down to a single prize card.
This is really interesting here to attach to the active. It feels like you're almost forced to play hit and run next turn. What are your thoughts on where this energy goes in terms of the air ballooned Pokemon or the non-air balloon Pokemon?
No, yeah, I would have loved to see it into the active just because, just like you said, it's going to be a hit and run tactic because name of the game is survivability. You want your Lucario to take a hit and then hide it and possibly hit your opponent with a Judge because then there are Boss's Orders away from winning this game. But right now, if you attach to the bench, the one without air balloon, Lucario has a 2 retreat cost. It's a little bit heavier to retreat.
There is the double premium Power Pro being played. Lily's Determination will follow things up. So Mitchell has scored a KO lined up on this active Ethan's Typhlosion. The question still stands, however, Juancho, is it too little? Is it too late?
Well, if there's, your opponent hasn't taken all his prize cards just yet, there's still a chance, right? Again, as long as maybe my opponent whiffs a little bit, he's a stage 2 deck that needs to attack. There's still hope. There's still hope to get a Judge, to equalize the playing field, and ensure my Lucario survives. And sure enough, there's a Judge.
Judge for next turn, Ultra Ball as well to find a few more Pokemon. So, as we mentioned, this Aura Jab online will take a KO onto Ethan's Typhlosion. And interesting to see where Mitchell decides to power up these 3 energy cards. Which Pokemon? Love to obviously see one on the Riolu, but where will the rest go?
At this point, maybe you could still attack with a Makihuta, right? Your opponent's down to 2 prize cards. That's still a single prize Pokemon that buys you 1 turn, so that's not too bad there. Love the spread. There are options. Grabbing a Pokepad off the prizes, not too bad either. Way to find your Hariyamas.
Jose is sitting on Rare Candy, Typhlosion, and a Fire Energy. Gonna start things off with Recon Directive. Does find another Ethan's Typhlosion, so can evolve both of these into play, guaranteeing attackers for the following turn. Does find a Battle Cage Pokepad as well. Maybe you just want to hold on to that as your deck has been ordered a little bit in this spot. So there we go. Typhlosion evolved to the bench. Rare Candy, Typhlosion evolved into the active spot as well. Fire Energy, and is actually going to play this Pokepad. So the order of the deck getting shuffled. And if he had just not played that Pokepad, you see there, Juancho, Boss's Orders would have been in the top 4 cards. We'll have to see how relevant that becomes if Jose is able to keep his hand the following turn.
And the question is, does he even... he hasn't played a supporter yet this turn. If he has a boss in hand, he can go for the boss into the Solrock or Lunatone, or even the Riolu first, or Makihuta actually, to win the game. But Jose only plays 2 Boss's Orders.
Yeah. It's tough because you're unsure of some of the exact counts in your opponent's deck. Some Lucario variants are playing the Wally in there, the Wally that can heal Pokemon and that are Megas by moving the energy back into your hand. So not having deck list information can make or break your strategy, and that may be why Jose is choosing to play 2 Boss's Orders rather than hit this active and rely off it holding damage later on.
Yeah, just like that, takes the knockout. Jose now, though, I mean, he still has, what, 3 turns to put together one more single prize knockout? Things are looking great for him, that's for sure, even with hand disruption, because there are still 2 Dracloaks on the board. For Mitchell, though, yeah, just has to keep depending on the Mega Lucarios. The nice thing is the Mega Lucario with the energy didn't take a hit, right? So that means it's free to attack once again. But this time, with the Mega Brave attack, we don't have to, you know, mess around with premium power pros.
Yeah, again, would love to see this active evolved and attack with the air balloon to make sure that it could pivot around, but just really heavily investing in this bench. Lucario, Mega Lucario at that. Judge is played, and these are going to be a big 4 cards for both of these players to see how they can close this game out.
A story as old as time, Ethan. Just, does your opponent get the boss's orders to win the game? We'll just have to wait and
We've
see.
seen this one a little bit too often, Juancho. Boss's Orders, probably the strongest card in the standard format. Gusting Pokemon is just too powerful of an effect to ever pass up putting in your deck, no matter the strategy. So here we go. 4 cards for both players. We'll have to keep our eye on Jose, and if he does have that boss.
Did get a... Well, Mitchell here did get the Gravity Mountain plus Premium Power Pro, I believe. So in case he wants to attack with a single energy Mega Lucario, that's still an option.
Search Out a Fighting Energy could be used as fodder for that Lunar Cycle ability. So now just kind of considering how to play out the rest of this turn. Jose is not out of the woods quite yet. As we mentioned, Fire Energy, that last prize card remaining for him, he is down. Let's take a look at the discard pile. 2 Fire Energy plus the active, so he's only got 1 Fire Energy left, plus 1 of these Night Stretcher. Excuse me, is playing 3 Night Stretcher in the deck, so a pretty heavy count.
So 3 outs to energy, 1 out to boss's orders to close out the game, and only a way to see 4 extra cards thanks to the Draclo plus your energy, plus your draw for turn, excuse me.
Here comes Mega Lucario up into the active spot. Mega Brave will take the KO. Mitchell will go down to 2 prize cards left, and it's all on Jose to see if he can string together attacks to close this game out.
There it is, Mega Brave, 270 damage. I feel like that's enough to knock out that Typhlosion.
So here comes Typhlosion up into the active spot. Draw for turn for Jose. There is a Night Stretcher, so that will guarantee the attachment for turn to Typhlosion. Mitchell attacking with this here. Can he find boss's orders? Does find another Night Stretcher that could chain together attacks for these next couple turn.
One last
directive. Does find Pheasantipity, but can't afford to put it into play.
You could be greedy, try and get the win this turn, but you could also lose the game.
Yeah, you would also lose the game on the following turn. So we'll see attachment. Lava put up. There is double Night Stretcher and also considering Victini, but as we've talked about, that math is really not too relevant. You boost yourself up to 330, but you are 10 damage off KOing that Mega Lucario.
The question is for me here, is does Jose play a supporter this turn? You have the double Night Stretcher in hand. That's a way to get energy plus your Typhlosion to be able to attack, but you don't have the boss. So do you play the Lily now? Try and increase the odds?
It made me wonder if you're supposed to grab Pheasantipity there instead to hold on if you're not going to play a supporter card, but this makes sense to me. At worst, you get to see those same 4 cards plus an additional 2 cards, and you thin that Lily out of your deck just in case your opponent has another hand disruption tool up their sleeve. We haven't seen an ace spec yet from Mitchell, so that could be a thought for Jose if that unfair stamp is still in the deck.
Fair enough. We do see the Brave Bangle now 310.
Does it down. Just going to thin these out of the hand. Really, the math not too relevant from this point on.
310 damage is pretty nice. That means now Jose doesn't even need a Typhlosion. He just can attack with the Ethan's Quilava to knock out that Mega Lucario.
Here we go. Buddy Blast, 310 damage onto Mega Lucario. What can Mitchell put together? He'll be able to go down to 1 prize card, but can he do so while pivoting this Lucario EX out of the active spot?
Well, luckily enough, there are 2 energies on that Lucario. Just enough energy to pay for the retreat costs. And there's a Riolu already on the bench. We did see a pink card there, but it is completely useless in this matchup. The Max Belt does 50 more damage if your opponent has a Pokemon EX. There's none of those.
Yeah, to that active Pokemon EX, none in play. Fighting Gong will grab out one of those final fighting energy in the deck, and there's only 1 left, so really not going to have any use for something like the Lunar Cycle. Is there another copy of Judge in the deck? If there is, that's probably going to be your best approach in this spot. Does find Soul Rock, just thinning the deck out a little bit. There is a Judge in the hand, and here we go. Mitchell's going to be able to put on as much disruptive pressure as possible, bouncing between Lucario EX #1 and this second Mega Lucario, assuming that it's in the deck.
Ooh, I hate to see it, having an Ultra Ball away your Maximum Belt. I almost like the fact that maybe should have held on to the Maximum Belt, just not to give information to your opponent, since there's still the game 2 to worry about.
There is Mega Lucario EX coming into play. Now just considering how to thin the rest of the hand out. You can just play that Fighting Gong to grab nothing. I think it's just kind of considering what was played and what wasn't. I think you kind of don't want that in the hand at this point, as it really doesn't do much. See the Gravity Mountain come down into play. Is going to limit the HP of Ethan's Typhlosion to 140, but the math really not lining up too well unless you play a Premium Power Pro, which is played. So now no longer needing an energy card does make it so that you can just go into this Mega Lucario, switch to preserve those energy, and following things up with a Judge. Here we go, Juancho. Big 4 cards now for Jose. Needs to find that boss's orders plus a Fire Energy.
Yeah, doesn't seem like that tall of an ask. 4 cards plus 4 more cards with the Draclos, plus your draw for turn. And the deck is very, very thin. I feel like Jose has done an amazing job just thinning out his deck, really. While, again, Mitchell just has to depend on the Mega Lucario. Hopefully he can take 1 more hit. But this is it. This is the turn that will determine the winner for game 1.
See the 4 cards here for Mitchell. Does find that last fighting energy. May want to preserve it for Lunar Cycle on the following turn. Doing the math, making sure everything is there. And Jose does have that fire energy ready for next turn thanks to that Night Stretcher. Also saw Ultra Ball in hand, so he's going to have a lot of dig power. But for now, we'll close things out on Mitchell's turn. Using that Premium Power Pro plus the Aura Jab. Takes the KO on Ethan's Typhlosion. We'll see Mitchell power up these Pokemon on the bench and leave himself 1 prize card away. But this game is either ending on this turn or things are over. Let's see what Jose can find. Ultra Ball, Night Stretcher. That ticket's not going to do much, but he's going to be able to see at least 7 cards in the top of his deck here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't know how thick the deck is. It looks fairly thin. I feel like it's almost guaranteed because of that Vezendibity. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cards in deck, and you're looking at 7. Odds are pretty good.
Pretty high chance, Juancho. The math is mathing.
Is there any other way to thin the deck? Any more Pokemon search, energy search?
It would depend off the flip the script, since you would reorganize your deck after using Recon Directive. So flip the script used first. Here we go. 3 cards. Can Jose find the boss's orders? And right in the window, Juancho. Boss's orders. Mega Lucario EX plus the Night Stretcher, double Night Stretcher at that. Ethan's Typhlosion closing things out with a powerful Buddy Blast as Jose Marrero takes game number 1.
Opting to take a knockout on the Soul Rock instead there. He did want to take the 2 extra prize cards.
Okay. You know, they call the 7 prize game sometimes. How about the 8 prize game?
Ooh, very, very commanding win here from Jose. Again, no surprise, Jose, of course, a veteran in the Pokemon trading card game. He is the former Hartford Regional Champion in 2019, where he was playing Rayquaza GX. You know, another Pokemon that likes to hit hard, big damage. I feel like that has just been the name of Jose's Pokemon career.
We'll look back into that first game. You have to really think for Mitchell going into that second. If he had just taken a few early prize cards with Soul Rock, how differently the rest of this game could have played out. It really, though, was that big Buddy Blast on turn number 3 with Kieran that set the tempo for this first game.
Yeah, I feel like as long as you can do that one time, it's enough. Taking 3 prize cards is just absolutely huge. But yeah, again, Mitchell just unable to put on the pressure meant Jose was able to just set up that very terrifying board. Just all the Quillavas, all the Dracloaks. Very, very scary.
MVP to those 2 Dracloak that sat on the board all game, filtered through the deck with Recon Directive. They really just gave Jose enough filter power to close the game out and win, thanks to that Buddy Blast at the end.
Yeah, even with the Judge Onslaught coming from Mitchell, right? Again, I hate to talk about Dragapult despite the fact that we're talking about a match without any Dragapult.
True.
But just the power of the Dracloaks, really. You have it right. And sure enough, we do see one of them, Jose, starting with a Dreepy, but Mitchell is going to start us off.
Will be a pretty solid start. Double Riolu on the bench, Lunatone hitting the board. Things will get passed over. There is an Ultra Ball in the hand for Jose, as well as a Lily's Determination. I think it's just debating how to go about this first turn. Is it worth the cost of playing Ultra Ball?
Yeah,
With the energy in hand, it probably is, just to guarantee that attachment down.
What is that? Discard. It looks like the Stadium
Rare Candy,
and the
yeah.
Rare Candy. So I believe he only plays 2 copies of Rare Candy. So he can only cheat out a Typhlosion 1 time here.
Yeah, it feels tough to get rid of Rare Candy early on. It seems like your best way in this matchup is to try and be aggressive against Lucario's onslaught of early aggression. Will be the attachment, as aforementioned. Lily's Determination played. Jose will get 8 cards, see what else he can put together. That Quilava and Dracloak being prized, 2 pieces to definitely keep a note of.
But something to definitely make note of, no Ethan's Adventure prize.
True.
Very, very important.
Yeah, of course, that redeemable ticket can be used to take those out of the prize cards to play around that fact a little bit, but it's a little bit of a navigation to go about that. Does find a Pokepad as well as a Dreepy, but there's really not a lot else going on in this hand. Just an Ethan's Quilava for next turn that could find Ethan's Adventure, but you've got to expect this Dreepy at least to be KO'd on the following turn.
I like finding the second Cyndaquil here just because your opponent's already threatening you with an attack, right, with the Mega Lucario, and a boss isn't as much to ask for. But yeah, Jose, sometimes it's a weird spot where having the Lily for the first turn isn't the ideal supporter. Sometimes you do just want to use that Ethan's Adventure, find your basic Pokemon, and set up. And now, though, hey, I talked about how Max Belt not too useful in this matchup. Well, right now, it's putting in work.
Putting in work indeed, especially thanks to being on that Genesect, where that Ace Nullifier ability will prevent Jose from playing his powerful Ace back, being the secret box. It's like a 1-for-1 trade in this spot, Juancho. You burn your Ace back, but your opponent doesn't get to play theirs.
Hey, that seems fair to me.
With Maximum Belt, I would agree with that sentiment. If it was unfair stamp, I probably wouldn't agree with that sentiment.
Right now, though, Mitchell, I feel like doing exactly what he needs to do, slowing his opponent down thanks to the Genesect, and now with the Lily almost, well, just has to find Mega Lucario to start swinging, start taking early prize cards before your opponent has even evolved. Pretty good spot here as, did I jinx it?
Oh, don't do it, Juancho. Last card. Ultra Ball last card. Could still have dug through the deck a little bit with this Soul Rock plus the Lunar Cycle ability on Lunatone, but it's nice to have it guaranteed in life sometimes. So we'll see this Pokepad most likely grab either Makuhita or Soul Rock. It will be Soul Rock instead. Can now start to put some energy in the discard pile to be accelerated thanks to that Aura Jab attack.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more, maybe something I'd like to see is a retreat here, right? Maybe attacking with the Soul Rock is a little bit more ideal than attacking with the Mega Lucario, because we saw how important every single bit of HP was on Mega Lucario, right? 340 is very hard to reach, but if you're getting hit first by what, Ember, 320 is a lot more doable.
Yeah, it's hard. Your opponent would have to essentially hand you the Quilava for a KO, and that does kind of feel a bit detrimental in this spot. So I think there's arguments on both sides. If you hit it, cool. That's a cool play to go for with the Air Balloon. If not, it seems like it's more than okay to just take a KO with Mega Lucario in this spot. We'll have to see what the choice for discards are off Ultra Ball. Looks like Soul Rock is an easy choice, and then the last will have to probably be one of those energy cards to be accelerated. It is the choice indeed. Can find Mega Lucario out of the deck, and now in this game, Mitchell strikes first with a prime position to go to 4 prize cards before Jose is able to fire off a powerful Buddy Blast.
Yeah, especially with no Ethan's Adventure yet in the discard pile. A rare candy already in the discard pile as well. Mitchell must be feeling very, very safe here. But right now, Quilava hits the active. Sorry, Cyndaquil.
Cyndaquil. That Buddy Buddy Poffin would have been a nice top deck on the previous turn. We'll still take it now. Better late than never. Search out one of the Cyndaquil as well as potentially a Victini to put down into play. Like you said, every damage counter can matter with the help of something like Ember. Would put the Lucario to 310, which then means double Victini plus, or not even needing Victini. You could just take a KO thanks to the Brave Bangle.
Yeah. Math could be lining up here, but I feel like it's more important to get your key pieces, your draw Pokemon, your actual attackers. 4 Cyndaquils now on the board.
Yep. Whole squad is here, Juancho. Let's see what else is in the hand. It looks like Ethan's Adventure. Quilava can grab that out of the deck. That will be used. Here comes Bonded by the Journey. Such a long ability name, but it's for good use when you're getting such a powerful supporter card out of the deck.
It's a very long adventure, all right? Yeah. But yes, Bonded by the Journey. Getting the Ethan's Adventure, and Ethan's Adventure now finds even more Pokemon. Are we going for the rare candy? The one rare candy was in hand here.
Okay, so the rare candy would allow this to deal a little bit of damage, but it just doesn't seem like the payoff is quite there. You're essentially setting up for a 2-hit KO either way, assuming you can get all of your Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile. We'll see number 2 come down onto this here. I don't think we can do that, unfortunately. Both of these Cyndaquil did come down into play this turn, so we are going to have to make sure that the Ethan's Quilava, or rather the Quilava in the active spot is evolved, because we just used Buddy Buddy Poffin for 2. So we're going to have to change a couple things up here and make sure. All right, okay. We're working backwards a little bit here, but looks like we're going to get the job done at some point.
I feel like it's fine just because we did just do a deck search.
Yep, that's true, true. You know, sometimes they say no take backsies, but this is the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes we can do a little bit of backtracking if we so need to. And yeah, it is going to be rare candy into Typhlosion, using that Brave Bangle to try and set up a 2-hit KO while also having Quilava on the bench to guarantee another Ethan's Adventure. And like you mentioned, Juancho, using that Soul Rock on this turn could have had a lot more of a positive effect. We'll see 120 damage. Excuse me, 130 damage thanks to that Brave Bangle. Hit this active Lucario and set it up for a 2-hit KO, potentially on the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, I like this play just because in my mind I was thinking maybe Ember is fine because next turn you can do, what, 280 damage. Yeah. But that's the ideal world where you're able to put all your Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile. But because Genesect is in play, it's a little bit harder to discard cards. So we're just going to have to do big hits with, you know, what, 2 or 3 Ethan's Adventures in the discard pile. But right now, Premium Power Pro being played probably signifies
just kind of
the first attack.
Yeah, just debating which supporter to play. I think it's really looking for a Lucario plus a Fighting Energy to just kind of play Ring Around the Rosie a little bit, move between this Lucario, and essentially abandon it for the rest of the game. I think if Mitch could go about things in the best way possible, he would not attack with this Lucario for the rest of the game.
Ideal world. And this time, that Lucario has the air balloon, so it is very much maneuverable, excuse me. But Judge, only 4 cards, needs Mega Lucario and an energy. Doesn't seem like that tough of an ask, but we'll see if Mitch can get it.
Does find Mega Lucario and a Fighting Gong. Okay. The idea is there. Now, there's not a lot else in the hand, so I wonder how greedy you be in this spot. Do you just go about using this Fighting Gong for a Fighting Energy to then use that Lunar Cycle ability?
Oh, man, we've all been on that spot, right? Surely I draw more energy after discarding this energy. We have the knockout anyway. Maybe we do it?
Yeah, there is the guaranteed KO. It would require this Lucario with 210 HP left. It would require there to be 3 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile to take a KO, since with 2, you would only be dealing 160 damage. Even with that Brave Bangle, 190 is not enough.
Yeah, so that means it's not that tough to get those Ethan's Adventure, though, because of that Quilava, but the tough part is finding the way to discard it. So right now, the only way to do that is, what, Ultra Balls?
Lunar Cycle being used and does find the second fighting energy, so a bit of risk reward paying off for Mitchell. There's not a lot else going on in the hand, but who needs it when you're taking a KO on this Ethan's Typhlosion? The Lucario can retreat out of the active spot, come up into the new fresh Lucario and take a KO with Aura Jab, and also power up this benched Makuhita if he so chooses to.
Very, very good play here. Again, taking that knockout. Makuhita ready. Mitchell is blazing through this game. He's taking knockout after knockout. Now it's time for Jose to come back. In the ideal world for Jose, he takes a knockout on this Mega Lucario with that big play we saw in Game 1. Unfortunately, to facilitate that Game 1 play, really did require the use of the A-Spec.
We do see Quilava in the active spot, so that can evolve into Typhlosion if Jose so chooses to with this Ultra Ball. Could discard an Ethan's Adventure and then play an additional one thanks to grabbing another Quilava off of Ultra Ball. So we'll see how Jose decides to sequence this turn. We'll start things off by grabbing one Ethan's Adventure.
At this point, though, if we're playing Ethan's Adventure, we're guaranteeing that we can only two-shot the Lucario, right? We did see that it required the Kiernan, so two-shotting the Lucario, I feel like that still puts you on track, right? As long as you're able to knock out the 2 Mega Evolution Pokemon.
Well, the problem is, if neither of these Lucario attack till the end of the game, it's kind of an iffy spot when you're forced to play Boss's Orders. You've only got 2. You can only use 1 Recon Directive this turn, and you can't bench Pheasantipity in liability of it being KO'd.
Again, tougher spot here for Jose.
Can't even play your Secret Box either, since the Genesec's shutting that down too. So we'll see how Jose wants to navigate this. This ring around the rosy approach, coin it, ship it, copyright it. This is essentially Mitchell's best approach, and he's found it in this matchup to try and use these Lucario and treat them as the big 3-prize liability that they are. So we'll see double Ethan's Adventure grabbed. Ultra Ball can discard both, and now this Buddy Blast is dealing its max damage, 280. I think it's also just kind of debating whether or not it's worth it to discard this last one. You're still setting up for 2-hit KOs, so it will actually get rid of the redeemable ticket to save that last Ethan's Adventure, so it can be grabbed out of the deck on the following turn.
I like it. Now, Ultra Ball here. So now instead of 280, he's doing what, 220?
He's doing 220, that is correct, Juancho.
So
40 damage base plus 180 thanks to those 3 Ethan in the discard pile.
Yeah, so now it's just a matter of getting boss and boss after that. And now Mitch just has to keep hiding these big Mega Pokemon. If only he had a way to heal them, things would be very terrifying.
So here we go, 220 damage thanks to Buddy Blast onto Lucario EX. Can Mitchell find another way to pivot out of the active spot into something like this Hariyama to take a KO?
Yeah, I mean, right now, all it takes is really a singular energy or another air balloon. There are a lot of energies. There's even a switch in hand, so
yeah,
very, very maneuverable here.
Even a Soul Rock KO would be great. 3 cards, finds Hariyama. That's a huge find, as well as air balloon. And if there is a premium Power Pro in the hand, Juancho, I wonder if it's better to use that, to use that ability on the Hariyama to catch up a Pokemon on the bench that could be KO'd by Soul Rock.
Ooh, yeah, maybe something like the Dreepy is almost ideal here as well. It's making sure your opponent can't draw, but taking out the stage 2 has to be correct, right?
Hariyama is just such a powerful ability, and you're essentially evolving and not using that to gust up other Pokemon. And when is Jose ever going to use Boss's Orders to target down your Hariyama? It just doesn't feel like it's going to happen. So now the question comes, where does the energy attachment go? We'll be onto this Mega Lucario EX, but it's just so unlikely to attack for the rest of the game. Not using the ability. Very clear hand flash. Hariyama can take the KO onto this Ethan's Typhlosion, but from there, it just feels like we're going to struggle to take KOs onto these Pokemon without providing abilities, or rather without putting up these 3-prize Pokemon.
No, yeah, I think I like what you said. We really needed to take this turn to attack with the Soul Rock. Well, now that Victini is in play, there's always that option that a Solrock can knock out something on the field.
The biggest problem, though, with that is Boss's orders in the prize cards for Mitchell. There are 2 copies out of the 2 copies in the deck. So Mitchell has no gusting effect until he takes another prize card in which he's got a 66% chance of drawing into that card.
Ooh. Right now, though, technically, Jose doesn't even have the knockout lined up just yet. Yes, we're going to look for 6 cards here.
It does need to find
8 cards, excuse me. He hasn't taken a prize card just yet.
The last card in hand is that Fire Energy. Also has the Sacred Ash to shuffle back in these Ethan's Pokemon. So once again, it just kind of feels like it's on Jose to constantly string together these attacks.
And it's a lot of pressure, too. You have to remember that there's no more rare candies in Jose's deck because he had to discard them. So that means every turn, not only does he have to find an energy, an attack, he also has to find the evolution, right? He has to find a Pokemon and evolve into it. He has to do that, like, I guess just one more time just because Mitch is down to 3.
And you see just under 5 minutes remaining in this match. Jose is going to take his time to figure out if he can win this second game. Otherwise, it looks like we're not going to see a third game conclude.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we're going to see a third game conclude, especially since, you know, well, there is a chance just because the Lucario decks do put in a lot of pressure. There's always that donk possibility.
Bonded by the Journey, grab out another Ethan's Adventure. That will be the 4th and final one. Does not need that, though, to take a KO, and can still use Recon Directive just to filter through the deck a little bit every turn.
I believe Lily has already been played. But again, he already had the energy in hand, so everything is fine right now.
Does have the option to grab Pheasantipity. We'll see it put to the bottom of the deck. Ultra Ball, superior card to grab in this spot. Fire Energy is in hand. Hariyama will go down. And now Mitchell is just 3 prize cards away as Jose is still 5 prizes away. You've got to wonder here if that Hariyama was still available, if there was any way that Mitchell could really lose this game.
Yeah, I think literally the most ideal position is force Jose to just have boss, right? So maybe just attacking with a Solrock would be just ideal here. Can he make that happen?
Even with double premium Power Pro, it's not enough if you put in that that stadium card. There is one in the discard pile. We'll see 3 cards grabbed, but search through your deck all you want, Mitchell. There's no boss's orders there.
Ooh. So right now,
he's even considering benching Meowth. That is another liability to put into play, and clogs another bench spot. Seems that your best approach has got to be in this spot to bench another Makuhita and power it up this turn with Aura Jab.
Might have to be the case. Again, it just feels so bad to have just, you know, you spent so much work in trying to defend your 3 prize Pokemon. You've hit and run fairly well the entire game, and now you're just forced to attack with it freely in the active. Now you're giving up 3 prize cards.
Yeah, this Solrock has just had no use during this game and really not showcasing the hard-hitting and quick power that it has capable to do. We'll see another Fighting Energy grabbed. Is there not even a Makuhita available in the deck? What are we going to power up here with this Aura Jab?
Ooh, maybe at this point we do just put down the Meowth if there is a boss's orders in the deck.
There is none, though.
There's none, yeah.
They're both prized. They're unavailable. Maybe he wants that redeemable ticket for himself to grab those bosses out.
No.
What is he looking for? A judge, potentially? That Meowth is down, buddy. You got to put that into play.
Judge does even help. Oh, it does help out in the sense that maybe my opponent can't set up a Typhlosion.
Yeah, and I think Mitchell may have forgot to check and see if boss's orders was available. You see him do a double take to the deck, grabbing that judge. Where will this energy for turn go? And more importantly, what are we powering up?
Do we still have 4 premium power pros in the deck? Maybe we could still...
We're down to just 1 left now, thanks to playing these 2 this turn. Energy will go on Solrock, and that Gravity Mountain has already been played as well. Battle Cage will stick for the rest of the game. It has no effect in this matchup, but just not having Gravity Mountain means the Typhlosion really showcases its high health for a 1 prize Stage 2 Pokemon.
All right, so very big judge here for Mitchell.
And we are down to just a minute remaining in this third game. If Mitchell doesn't finish his turn within the next 60 seconds, it's really not going to be possible for him to win this game.
Well, luckily, there's not too many cards left to play. Just because it is just 4.
4 cards, and there are a couple supporters and not much else. So it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, this game will conclude whether Jose wants it to or not. There's the Aura Jab for the KO. We'll see energies be put into play. Mitchell will take a prize card. And all of a sudden, Jose is in a spot where he can now win the game in just 2 turns.
Ooh, very scary. The question is, now, can he set up the Typhlosion? Yes, I believe there's still Ethan's Adventure in the deck, so he could still find it with the Quilavas. Unfortunately, though, to my understanding, there's no more energy.
All right, we've got to make a decision on where these are going right now. Jose does draw his card for turn, so it will be his turn. We'll get confirmation that Jose is turn 0. Just draw for turn now. Jose does need to find a fire energy. Does have that last Ethan's Adventure, and you see immediately he's going to play it. But there's actually no fire energy left in the deck here, Juancho. 3 in the deck and 2 prized.
Ooh, those fire energies just like hiding in the prize cards. Did he have a stretcher at the very least in the hand?
I don't know if there is, Juancho.
If he misses an attack here, he loses the game.
These fire energy have been drawn to the prize cards both game for Jose. It was 3 in game number 1 and now 2 in game number 2. We may be relying off another magical recon directive to find this missing piece.
There was an item behind the Ultra Wall. It's just all of it was gold, so I
think
can't
it's Tool
tell.
Scrapper was in the hand.
Oh.
And I think if it comes down to it, Jose may be forced to bench Pheasantipity, since if you are not taking a KO this turn, your opponent very easily can just announce Mega Brave back-to-back and KO anything you put in the active spot. Here we go. Big recon directive. Can he find it?
It's Night Stretcher or bust!
Wow. Finds the Night Stretcher. Are you kidding me, Jose? Perfect draws in both game number 1 and 2 when it's come down to the clutch. So there it is, fire energy attached to Quilava, Ethan's Typhlosion plus Quilava come into play, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to come down to these final turns here if Jose can find Boss's Orders plus another attack.
I'm at the edge of my seat, but right now, we have to... The only attacker in Mitchell's side of the board that can take down Typhlosion is just another Mega. We can't depend on that.
Yeah, but we do have Boss's Orders, Juancho. It was taken off the prize cards on the previous turn, so we are getting into the absolute end game, ladies and gentlemen. And a big find for Jose. He draws into Boss's Orders from the prizes, as well as a Fire Energy and an Ultra Ball. You could not have drawn 3 better prize cards to be taken if you could choose them from your deck.
Absolutely perfect. And again, Mitchell here, because he had to use the Hariyama a little bit earlier, he can't boss and judge at the same turn.
That's true. Can't disrupt. And with that Wonder Cloak and no Pheasantipity, it's going to be really hard for Jose to come back and build up a powerful attack. That may be off the table here, though. No premium power pros left to take a KO. You can't afford to attack with Mega Lucario, and it feels terrible to be able to take a KO. Judge isn't even an option, Juancho. Both of them are down, and it feels like the doors are closing here for Mitchell as he gets into these final 2 turns of the game.
Mitchell was just so close to just securing this game. If only he had one more Pokemon to attack with. If only he didn't have to attack with the Lucario. But fortunately, that wasn't the world we live in.
It's not the world at all, Juancho. We'll see Ultra Ball be played. Mitchell will take a final look at the deck, see what pieces are available, but we know Jose is sitting on a powerful combination of cards, an explosive one at that, to close out this game.
Ultra Ball finding a Maki Huta that's just a little bit too late.
He's going to still play to his outs, put it down into the bench, give himself the option to gust up a Pokemon on the following turn. Just thinking about what else is remaining. There is Boss's Orders, so can take a KO on Victini.
That's a Lacey, not a Boss's Orders here.
Hey, I think it's just trying to think about how to go about taking a KO. But if you do so with this Mega Lucario EX, all your opponent needs is a Typhlosion and an energy. It just feels so much more difficult than needing a Boss's Orders in combination with all of that as well.
Yeah, this was the supporter I wasn't expecting to get played this turn, but it's the only one. Well, again, the boss was in hand, but yeah, any more Typhlosion in Jose's deck?
I believe there are, right? One was shuffled back in thanks to that Sacred Ash earlier on. There's no Ethan's Adventure, but an Ultra Ball or Pokepad would secure the knockout, and we saw Ultra Ball taken off of the prizes as well as the Fire Energy. So as it stands right now, Jose's got the combination. Mitch, of course, does not know that just yet. Can still play to his outs. We'll see Fighting Energy grabbed from Fighting Gong. Solrock and Lunatone in play means that Engine can be used. He'll go about thinning the deck as much as possible, but thin all you want, Mitchell. It seems the inevitable is coming.
Yeah, this is the last turn no matter what.
So here we go, grabbing a bunch of Pokemon. Seeing what can be found. Solrock, currently in the active spot, cannot take a KO on this Typhlosion, and because Mitchell is down a game in turns of time, he is forced to take a prize card this turn, or he will also lose the game that way.
That is true. Just a very tough spot for Mitchell to be in. A rock in a hard place. At this point, it's just attack with the Lucario. Hope my opponent doesn't have it. But again, we're still drawing here though. Again, not quite sure. Even if you could handpick cards from the deck, I don't think there's anything that that saves Mitchell here.
It can evolve into Hariyama. We'll see the attachment for turn go down on to this Makuhita. Solrock retreats. Lucario will come up into the active spot, and it will take a KO onto this Typhlosion, but as we know here, Jose is sitting on the pieces. So there it is. KO shows the boss's orders, the Ethan Typhlosion and the energy. Boom goes the dynamite, and Jose Marrero advances to 7-0 with Ethan's Typhlosion.
Very explosive and very well played here by the Pokemon veteran Jose Marrero with a very cool deck indeed. Ethan Typhlosion, not something I expected to be 7-0 here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, but whoa, that deck's fire.
It is indeed, Juancho, literally and metaphorically. Got to give a shout out to being bonded by the journey. I think it just goes to show, Juancho, that when you have a great group of friends in the Pokemon card game, everything can go your way.
Everything's possible in the Pokemon trading card game. Let's go ahead and take a look at some replays of that last match here. But yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of big damage from both these players, right?
And missing early aggression was really the piece here for Mitchell. You see, if he just had an extra turn to have used that Solrock early on to take 1 or 2 prize cards before this third turn, that was just so powerful. He would have had that 1 prize card remaining that he would have needed to take in. It was not to be. Jose was able to go down to 1 prize, and off of that flip the script ability, found boss's orders to take a KO onto that Solrock.
Yeah, and again, just Jose just being able to find the fire energies at the right time. It's not supposed to be the hardest thing to find in your deck, but when you prize a lot of them, that just happens to be the case. But again, Jose played it perfectly, found them at the right time, took big knockouts, and won this game.
Disruption was not to be. The Judge plus Premium Power Pro early on seemed to have put Mitchell in a good spot, but just really left with no option other than to send up this Lucario. Led to 3 easy prize cards for Jose, allowed him to get back to the game, and it was just beating down that hand disruption, and more importantly, that final card being the Night Stretcher that sealed the deal and allowed Jose Marrero to advance to 7-0.
Big draws, big plays, and big Pokemon. Again, yeah, these Mega Pokemon are just so powerful. Hit 340 HP, that's very difficult to knock out, but again, once they are knocked out, 3 prize cards, that's a lot to give up.
With big risk comes big rewards. 3 prize cards reaped at the disposal of Mega Lucario getting KO'd, and yeah, Solrock really MIA in that set. You really have to imagine that is the biggest appeal of this deck, and you saw here for Mitchell even ran 4 ways to pivot out of the active spot, hoping to find those early attacks with Lucario, or rather with that Solrock. Me personally, that was my biggest struggle playing the deck, was finding those attacks, and I think a lot of players have sort of come to that conclusion that this deck can do a lot in theory, but it really can struggle when you're just reliant so heavily off drawing good combinations of cards early on in the game, especially under item lock.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... Solrock, yeah, it draws a lot. So the Solrock Lunatone combo draws a lot. It's 3 cards, but does require a minimum of having an energy in hand versus something like Dracloak, where you're just guaranteed no matter what happens, you will see some extra cards. And sometimes that guarantee is just more powerful.
Yeah, we saw hard-hitting power from both decks. Want to bring Pablo in to break down that match a little bit. You know, there were small decisions from both players, and I think that is really the big key to talk about in this matchup for sure.
I agree. You guys pointed it out over and over. I want to say the misuse of Solrock and also Hariyama trying to make it so that, or forcing your opponent when you have a disadvantage where Typhlosion just hits really hard, right? Being able to force this 8-prize game is definitely the key that you want to, or what you want to try to accomplish. But Mitchell just like, he did it very well with the early aggression and the Lucarios and setting up the board. But then as the game advanced, I think this was the key moment where instead of choosing to go for this quite easy Solrock knockout on the Drippy, utilizing Hariyama, but keeping that on the bench safe, right? Jose is never going to go boss KO Hariyama as opposed to boss KO Lucario. So I think we were a little tunnel visioned into taking down Typhlosion after Typhlosion as opposed to making sure that I took 6 prizes before my opponent was able to take 6 prizes, right? And so this led to this like weird situation where sure, Hariyama knocked out the Typhlosion, but when there's double Quilava in play and there's still one Ethan's Discovery to be played, they're not going to whiff, right? So I don't know, the Hariyama and Solrock lack of usage, I think was the key point, or the key decider in this match in particular.
Yeah, and going back to that first game as well, it really did feel like this Ethan's deck can be explosive early on. Do you agree with Jose going in early and just deciding to nuke that Lucario in game number 1?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's 3 prizes, half the game won, and you know that eventually, because they can only take 1 prize at a time, you're gonna have enough turns to just be able to find whatever you need to close out the game. I think that's the key. It's like, you're not as pressured in what you need to close out a game as much as they are. Like, they can at best win in 7 turns, right? The first turn and then 6 afterwards, whereas you can technically win in 3 attacks total. So yeah, I think going in for that big attack, knowing that, I mean, I guess you don't know the A-Spec for sure, unless you've seen them play, but the trend is towards maximum belt more so than on first stamp. So I think the single price deck definitely has a big advantage. And I think this was another key moment where Ethan, you were continually pointing out like the importance of Hariyama, and there was definitely a Makuhita, left in the deck, and we chose not to grab it. We chose not to power it up, and then there was no good target, and so we were forced to continue to be able to attack. We just left the Mega Lucario in the active spot. We weren't even asking our opponent to have the combination of Typhlosion plus Boss's Orders to win the game.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about it too. I feel like just going for the big knockout on that turn 1, that feels like the correct play when you don't know when your opponent's A-Spec is and whatnot. If you haven't seen the Wally just yet, right? You just wanted to take those big knockouts versus I feel like once after that first game where there's more information, that was a very long game 1.
Yeah.
Maybe there's no Wally, so we're fine doing this 2-hit knockout play, right?
No Wally, no one for stamp, so that, I mean, that's definitely information that Jose used to have a cooler game 2, where he was definitely pressured, but overall it ended up working out well for him, probably more from Mitchell's decisions than his own decisions.
Well, thanks for helping us break that game down, Pablo. We'll, of course, be hearing more from him throughout the weekend as we get through matches. And I want to hear more from our winner in that last Swiss round. Adam is standing by with an interview with our round 7 champion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I'm here with Jose Marrero, who is stomping with Ethan's Typhlosion. Tell me about this deck choice, because I know it's been around for a while, but what makes it suddenly seem so strong?
Honestly, I played in Campanez Regionals like a few weeks ago, and I was playing Alakazam. I was like, I'm tired of playing Alakazam, so I saw someone get top 64 with Typhlosion recently. I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna play Typhlosion because Hydrapple just won, Lopunny just won, and I feel like the deck can do pretty good against those decks.
So you were trying to counter the metagame, but still wanted to retain your single prize strength. Was it pretty difficult picking up Ethans, or does it run pretty smoothly?
I played it like post-rotation, so I know how to play the deck. And as long as I don't hit like Dusknoir, the deck is pretty good against like the Hammer Polts that are running around. I played against 3 of them, and I 2-0'd all of them because the Hammers are basically useless because Typhlosion attacks for 1 energy. So they can't really do that much.
Another deck kind of showing itself here in Indianapolis that has a good Hammer Polt matchup. Thank you for sharing this with us, Jose. Is there any other thoughts or shout-outs I can get from you before I let you prep for the next round?
Shout out to all the guys in Tampa, all the Orlando guys, my girlfriend Leia.
Wonderful. But don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got more Pokemon action coming up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Lounge. I'm here with a special segment, joined by Christian Fontenot. He's a longtime player, of course, but I wanted to get to know him a little bit better, and he wants to share a little bit of his story with us. So, Christian, for those of you who might not be familiar in the audience, tell us about yourself.
Yeah. So my name is Christian Fontenot. I've been competing in Pokemon tournaments for about over 10 years now.
Wow.
Traveled a bunch for them, of course. Been playing full-time for about a little over 2 years now. So Pokemon's been a really big part of my life for the vast majority of my life at this point, right? So really glad to be here. Love talking about my story, love sharing my story, and just love Pokemon, so it's gonna be fun.
And thank you for sharing it with us. When you kind of transitioned from competing just, you know, there's casual competitive, really hardcore competitive, and now full-time competitive.
Yeah.
What pushed you to make that choice and become a full-time competitor?
Yeah, so I've always been very ambitious, right? Since the first time I kind of figured you could compete in Pokemon tournaments, like, oh, I really want to attend the World Championships, right? That was my big goal when I kind of first, you know, learned about the competitive circuit. And then I attended my first World Championships in 2018 in Nashville. And then after that, I was like, well, this was really cool, but now I want to win the World Championships, right? Like, I'm not content. There's more to do, right? I want to win now. And, you know, we're not there yet, right? It's probably going to take a while longer, but that's been the big goal. And, you know, I was young and in school, and kind of what happened is when I graduated high school now a couple years ago, like in 23, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to take a gap year, hang out, move back to my home country and all that, right? Like where I grew up, and kind of like see what happens before I jump back into education. And what ended up happening was that while I was looking for a job, it ended up being Pokemon that was paying my bills, right? For, you know, tournaments, I did a bunch of coaching, I wrote a bunch of articles and stuff like that. I kind of reached a point where, like, well, you know, at this point, Pokemon's paying my bills anyway, right? Let's, like, compete full time. And I've been doing that for now, like, 2-ish years. It's been really, really fun, super rewarding. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, you know, like, it's still a job, right? Like, you still have to, you know, show up every day and put in a bunch of effort for the not fun parts of it. But if it means I can compete at the level I do and travel as much as I do and just get to play and enjoy as much Pokemon as I do, I think it's absolutely worth it. I've been having so much fun with it as well. It's really, really been a blessing to be able to play Pokemon full time.
And we had some discussion, especially here, like in the lounge amongst the casters, about how the meta kind of shifts a little bit between EU and NA. Has that actually been your experience, or is that just maybe a statistical bias that people have?
Yes and no. It's really interesting because I can never quite get a grasp on it myself, admittedly. I think it's been very different from meta to meta and like from year to year especially. I guess right now, if you look at pre-rotation, I think EU was very skewed towards Dragapult for a long time, right?
Yeah.
So you would kind of assume that, like, oh, well, now Dragapult's like the best deck ever in perfect order. So you'd assume that, like, Dragapult's going to be more played in EU, but I actually think that in a lot of cases, the EU players really don't like to play the best deck in the format. I don't know why that is, but it's just kind of been the trend, which I guess that makes sense. I don't like to play the best deck in the format either, so I'm not here to judge, but what I noticed is that I believe in LA, Dragapult was like roughly 35% in the format, or 35% of the meta, but in Utrecht this past 2 weekends, I think, ago, it was only 25%, which really surprised me because I assumed, well, EU loves Dragon Ball, surely it's at least 30%. But it turns out that like desire to not play the BDIF ended up I guess overriding EU's love for Dragon Ball. So maybe that's something to consider, right? Like maybe if you're in Europe, like obviously the best deck is going to be the most played deck in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
But maybe not by as much as you'd expect in North America. So that would probably be my biggest takeaway for sure.
Yeah, Pokemon, from what you've been telling us, has sort of been your own thing.
It has.
For all of your life, even though your family's supportive. You've been the one going out there, playing, competing, prepping, making and building that foundation to have it be a full-time line of work. And maybe it will culminate in you getting your final goal, that deep run at the IC. And do you have any goals set for yourself beyond that?
The big one has always been winning Worlds. I think I just talked about not setting rigid goals in Pokemon, right?
Worlds at some unrigid, defined time in the future.
No matter at what stage in my career I've been in, I've always had this idea in my mind that no matter how the journey goes, what happens along the way, I 100% believe that one day I will be world champion, which I think is crazy to sit and say. I'll hear other people say like, oh, I'm gonna get this result, and I look at them, I'm like, no, you're not. Like, but I think it's the idea that a goal is only impossible if you say it's impossible.
Right.
Because while I look at myself objectively as a player, and if I cloned myself and looked at myself as a player and I said, I'm gonna be world champion, I'd say, maybe in like 10 years, buddy. But you know, when I made my first day 2, no one really thought that I had it in me, right? Made my first top 8, no one really thought I could do it. And won my first regional, no one really thought I could do it, right? But at every single point in my journey so far, there's always been at least one person who truly believed in me, and that's me. And that's not to say I don't have support from people and I don't have people who believe in me, because I do. I definitely do. But
if you don't believe in yourself,
you can never make something come true. I think that self-belief and that willingness to be a little bit arrogant, maybe, with your goals, that ambition, even delusion, I think is a very apt word for it. I think you have to be a little bit delusional to actually say you're going to win Worlds one year. And I think if you don't embrace that almost insanity of it, you're probably never going to reach that point. I don't think the path to becoming the best is one that is ever going to be linear or ever going to be easy, or certainly ever going to be normal. So I think you have to be at least a little bit crazy to even try in the first place. And I am, well, maybe a little bit crazy for that then.
It is certainly a bold declaration, but after everything that you shared with us today, certainly seems a little bit more plausible, certainly to me, and hopefully to a lot of you in the audience at home. I want to thank you once again for sharing your time and your journey with us, and good luck to you in your Pokemon journeys.
Thank you.
But don't go anywhere, because we've got more Pokemon action coming right up.
And Christian's journey continues here throughout the regional championships in Indianapolis, as well as being a regional champion himself, like he mentioned, as well as having a solid 2025 and 2026 season. I know he's still looking for a solid placing at an international level. He'll have that chance at NAIC this year.
I love his confidence. I love that interview, because if no one else believes in you, you've got to believe in yourself at the very least. Just telling yourself someday you will be a Pokemon World Champion gives you that drive. And man, Christian definitely has that drive. Right now, though, sitting 5-2 in this current tournament. Not the strongest, but still living.
Take a look at some of the other players we've been featuring throughout the tournament, all at solid records, pretty much locked up for Phase 2, the best of which, Justin Templar at 6-1, his only loss being to the LA Regional Champion, Andrew Hedrick. So a pretty tough tournament to have to face a solid player like that this early on. Xander Perot, 5-1-1, looking for those last championship points to qualify. And Jackson Ford, already winning a regional championship this year, looking for just a little bit more. Maybe he can have a run with his deck this weekend.
Amazing players to see, but also something to check out. We do have the current standings. that we have going into our last round of Swiss. And look at all these 7-0s sitting pretty at 21 points.
7 wins, 0 losses at a solid spot, not only for Phase 1, but working into a potential top 8 run. Plenty of names to note. Jose, who we just featured on our stream the previous round. Alex Hamilton, Makani, Tran, Andrew Hedrick, Justin Newdorf as well. So we may see some of these younger players continue to dominate at this Indianapolis Regional Championship.
Absolutely, but of course, let's not forget to give our praises for our 601s, our 601 sitting with 19 points. Not too bad either. Big names like Josh Frink, who's actually playing a very cool deck. Not going to spoil it. Maybe we'll see it on the field, maybe on the stream, but very cool. And Nathan Ginsburg as well, 6-0-1. All these players must be feeling over the moon to be in this position in the final round of the final Swiss round of Phase 1.
We'll take a look at some of those notable matchups in this last round, as well as who we are featuring on our stream. Take a look at some of the other matches. First, Alex Szymanski versus Rahul Reddy. That's going to be an interesting matchup off on the stream. Josh Frink, as you mentioned, playing up against Cristiano Castenda. That's another one that's important. Makani up against Andrew Hedrick. Another solid matchup, but we'll turn our attention to those two names in blue. Kyle Sabelhaus up against Bodhi Robinson.
Woo, we're talking about some young blood, but that's not what we're going to show on the stream. Kyle Sabelhaus, a little bit of one of our old heads on the stream. You know, I'm sure everyone familiar with casters Kyle Sabelhaus, but he's actually, you know, a very accomplished player as well. 7-time state champion, 2006 Southern Regional champion, and finished top 16 in the 2008 World Championships. His trophies are a lot older than a lot of the players we have here right now.
This is truly the battle of old and new. Bodhi, part of the new generation of Pokemon that grew up with all of the YouTube videos and the, you know, TCG databases and testing groups of large amounts using data. And Kyle Sabelhaus is part of that old school generation, as you know, one of our casters here. So we may have a little bit of rooting bias, but you've got to give it up to Bodhi as well. He's having a super solid season in that top 16 race. Played a lot of Gardevoir, now had to pivot with that card rotating out of standard, has found his home with Dragapult DX.
Ooh, from best deck to another best deck. It's gonna be an interesting match. Again, Raging Bolt versus Dragapult. I did get to talk to Kai a little bit before this match, a little bit when we were on break, and he feels very confident in his Dragapult matchup, especially when they're playing hammers and all that jazz. But Bodhi Robinson, he's faced one other Raging Bolt in this tournament, and he's won that one, so I'm sure he's confident as well.
But Bodhi take a mulligan here, so we'll give Kyle additional cards to work with. We'll get the information that Dragapult is also the oppositional deck for the time being. Juancho, talk to me a little bit about the dynamics of this matchup. How does Raging Bolt get involved against Dragapult?
Ooh, Raging Bolt does big damage. That's it. Well, it does big damage, and it's you have to get to a point where you can checkmate your opponent, right? Yeah, you're doing big damage with your Dragapult, with your Raging Bolt, but you're also discarding energy. And if there's one thing that Dragapult likes to take advantage of, is your resources, right? If you're spending resources to take these knockouts, maybe you're hit by an unfair stamp or a judge and hammers, and then you can't take a knockout. So it's important to get into a scenario where you maybe have your Lily and the Raging Bolt. The matchup, honestly, I'm a Raging Bolt believer because it's one of my caster pick. It almost feels favored because of how how a lot of Dragapults have been deciding to play hammers as opposed to something like Dusknoir, because Dusknoir was very troublesome to deal with. But a couple of hammer heads and your day could be ruined.
See the prize cards for both players. One of those Crushing Hammer in the prizes for Bodhi, but nothing too relevant outside of a couple searching cards. One of those Raging Bolt unavailable for Kyle. It looks like here, Juancho, we are going to have a good round, a good match between both these players. It's new school versus old school, and round number 8 is the home for our matchup.
Ooh, and looking at the board, looks like Kyle is going to start us off. Did draw into the Cyrano. Unfortunately, can't use that. So right now, just going to have to depend on a Teal Mask. I'm sure he'd love to find something like Latias and the Kangaskhan just to be able to start drawing cards.
does have Ultra Ball in hand. That will guarantee the Kangaskhan. I have to imagine that's probably more of a priority this turn. You do have Energy Switch in hand as well as another Ultra Ball. I wonder if you can actually afford to discard that second Ultra Ball and play the Cyrano on the following turn.
It's tough here. You have to make the decision between 2 extra cards or this energy that is on the Teal Mask, especially since we're discarding energy as well. I think it's important here, even if you choose to keep the Teal Mask in the active, it's important to get the energy attachment onto the Kangaskhan already. I feel like Kangaskhan is just such a great early attacker in this matchup. Just a safe place to put your energy. It's great in the active because you can draw cards. And the only way you can attack with it is if you get the energy attached this turn, plus a Crispin on the following turn, or you need the energy switch, which we do see thrown into the discard pile. And it looks like Kyle is prioritizing keeping energy in play.
It's tough, though, because you're discarding so many resources just to make sure this Teal Mask Ogerpon keeps 1 energy on it the following turn. You've got to wonder if that trade-off is really worth it.
Now losing 2 energies, the Cyrano, the energy switch, these are big. I'm curious, I actually missed it. I'm not quite sure what he kept in hand.
It's like Night Stretcher and something else for the following turn. See both Pokemon get benched, really valuing that run errand ability on turn number 1. So can pivot out of the active spot for free thanks to Skyliner.
So needs to find another energy to attach this turn at the very least. Luckily, does draw into a Psychic Energy. You're going to need that for the Clefairy, so it's not too bad to have it on the Kangaskhan because you can always energy switch it.
Yeah, you want to energy switch this turn, importantly, Juancho, just because you are going to get Itchy Pollen on the following turn and can't play that card. So we'll see this attachment for turn uses the Night Stretcher as well to bring back the Grass Energy, attaching the Psychic Energy for the turn. So while Kyle is down a few resources, he is threatening that Rapid Fire combo on the following turn.
Ooh, very, very big turn here for Kyle, but now Bodhi to respond. Question is, do we see some Buddy Poffins? Look at that, just in the top of Bodhi's hand, the Crushing Hammer. You saw how hard Kyle had to work to keep energy on the board. How annoying would it be if we just lost some of that?
It's never a good start when your opponent plays Ultra Ball as a Dragapult player and immediately finding Meowth, and it's going to be reliant off of that last-ditch catch ability to get a supporter card to the hand. Will be this, but it's just going to actually use Crushing Hammer first to get a little bit of information. Big flip here if this flips heads.
And it is heads, and you just see Kyle just shaking his head. Now he's going to need a little bit more if he wants to attack with this Kangaskhan.
Old man getting a little bit of a wake up here with these energies getting discarded. Back in my day, nobody played this card, and now it's everywhere.
Yeah, but this is a card that everyone would play no matter what. Just Lily's determination. Big draw card here.
Again, that one Crushing Hammerheads all of a sudden takes Kyle offline from taking a prize card the following turn unless he has the help of something like Crispin.
And it's not, again, this Crispin is the supporter card that Raging Bolt plays the most of. It's not the hardest to draw into. A Meowth could get there as well. But right now, in that hand, there's a 2-card hand, not that much. But for Bodhi, do we see any Buddy Poffins? Do we see any Pokemon Search? We see some Pokemon.
Who needs Search, Juancho, when you just find Double Dreepy off of this Lily's Determination? Remember, there are 2 Buddy Poffin in the prizes, so it was pretty unlikely for Bodhi to find one of those. Gets rewarded by naturally drawing into those, and here we go. Big turn for Kyle. What can he top deck? He does find another copy of Cyrano.
Hey, that's a supporter for turn at the very least. Still has the draw, the run errand draw with Kangaskhan to work with.
Crispin would be more than nice. Doesn't find it, just 2 items that cannot be played. Now all of a sudden, what are these 3 Pokemon you want to grab from this supporter?
Well, there's still one more draw potentially if Kyle chooses to do so.
It's tough because then you still pipeline yourself into having to find another Crispin for the following turn as well. If you just attach to this active, you do threaten a manual attachment to KO. You've got to wonder if that's a little bit safer than that extra card draw.
Yeah, I looked at the top of his deck. It was not going to be Crispin.
Good play, Kyle. Never punished. Wise play from our scholar here on the table.
But yeah, Cyrano here is eyeing up double Meowth and one of the Ogerpon. Or a Pheasant Dip. Oh, no, this is him deck searching. Okay, he can't get all of that possible.
Doing a quick deck search, thinking about what to grab. It is going to be the Lily's Clefairy as well as a pair of Meowth.
Like that. That's Kyle here thinking, what, 2-3 turns ahead at the very least.
Yeah. Even a Boss's Orders next turn would be really solid to KO one of these Dracloak in play, or even get aggressive and KO that Meowth, which is a liability now on the bench.
Very, very cool here, as, again, just energies are the name of the game. And just like that, there's 2 energy once again on that Kangaskhan, just like turn 1. Question is, can Bodhi maybe strip a little bit more, set Kyle back just one more turn, and then from there, just have Dragapult online?
Wasn't much else going on in the hand for Bodhi, so maybe relying off this Recon Directive to put something together. It is going to be a Night Stretcher, so that will grab Dracloak number 2, and does find a Judge. I've got to imagine that's a pretty solid supporter to play when your opponent just grabbed double Meowth to the hand with that Cyrano.
Yeah, that Cyrano suddenly became... what, grab absolutely nothing. You got to use absolutely nothing from that Cyrano then if Judges played.
Just considering just not playing a supporter card this turn and instead holding on to Boss's Orders. Can play Ultra Ball if he so chooses to.
Maybe Bodhi here just wants those Meowths on the bench, right? Those are some very weak, very susceptible Pokemon to get knocked out.
It's instead going to be the Moltres, though, so valuing that fire energy that's in the hand to start swinging with that Fighting Wings, it would break the item lock for Bodhi. But there is a Boss's Orders, and hold on now, we're seeing a combination to be able to take a KO onto this Teal Mask Ogerpon.
This is very aggressive, and I like it here. Just Moltres, I'm sure Kyle was thinking, yeah, my Kangaskhan's gonna take a couple more hits. But no, Bodhi's gonna take 2 prize cards right off the bat. Maybe say, hey, you have to deal with this Moltres instead of the 2 Dracloaks on my board.
See flashing another Teal Mask Ogerpon. Got to be wary of putting that into play, Kyle. You see the danger that Moltres can have. So how do you go about sequencing this here? You've got Ultra Ball in hand if you want to grab Pheasantipede as a Pokemon. You've got the Run Errand ability. Lots of sequencing decisions. Even has that the Glass Trumpet if he can put another Terrestrial Pokemon in play. Does find that Cypher Maniac.
Unfortunately, he has already drawn with the Kangaskhan, so if he wants to use the Cypher, well, we'll have to find the Pheasantipede this turn. Again, just eyeing out the Galarian, sorry, not the Galarian Moltres, the regular Moltres. It is scary to bench another terrestrial Pokemon. Luckily, Kyle does play a Water Ogerpon, just in case.
Yeah,
could come into play as well.
Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, debating if that's better, but it feels like you need to put Teal Mask Ogerpon into play if you want to have enough energies later down the line to power up these Pokemon.
Ooh, but looks like
a conundrum here for Kyle and what he wants to go about discarding, and it will be that Teal Mask Ogerpon number 2, as well as that Cypher Maniac hitting the discard pile.
Ooh, so that Moltres doing its job, not only taking a knockout on a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but scaring Kyle enough from preventing him from benching another one. So that's less energy accelerated on the turn, and that's exactly what Dragapult likes to see.
If Kyle wants to, he could actually put together a Torrential Pump this turn.
Ooh.
He's got all the pieces in hand. That 3rd copy of Energy Switch, plus Meowth for Crispin, and this Water Ogerpon, like you mentioned, the Wellspring Mask. And it looks like that's going to be exactly what Kyle's going for. Benches it, uses the Crispin. It will accelerate the Water and Grass energy. And all of a sudden, Moltres, being weak to Water, will be KO'd. Additionally, with one of these Dracloak being KO'd on the bench as well.
That is a very resource-intensive play, but just might have to be the play Kyle does here, because it does 2 things at the same time. It checks the threat that the Moltres has been putting, and you're still taking down at least one of the Dracloaks, leaving your opponent with 1 single Dracloak to work with. That seems pretty good to me. And not only that, putting good use into that Glass Trumpet. That means, hey, that Kangaskhan's almost pretty much ready to go next turn.
So Kyle responding in kind, 2 prize cards of his own being taken.
Kyle could threaten Boss into the lone Dracloak next turn, and that's very powerful.
You saw Bodhi not take that judge, so kind of left with a weak hand. Did, of course, take 2 prize cards on the previous turn. Will now play this Buddy Poffin that was taken to put another Dreepy into play. But what can he find in combination? As it stands, would need a Crispin to fire off a Phantom Dive attack.
Right now, with only the one Dracloak to work with, that's impossible. he would need both Dragapult EX and the Crispin. It's going to be just one turn of Itchy Pollen.
We'll play this Pokepad as well, just to thin the deck out, grab another Dracloak. Have to imagine Bodhi is looking for some help off the top of the deck, whether it be energy cards or a supporter card like Crispin or Lily to just accelerate some energy or card draw this turn.
Could be something like Unfair Stamp. You see Kyle there, just one card to the bottom.
It is the Unfair Stamp. Are you kidding me?
It's
Kyle,
Kyle's fault.
cut the deck like a normal person and your opponent won't draw into Unfair Stamp off of 2.
Well, he deserves this. Big Unfair Stamp here from Bodhi.
Taunt to get bodied, something like that.
Luckily, again, Kyle does have the Kangaskhan to still draw 2 extra cards post the Unfair Stamp. Sure. All he's looking for really is an energy. Ideally, it would be energy plus boss.
Yeah, that would be very solid in this spot. Bodhi has attached for turn. Has not played a supporter card just yet, so still opportunities off of these 5 cards to maybe find a Lily's Determination or something like a Crispin.
Right.
See what Bodhi can find. Does find the Lily's Determination immediately. Checking the discard pile, seeing what's available. Looks like a pair of Monkey Dory are down. Does have the Moltres as well. He's considering holding the hand, but no, just going to shuffle in, find 6 more cards. But Bodhi has essentially done all he can this turn. Maybe now just looking for a Dragapult EX to protect this Dracloak, which has so much invested and riding on it.
That could be a good play. Yes, you are losing your draw support in that Dracloak, but 320 HP is a little bit harder to knock out than 90.
Does find Crushing Hammer as well. Another big flip could be coming his way. And it is a Tails, it looks like, off the screen. Even showing us the coin. We get it, Kyle. We see the motion.
He's helping us out here. He knows we struggle a little bit finding those, seeing things off the camera.
Yeah, we still love our camera operators, though. Shout out to you guys backstage and, of course, the whole crew working on the Regional Championship. This is our final, as we have mentioned. And what else can Bodhi do? He's going to just evolve into Dragapult EX, just scared of Kyle getting a bit lucky off Unfair Stamp. They say Unfair Stamp is a lie. It could be in this case. That 10 damage as well, very relevant from Itchy Pollen. We'll have to see what Kyle can draw into. Well, he finds his own Unfair Stamp, but let's not get too loud, ladies and gentlemen. It was just an Itchy Pollen being used on the previous turn.
Also, nothing was knocked out.
Nothing was knocked out, and Itchy Pollen was being used.
It's just very cool to see your pink card off 2 cards sometimes.
True. And just the attachment of the energy for turn, and we'll see this Kangaskhan get in. No need to flip coins. Badu is more than done. Okay, come on, guys.
No,
okay,
he's doing it correctly. Thank you, Kyle.
Dice don't lie. Dice don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. No need. Saving us time here on the broadcast. Every second counts.
Fair
now
enough.
Just deciding which Pokemon to promote. It should always be Badu. Easy choice here for Bodhi. Here we go. Drawing for turn. Now, what can he find? There is the Fire Energy as the top deck. And also play this Buddy Poffin to search through. And now the conundrum becomes, do you even want to judge your opponent, or is Lily or Crispin a better option on this turn?
Another question is can Bodhi close things out in 2 attacks, right? He's down to 4 prize cards. That's what, yeah, you'd have to, boss for game. That's the beauty of the Kangaskhan, right? Even if it eats a Dragapult hit, it's not in Phantom Dive range on the bench.
See Bodhi play out this hand, Pokepad to grab Dracloak. Just checking through the deck, seeing what else is available, seeing if there's a better route to take. There's the energy for turn, and Lily's Determination, the supporter of choice. An opportunity and a gate have opened up for Kyle. If he can put together a combination of a Lily's Clefairy attack, he will be absolutely golden in this first game.
He could also flip 3 heads with the Kangaskhan and he's fine.
Well, there is always that as well. Listen, he's commentated enough times that happens where surely it will go his way.
Right now, 6 cards for Bodhi. Not quite sure what else he needs at this point. Maybe just more Dracloaks just to feel a little bit safer. Hammers, potentially.
It's already down a couple. Does still have some available. They're not super relevant, and there is one in the prize cards as well, so only 1 available. We'll see Ultra Ball be played. That will grab yet another Dracloak. So the full army is here. The squad is ready. The question now just becomes, like you mentioned, Juancho, what else is needed? You've already attached to return. There's no pressure with Monkey Dory to move damage over. I think you're just invested in Phantom Dive to take these last couple of prizes. It's going to take you at least 3 attacks, though, to do so. And that is the question. Can Kyle close this game out before Bodhi is able to just announce Phantom Dive 3 times?
I think the name of the game is just Kyle has to take a knockout this next turn. It doesn't even have to be the Dragapult knockout because he is in the 3 prize range. Just go back to even seems good. Ideally, it would be take 2.
Bodhi does find that important stadium card, the Team Rockets Watchtower.
That does shut down any Meowth shenanigans, any extra draws with the Kangaskhan. I do think I did see a stadium for Kyle, so we will still have access to his abilities if he chooses to.
So here we go. That Mega Kangaskhan EX shut off. Meowth EX also shut off. And there is nothing, Juancho, nothing going on in this hand. Can't use the run errand. Can only attach an energy somewhere. I think we're reliant, but no, has the stadium card. So a big find here for Kyle. If he did not have that stadium, he was in a world of hurt.
Yeah, but right now still has 2 cards to work with.
Wow.
Gets a Meowth.
Rips the Meowth. That's a great start. Do you use that to find boss's orders, Juancho, like you mentioned?
Let's take a knockout here. And then from there, you still need to set up a Lily at some point. Does have Night Stretcher try and still dig 1 deeper if he chooses to do so.
I think boss here would feel a lot better if you had a Pheasantipity on your bench just to provide a little bit of draw, but you're essentially accepting that this Kangaskhan will be KO'd and you'll have no support to back it up. That's why we're going to see Teal Mask Ogerpon come down just to try and draw a little bit more before we invest into Meowth.
Big play here, even if he top decks an energy switch, could still attack with the water Ogerpon, excuse me.
Yeah, but you're taking 1 prize, you're shuffling 3 energies back into the deck. Top decked Crispin, okay, that's not the worst card to find. But what are we getting together here to take a KO?
He needed an Ultra Ball. He needed a way to find the Clefairy. It might have to be boss here, because hitting into the Dragapult for not a knockout does not feel great. Or you could flip 3 heads again.
Now the good thing here, Juancho, is your opponent has already played Unfair Stamp. That is a big advantage. It means at worst, you're still going to see 4 cards plus your top deck next turn. And not all Dragapult lists are playing Judge. A lot are, but not every single one is. So as it stands, Kyle is sitting on a pretty solid hand, and there's no guarantees that your opponent finds their Judge. It will be Meowth's last-ditch catch for boss's orders. And you could be risky and bring up Pheasantipity, but I think we'll see the Meowth brought up instead. Yeah. We see even the pointing on the Badoo to say, hey, bring that guy up instead.
If he gets a knockout on the Meowth, an energy attachment onto the water Ogerpon here would be great as well, because then you are essentially a Crispin away from winning the game.
That is true. See if Kyle has that energy card. There it is, boss's orders Meowth. Do we see an attachment to this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon? Sure, he spots it.
He has it. Where else can it go?
Now, the only thing to think about is you do give yourself no Teal Dance for the following turn. It does find that, so great play here from Kyle, threatening that Torrential Pump on the following turn with Crispin. And with there being 1 Meowth left, all of a sudden Kyle has set himself up to win this game next turn in a plethora of ways.
Yeah, again, just putting himself down, taking a knockout this turn, absolutely huge.
A smart choice here to bench Kangaskhan. It's a great promotion next turn if your opponent doesn't have a counter stadium bump. And this is going to be big for Bodhi. How much can he disrupt? Can he find another Team Rocket's Watchtower? Can he find a Judge? Can he find all of this while also taking a KO?
Looking at the hand, he has a KO lined up. The Dragapult can attack no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, there is a boss's orders in hand. You've always got to think about forcing your opponent to find another boss in combination.
Yeah, but taking out 3 energies, taking 3 prize cards, and some draw. But again, but there's a second Kangaskhan. It might be worth taking out the Teal Max Ogerpon at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing like a risky ruins in this list that can damage the board. That is another thought process. Here we go, big crushing hammer, tails. If that flipped heads, that would have taken the energy off the Wellspring Mask, thus making it so Crispin would not guarantee game. So here we go now. It's going to take a look at the discard pile, see what resources are down.
At this point, it's count the boss's orders, count the Crispin, count the energies here.
1 boss down, 1 available, 1 Meowth available in the deck as well. Importantly, Kyle did draw into that final energy switch off the prize card, so that's another option. See him sitting on game as it stands. Bodhi has to find Judge here. Otherwise, Kyle's going to be able to close this game out.
Looks like is eyeing up the Meowth with the Night Stretcher. One downside of taking a knockout on the Meowth means it is reusable.
It's going to come back, use that last-ditch catch, and find Judge.
Here it is.
Here we go. These are going to be a big 4 cards for Kyle. Still has access to Unfair Stamp, still has access to, I believe, all 4 of his Crispin. And now Bodhi, with that last Crushing Hammer being prized, has no way to remove this energy or gust up this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
I believe Kyle has used 1 Crispin for the earlier Wellspring Mask Ogerpon
That's
attack.
true, 1 Crispin is down, but still having access to 3 so big in combination with Meowth. And already, though, Bodhi has the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Absolutely vital card to have in this spot.
And like that, Kyle only has the 4 cards to work with unless he draws into another stadium bump.
Yeah, additionally, yeah, Crispin would need to find the water energy. We'll have to double check and see if that's in the discard pile. Believe it was shuffled back in earlier. So that is in the deck. And here we go, Judge. So big 4 cards. As it stands, Bodhi's going to go down to just 1 prize card remaining and will guarantee threaten game on the following turn with that Meowth on the bench, going up to 110 damage on it. Players will shuffle their hands into their deck, draw 4, tried and true, a card that's been in the standard format on and off for the greater time of over a decade, is making its mark on the standard format again in 2026.
Kyle, you know how this works. Show us your hand, please. Show it to the camera.
No, he's slow rolling it. That's actually pretty solid, though. Has the Area 0 underdepths to bump this Team Rocket's Watchtower, meaning Meowth would also guarantee game. So here we go. Phantom Dive, KO. Mega Kangaskhan EX will come up into the active spot. Kyle is going to see a lot of cards. Can he find Crispin? There's the Glass Trumpet. That would also mean maybe Raging Bolt shenanigans are available online as well.
2 cards here off the Kangaskhan.
And finds it.
Finds the Crispin.
Rips it. Crispin will show the game. Kyle Sabelhaus closing things out in absolute style from downtown with that torrential pump.
Very, very big. Well played, Kyle. Looks like, you know, him being in the casting desk hasn't made him rusty at all. Very well played.
Took him a little bit to find that attachment to the Wellspring Mask. I'm just kidding. Kyle played that game excellently. Looking through. So we will go into game number 2, a decent portion of time off the clock, and importantly now, Bodhi will have the opportunity to go first in this second game.
Let's go ahead and take a quick replay, though, of what happened in that match. And this is the play that surprised me. Bodhi Robinson with the aggression. The Moltres was just so big, taking the first 2 prize cards, but Kyle Sabelhaus, you know, hitting back and hitting hard with the Wellspring Ogre Pond.
Yeah, Lily's Clefairy or Raging Bolt, neither making an appearance in this first game. It was really thanks to Bodhi not having Crispin on that previous turn to get off a Phantom Dive a turn earlier would have been the difference maker, but just gave Kyle so much time to chase down Pokemon on the bench with Torrential Pump, plus Boss's Orders, and then one more Torrential Pump to seal the deal.
And again, just have to give it my hats off to Kyle, just identifying how important it is to have energy attached on the board. Yes, even if that turn 1 sacrificed so many resources with the double Ultra Ball, it was just that important to keep energy in play.
Interesting choice here. Kyle's actually going first, so Bodhi opting to go second in both of these games. We'll see the attachment onto Lily's Clefairy, and just a pass, so a big-time miss here.
Yeah.
As immediately just starts with Crushing Hammer. Let's see him. It is a heads.
So essentially, Bodhi goes first here.
Bodhi basically going first and doing so in a much better fashion. A piece that was missing from that first turn will be a Buddy Buddy Poffin. It immediately gets slammed down into play. And look at this start for Bodhi. Picture perfect. Now just needs the energy card to retreat this Badoo out of the to retreat into Badoo. And he'll be in a dominant spot going second on turn number 1.
And with 8 cards off that Lily, I feel like he should be able to find it.
There are 2 in the prizes though, Juancho, so never say never, never guarantee anything in the Pokemon TCG. We'll see the draws here. And what did I say? Oh, there's a Dark Energy. Never mind. Almost caster cursed it, but we're here to play fair Pokemon TCG. The Dark Energy can be retreated off the Street Bee. There is, I believe, another Crushing Hammer for the following turn, so Bodhi's sitting on lots of solid pieces. Itchy Pollen, and impactfully putting 10 damage on this Latias does put it in Phantom Dive range.
I'm thinking now maybe if Kyle should have retreated to the Clefairy, if 180 matters a little bit less than putting your Pokemon down to 200.
It is true. It is something to think about. There is a Boss's Orders, and it's actually going to just try and break this item lock. Slowly powering up Lily's Clefairy and just kind of signaling to Bodhi that maybe his hand is weak. We are going again. It's another heads. Just stripping away energy after energy. Can Bodhi now find Dracloak and energy cards to pivot out of the active spot?
Well, I feel like it's almost fair Pokemon, but Kyle had to spend his supporter for turn to force an energy off Bodhi while Bodhi just had to use an item card.
Cedra Cloak and another Lily's Determination. Things going perfectly for Bodhi here in this second game. Cycling through the deck, looking at cards, playing Crushing Hammer. It's almost a Dragapult player's dream here in this second game.
Yep. Same situation as in turn 1, ladies and gentlemen. Can Bodhi find the energy to retreat?
Not sure.
Not there.
There can still use Recon Directive, found Pokepad as well. That will get Dracloak number 2 into play.
So many cards.
Else. Yeah, you are going to be looking at 4 cards from your deck. Even Night Stretcher now is an out to bring back the Dark Energy that's in the discard pile. So here we go. Recon Directive number 1 does find another Pokepad. Is going to opt to keep the Dragapult EX in the hand.
Playing the Buddy Buddy Poffin, maybe just trying to establish more Dreepies.
Dreepy number 4 coming down into play.
Full squad in play now.
Full squad is here. Squad up, Dracloak fam, you are here.
Can we keep the train going?
Recon number 2 finds another Crushing Hammer. There is a third Dracloak in the hand.
There's also the Stretcher in hand, so it kind of guarantees it at the very least.
We'll see Recon Directive number 3. Does it find an energy card? It does not, but as you mentioned, can find pieces. Guaranteed thanks to that Night Stretcher. So there it is, Night Stretcher energy, retreat into Badoo. And Kyle is just picking his cards up. He understands he cannot win from this spot. He is just on such a back foot and does not want to tie. Both of these players already having 2 draws, wants to try and play for that advantage that he's going to get. The question now becomes for me, does Kyle opt to go first, even though Bodhi is willing for him to do so?
That's true. I love seeing this play from Kyle. This is something I've seen him shout so many times at this point, identifying when to scoop. He doesn't want the tie. He wants to win in this position.
And Kyle is confident in this strategy of going first in this matchup, opting to go first yet again. It means all 3 games, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle will have the opportunity to try and get into Mega Kangaskhan on turn 1. We saw how impactful that early run errand ability was. See if he can put it together here. We've got plenty of time left on the clock. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, he wants to go second. Take that all back. It looks like a little bit of doubt setting in here as, you know, this deck is built to go first, but more than happy to go second as well.
Yeah. Going second means you have access to all those powerful supporters, namely maybe Cyrano. We haven't seen him play that card yet. A great way to just set up the board. Guarantees you go into the Kangaskhan. But, Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the last round of Swiss. Kyle Sabelhaus against Bodhi Robinson. Dragapult versus Raging Bolt. Big dragon action. But only one will come out on top.
Very true. Looks like Kyle does start that Raging Bolt EX. It was MIA for games 1 and 2. Prize cards will come out as well. Looks like a few friends are in the prizes, but Bodhi will start things off here. And we go game number 3. This is a Badoo start, more than solid. Yeah. Does Bodhi have any other Pokemon? He does. You see Kyle put his hands up. Really wanted an easy win there on turn number 1. He's not going to get it, unfortunately.
Yeah, looking at the prize cards now for both these players. Kyle Sabelhaus with 2 Kangaskhan prize. That's okay, he plays a third, but 3, a lot of energy as well. While for Bodhi, what is that, the 1 judge in, which is could
at the top of the prizes, we saw how that was impactful at disrupting Kyle's aggression at the end of the game. So not having that piece could definitely be impactful. We'll see a pair of Dreepy come into play, or actually potentially preparing for this Badoo to be KO'd is actually just have plentiful amount of Pokemon, and we'll pass things over. So no energy attachment, the rest of the hand looking solid. What can Kyle put together here? Does have Cyrano. That could search out Latios plus the Kangaskhan, but it doesn't really look like an attack is lining up here on this first turn going second for Kyle.
Yeah, again, but does have the Cyrano. No Watchtower in play means there will be some draws. We're going to see some Latias, possibly Latias, Meowth, and Kangaskhan could be the grab. Can even see something like, do you ever sob in this position? Well, since there's no threat of Dragapult, maybe you don't.
Well, it's tough, right? You won't be able to use the run errand ability and sob the same turn, and setting up early game against Dragapult seems to usually be the priority. So I'd expect sob to most likely not be used, since the odds of Torrential Pump being used on the following turn could be pretty unlikely. We'll see if that is the decision, though, for Kyle. So you see immediately thinking about what pieces are available. It will be, like you mentioned, Meowth, Latias EX, and Mega Kangaskhan EX coming to the hand. And there hasn't been an energy committed yet. So if Kyle is able to draw into that Wellspring Ogerpon, can always just play that down with an energy, or even threaten a 1-turn Torrential Pump thanks to Energy Switch and Crispin.
Would be scary. Unfortunately, again, Cyrano was played, so no chance for Crispin just yet. Draws 2 with the Kangaskhan. I feel like maybe something he'd like to see now is the energy switches before item lock comes into play. He does play 4.
Does find a Crispin from this Teal Dance. So now just deciding where to put the energy card for turn. It most likely will be onto the active. Interesting choice to put the water on. That does take away the Torrential Pump option. But you do leave yourself a grass energy to use Teal Dance on the following turn. So can definitely see both sides of the coin. Immediately Crushing Hammer is getting put into play. And it flips heads, getting rid of the energy off of Mega Kangaskhan, making it even more difficult for an attack to come out next turn with that Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, and maybe a calculated play here from Kyle, right? Putting the water energy onto the Kangaskhan leaves the grass energy in hand. He can still attack. It's just a Teal Dance plus an energy attachment for turn, and he can start swinging with the Teal Dance Ogerpon.
You see Ultra Ball from that Recon Directive. Will this find Meowth, or will it find another Dracloak? Choices here for Bodhi. We'll discard one of these Crushing Hammer. We've seen how valuable and vital they've been in these early turns and throughout the game. We'll take an opportunity to prize check, see what's available. It will be Meowth EX for Lily's Determination, so just valuing seeing as many cards as possible in this spot.
Yeah, it was A-Spec or the Crushing Hammer. I feel like the A-Spec's a little bit more important.
I would agree. That Unfair Stamp card is pretty good, Juancho. Want to keep that around for later on in the game. As Bodhi really still looking for an energy card and as many Dracloak as his deck will allow him to find. Notably 2 would be pretty nice.
8 cards, big chances that he does find it. Again, Pokepad able to. Pokepad just naturally drawing to Dracloak. Did get energy at the very least for the turn.
Ultra Ball will do. He's deciding to get rid of Crispin as well as one of these Dragapult EX. There is one in the hand. None prized, but there is a Night Stretcher in the discard pile, so you've always got to be kind of careful of your Dragapult EX counts, since there are opportunities for you to want to use 3, and I think Bodhi realizes those resources may be too valuable to discard. We'll just see the Itchy Pollen. Wonder Cloak comes into play. Here is Mega Kangaskhan using that run errand. Find some more energy cards. There is a Boss's Orders as well. So Kyle here, actually, if he wants to, can take a KO on the lone Dracloak, and that was sort of the opportunity I was thinking about Bodhi wanting to play around, was to get another Dracloak in play to at least threaten Phantom Dive on the following turn.
Could be a very powerful turn for Kyle. He could choose to take a knockout on the Dracloak, could even maybe just Crispin get more energy in play, but it's just so tempting. Lone Dracloak, 1 energy, but it is going to be the Crispin.
It is going to be Crispin indeed. It feels like if you knock out your Cloak, you're giving yourself a guaranteed free turn. Your opponent cannot threaten Phantom Dive. You risk Unfair Stamp, which is the scariest part of that entire interaction. But you're almost guaranteeing to go down to 4 prizes before your opponent does, and that huge tempo swing can be so vital.
No, I have to agree. That's the exact position you want to be in as Dragapult. As Raging Pult. That 4 prize cards while your opponent hasn't done anything. That means, again, you set yourself up for that checkmate position of having Clefairy and the Raging Bolts. But again, don't blame Kyle here for just wanting energy in play. Is he... could even just pass here.
I think he's got to take a prize card, at least put on some sort of aggression. Otherwise, Bodhi can just sit back, power up enough Dragapult EX, and just launch Phantom Dive attacks for the rest of the game.
It's like it is going to be the first bellowing thunder of the match.
Does draw a Grass Energy. More than happy to see more energy cards to use that Teal Dance ability. But as it stands, if Bodhi can get Moltres involved, things could spiral out of control very quickly.
Maybe that's the thought process for Kyle, right? Attacking with the Raging Bolt, it is a lot safer than attacking with the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah. Yeah, you also would leave yourself susceptible for Moltres to get involved in that case up against a Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot. So kind of just wanting to protect that resource, it seems. And here we go, Crushing Hammer, more action. Another heads. Bodhi is absolutely on fire with these and just tosses that energy to the side. There's another one. Don't tell me here. Okay.
Okay.
A little bit of a nice clap. Hey, look, 2 is better than 1. Am I right?
I believe that should be the last Crushing Hammer.
Oh, wow. This is going to be absolutely devastating here,
Is Kyle still clapping after that?
Almost got Unfair Stamp baited. Can't have that happen. This isn't 2015, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see the hands get shuffled in. Bodhi will draw 5 cards. Kyle drawing 2, and immediately Bodhi is right where he wants to be. On pace, with energies attached to multiple Pokemon, firing off Phantom Dives into powerful Pokemon.
Yeah, and Kyle, just to even respond to Bodhi, he's going to need, what, a Crispin plus a Grass Energy to take a knockout, or maybe Clefairy plus Crispin. But 2-card hand, and Kangaskhan's not in the active. You don't get those 2 extra cards.
And Bodhi even found the Watchtower off of those 5 cards from Unfair Stamp, and I think there's no better time than now, Juancho, to put that stadium in play.
Absolutely. And, yeah, Watchtower. Okay, it stops Meowth, stops Kangaskhan. I'm so curious to what the 2 cards are in Kyle's hand.
We'll keep the Night Stretcher, hold Ultra Ball on for later. There it is, Team Rocket's Watchtower coming down into play, shutting off all colorless Pokemon's abilities, both yours and your opponent's. But it's really going to be beneficial on Kyle's side to not have those abilities. It's going to be a detriment. There's the Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, 10 damage on both the Latios and the Ogerpon, setting them up for KOs down the line.
Saw Grass Energy in hand. And the water, oh, it's a Cyrano. So the Teal Dance here.
No Pokemon that were KO'd. There is an Ultra Ball that could find the Chien Pao we have not talked about. That snowy ability to be able to discard a stadium. You could also use Teal Dance first to draw a card to then discard. I think that is going to be the choice here for Kyle. So hoping for a discardable card. That's not the best card in your deck, though. That's Psychic Energy.
I don't even know what the play is here. Do you just play the Cyrano, retreat into something, retreat into Kong? Hopefully your opponent doesn't have boss's orders? That doesn't seem great.
I mean, you could still grab some Pokemon to discard with Ultra Ball, then retreat into the Kangaskhan to use that run errand ability. You got to find some way to build the hand back up, Juancho.
It looks like grabbing Pheasantipity, but nothing was knocked out the last turn. Clefairy, but there's no E-Switch in hand.
Yeah, Watchtower in play, so you can't use Run Errand, but if you find Chien Pao, that is still an option. We'll have to see if Kyle wants to grab that Pokemon with Ultra Ball. It is in the hand.
Even with Chien Pao, again, retreating the Kangaskhan means you're not attacking this turn.
Yeah, it's better than just using Burst Roar than just do nothing, it feels like. Maybe Burst Roar is better in this spot, though. You can commit an energy to the Lily's Clefairy, have that available for next turn, Burst Roar, draw a new hand, and hope your opponent doesn't have boss's orders. But if they do, they're going to take 4 prize cards, Juancho, and put themselves in a dominating spot.
And Raging Bull's getting knocked out no matter what. Has 40 HP remaining.
Is this the Burst Roar angle? Just debating whether or not to put this Lily's Clefairy down into play. You've survived the Crushing Hammer onslaught for long enough, but it seems like it's done its job.
Bench the Clefairy and the Pheasantipity.
Now just debating, are there even cards to discard with Ultra Ball? It doesn't seem like there are.
Ooh, attachment onto the Pheasantipity as opposed
I think
to this Clefairy.
Just wants to protect the Psychic Energy. Wants boss's orders to not target whatever Pokemon this has energy onto. We'll see 6 cards from Burst Roar, but Bodhi is just in such a dominating spot in this third and final game. 8 minutes left on the clock, already has boss's orders in hand, and can even just find more pieces. That Galarian Moltres is just a great way to finish things off later on with that attack.
Absolutely not looking good here for Kyle. The moment Dragapult just takes that 4 prize turn, just seems like the end of the world for any deck, really.
It's very tough, absolutely indeed. If Bodhi wants to, he could even play boss's orders onto Pheasantipity EX and not take a KO, thus not activating that ability. He's got a lot of choices to make with this Phantom Dive, but as long as he can attack twice with Phantom Dive, he is in a spot to close out this game. Even considering not using that and going after this Teal Mask Ogerpon with this Galarian Moltres, but I think he just wants to save, with the regular Moltres, wants to save that for later on and have it as an option. Boss's orders brings up Lily's Clefairy, will take a KO on it and the Raging Bolt and put himself 2 prize cards away from winning this set.
Yeah, and just like that, the Clefairy is unplayable, right? Bodhi will be down to 2 prize cards. Kyle is going to have to set up a second Raging Bolt and then have more energy in play.
So here we go, double KO, 4 prize cards taken for Bodhi, and importantly, finds one of those remaining 2 boss's orders, one of which was being prized. Kyle Sabelhaus needs to find a counter stadium and unfair stamp this turn if he wants a way into this game, and additionally, probably a way to KO this Dragapult EX.
It's a little bit too much to ask for, but Kyle has a lot of cards to work with. Post that Burst Roar.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's any way to bump the stadium. We'll have to rely on Flip the Script, big 3 cards. Does find a stadium plus Night Stretcher, and there's a Crispin in the hand, so Dragapult can fall. The only issue is that if you do so, Phantom Dive just wins the game on the spot.
Fair enough. Again, with that Moltres already in play, Moltres and the boss in hand, Kyle needs hand disruption.
Is there a way to stall time? Can you bring up this Meowth and start to use Sob? Maybe that's the best option.
I don't think there's enough Sobs in the world that can save Kyle.
No. I mean, anything else just feels like losing. Maybe you have to take a risk and flip with Mega Kangaskhan and hope to hit 3 heads. Anything else that you promote is just going to be KO'd instantly from either this Dragapult EX or Moltres on the bench. Is going to have to rely off Unfair Stamp, as mentioned, a card that needs to be played. After this turn, you cannot use that powerful Ace spec anymore.
So it looks like it's going to be a combination of, it's going to be the Cypher Maniac, grab the Unfair Stamp and an Energy Switch, then still has the Ultra Ball for the Raging Bolt.
Can still power up this Kangaskhan thanks to double Energy Switch in hand. But again, do you take the risk of putting your opponent to 2 cards and just hoping they either don't have Boss's Orders or Dragapult Fire Energy? It just feels so risky, but I guess either way, they need those cards to win, so you might as well just go for the guaranteed KO with Lily's Clefairy.
Now, again, it has to be the Raging Bolt here, right? Raging Bolt, 240 HP, doesn't get knocked out by the Galarian Moltres, doesn't get knocked out by the Dragapult.
I don't know if there's enough energy cards to put onto this Raging Bolt, and you do all of that to take a KO, and you're still 2 KOs away, and you have no energy left. It just feels like too big of a risk.
Ooh.
So we'll see Lily's Clefairy come in. There's the attachment for turn. Energy Switch, considering just playing Ultra Ball to get 1 more Pokemon out of the deck. Even has the Glass Trumpet, is just going to pivot out first. Use that to bring some energies back into play.
Yeah, Glass Trumpet accelerates 2 energy from the discard pile to 2 colorless Pokemon as long as there is a Terra Pokemon in play. There's a lot of energy on the board now.
Just wants to save Ultra Ball for Meowth later on, and here we go. Kyle understands Unfair Stamp is his way back into this game. We'll give Bodhi just 2 cards, but does have some help thanks to Dracloak on his board.
And again, doesn't need too much. Fire Energy plus Dragapult EX. Again, something to keep note of, though, however. There's 2 Fire Energies already in play, 1 on the Dragapult, 1 on the Moltres. Not quite sure if there's 1 in the discard pile.
Yeah, Bodhi does play 4 in his list, which is a little bit unique. Some of these lists are only playing 3 Fire Energy. So here we go, 5 cards for Kyle. If he can find another Pokemon to put into play, could maybe try and discard something with the Chien-Pao, but Chien-Pao's really not going to leave too much. We'll see the Wellspring Ogerpon come down. That is Pokemon number 6, more than enough thanks to that Fairy Zone, leaving Full Moon Rondo to deal enough damage to take a KO. Here we go, Bodhi. Can he find a Boss's Orders?
I think that was a Night Stretcher, no?
And that's going to guarantee it here. I think he's going to double check the deck. And there is a Fire Energy, which means that Bodhi Robinson can use Night Stretcher to grab Dragapult EX plus the Crispin. And Bodhi is going to win this 3rd game, drawing into the exact combination needed to advance to 6 wins and 2 ties.
Absolutely massive. Again, it doesn't take that much. All he needed was energy plus the Dragapult, the Pokemon and energy card. Those are the things you play the most of and play the most ways to search. So again, 2 cards still, big possibility. Huge, huge win here for Bodhi Robinson. Very well played.
Well played indeed. Congratulations to Bodhi, and a hard-fought game by Kyle Sabelhaus. Gave it his all, but it was really just the disruptive power of Crushing Hammer paired with the pressure from Phantom Dive that was just too much for him to handle.
Oh, absolutely. And the early game Unfair Stamp, right? That's always always so terrifying to play around. And not to mention Bodhi Robinson's deck feels very well equipped against the Raging Bolt decks because of the double, because of the double Watchtower. Not something you see every day.
Let's take a look back at that 3rd game through the set to see how things played out for maybe some viewers who just are tuning in and joined us. It was this first game all in Kyle's standpoint. Really just had full dominance and full control. Used this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to take early KOs, responded with Boss's Orders, and really found his tempo. Was just able to find every step of the way and get himself across the finish line.
Yeah, that game 1 was really Teal Mask Ogerpon's game. Was able to, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon's game. Was able to attack twice with it, sniping off Pokemon on the bench.
It was this final Crispin that was found thanks to that run errand. As we went into the 2nd game, Kyle just had nothing to compete with. We saw Itchy Pollen be used over and over again to disrupt, picked his cards up, and went into this final game.
Oh, absolutely. When your board is only Clefairy and Latias while you're staring down at a lot of Dracloak, yeah, good scoop, Kyle.
We saw Raging Bolt get active, but it was this disruptive power of Unfair Stamp that bought Bodhi an extra turn. allowing him to take a big 4-prize KO and eventually find the pieces needed to close this game out. The perfect 2 cards off on Fair Stamp, Night Stretcher and Crispin.
Absolutely. And of course, just again, when you're up against Dragon Ball, you just can't give them a single inch, and giving them a whole turn to work with post and unfair stamp always feels like the writing on the wall, right?
Great smile from Bodhi there, by the way, turning to the crowd, absolutely getting it in frame. You love to see our players having fun, and it looked like both of our players were enjoying themselves, despite, you know, Kyle not being able to take the win down. I'm sure he's more than happy to showcase his talents on stream. It does feel, though, as an observation, that the casters do not have a winning record on our stream as of recent. We've got to change that soon, Juancho. We've got to get that changed.
If I play, don't put me on. I'd rather win.
You're just going to succumb to the caster curse on the stream? We got to fight against it at least, right? You got to put up some sort of a fight.
If Kyle can't do it, what can we do?
Okay. Well, listen. You know, maybe it is some of that new school energy that we need, but, you know, hats off to Kyle. He's still more than in the running. 5, 1, and 2 will be playing in Phase 2 starting tonight and then continuing tomorrow. He's here with his wife, and they're both having a great time this weekend.
Oh, love it when the whole family comes together. It's almost like a little vacation when you go to these regional championships.
Well, sometimes a vacation for one of the 2 people in the family. I know you have your whole Pokemon crew, and everyone enjoys playing Pokemon. That's not to say, you know, everybody in the Sabelhaus clan is not obsessed with Pokemon, but there's levels to this, Juancho. There's levels.
It just has to change. Everyone has to just become obsessed. Then it's...
If I love Pokemon, everyone around me has to love Pokemon as well. Isn't that how it works?
It's the people you surround yourself with, right? It has to be positive influence.
Truth nuke right there. Absolutely. 100% agree.
But again, that match, absolutely amazing. And I love seeing the 2 dragons really fight it out, you know?
Yeah.
It's the methodical Dragapult EX, but I love seeing the new school, the new Raging Bolt. Because it's not only, I was talking about how it's Unga Bunga, just do big damage. We saw the power of Wellspring Pass Ogrepana as well. Targeted knockouts, very well played, very good plays. A lot of fun. I want to see more matches like that.
A lot of fun for sure, and I'm looking forward to a fun interview we've got scheduled with Adam and Bodhi after Bodhi won his match, advancing to 6-0-2. Let's throw it down and hear from him.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. I'm here with our winner, Bodhi Robinson, taking Dragapult over into Phase 2. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good. I didn't practice too much for this event. I'm not too big of a fan of this format so far, so I kind of left it up to my testing group, and Piper, Matt, and Noah, they did all the hard work.
Yeah, so they found out the Dragapult list. You didn't have to fight with them about what you wanted to play. You trusted them. And even though you haven't played too much with the deck, are you still feeling that strength? You can tell why it's so good?
Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of Dragapult in the past, and I know in this format, since Gardevoir's rotation, that Dragapult pretty much has no contenders. And a lot of decks are scrambling to find counters, and it's pretty easy to deal with them.
And did you think that Raging Bolt was a good enough Dragapult counter? Do you think it's a favored or just an even matchup?
I do think it used to be pretty good in Dragapult, but since the addition of the 4 Crushing Hammers, the Watchtower, and the Moltres, I think it's swung back in Dragapult's favor.
Okay, yeah, so they had their time, but now Dragapult just adapts. I think this is a cycle that we see often where the top deck has a lot of room to negotiate with the metagame, right? Kind of tweak cards in and out. When you were playing against Kyle Sabelhaus on the stream, we were kind of setting it up as, you know, a veteran player versus an up-and-comer, so to speak. Do you often feel any sort of pressure when you're playing against some big names or some big veteran players that have been in the scene for a long time?
I think I used to, probably when I first staged up to Masters a couple years ago. I think at this point, I mean, I pretty recently got over that. I used to get pretty anxious, and I would find myself making pretty huge mistakes. I didn't play the best in Game 3, but I definitely feel like I've gotten over the stress of playing against that player who I know is very good at the game.
Of course, yeah, you've got the experience now, you're building up that confidence, and now that you are on Dragapult, and just earlier you did mention, right, that you weren't sure you wanted to play Dragapult, you weren't sure you wanted to play in this event. What changed your mind?
I was testing a lot of the EX box with Clefairy, and Water Pond and stuff like that. And I chose not to because a lot of my friends were playing the Watchtower. And I realized this is really bad. And testing was not going my way. I was like, I'll just play Dragapult. I have enough games in previous formats, and I played to LA as well. I was like, I should be able to play it properly, and it's working so far.
Yeah, that's great that you, and it always feels bad when you're playing a deck and there's just one card that's foiling your whole game plan. Fortunately, Dragapult does seem to have a little bit more, of course, a lot more flexibility in the metagame where it's hard to throw off its game, hard to disrupt. In your experience, however, somebody who's played some Dragapult in the past, picked it up now recently, is seeing some good success with it at this tournament. Is there any advice you could give to somebody who is trying to beat Dragapult? Like, what do Dragapult players not like to see?
I think the most annoying, I think the worst match for Dragapult right now is Zoroark.
Interesting.
There's not many cards you can put in Dragapult to help the matchup, but the problem with Zoroark is you lose to a lot of the other decks in the room. You have a rough matchup into Alakazam. You have a rough matchup into all the grass decks, which there is a lot of. So even though you beat like the Dragapult, which is like 30 to 40% of the room, I think, pretty much on average.
Pretty much.
You're like losing to a good portion of the room as well, so it doesn't feel good to submit that deck. But I definitely, as a Dragapult player, I do not want to see any Zoroark.
Fortunately, the Zoroarks aren't going to be able to skip the line and get immediately into top 4 where you have to worry about them. That's always been the big struggle, even in the previous format. But can I get any final thoughts or shout-outs from you, Bodhi, before I let you go to prep for your next round?
I mean, shout out to Piper, shout out to Noah, shout out to Matt as well. He came up with, I think, the original version of this list, which we worked on a little bit. But Noah, Matt, and Piper definitely did most of the work, and I'm kind of stealing their work here, but, you know, thank you.
It does take a group effort, and it seems you're doing them proud, so I wish you continued luck and success in this tournament and beyond. But don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got more Pokemon action coming right up, so stay tuned.
Thanks, Adam. Great to hear from Bodhi and his success with Dragapult EX. Was a Gardevoir merchant back in the day, but had to transition over to a new friend. And Dragapult is a friend to some and an enemy to most.
Absolutely. And what did I say about surrounding yourself with positive influences? That works with your testing group as well. Just Noah and Piper. That's a pretty good testing group. No surprise here why Bodhi is so successful.
Bring in Pablo Mesa, of course, to talk a little bit about that last match. Pablo, we finally saw the #1 and #2 most played decks clash against each other. Was that what you were expecting from the 2 most popular decks in the room?
I would say that's a pretty accurate representation of the matchup, right? It's early aggression with Raging Bolt. If they're successful with it, if they're able to swing in the Wellspring Ogerpon, as we saw Kyle did in that first game, then they take such a massive advantage that it's hard for Dragapult to keep up. However, as we saw in Game 3, if Dragapult is able to stabilize, if Dragapult is able to just find the wiggle room to have enough of a board, then that's where Raging Bolt really struggles. And I really want to commend Kyle for this immediate scoop, basically. I think many other players, we might have seen 20 minutes on the clock, you're up 1 game, you try to make sure that Game 2 finishes fully, and then we'll see what happens in Game 3. Maybe you take a quick win. The tie obviously doesn't help either player, but I love this quick scoop by Kyle. As you guys mentioned, it's something that he also mentions a lot during the cast, and so him seeing walk the talk was really, really cool to see. But otherwise, in Game 3, I think obviously we had this huge turn, right? This was the defining turn. This is why Dragapult is so good, not just against Raging Bolt, but against every deck in the room. You have Crushing Hammers to deny resources. You have Dracloaks to have a solid board established no matter how many cards you have in hand. And then you have the on-first stamp plus the multiple damaging attack without taking prize cards. Therefore, you're not even giving your opponent Pheasant DPT. So overall, this is like the perfect example of why Dragapult is where it's at, why it's 30% of the room.
Yeah, it was very scary indeed. I mean, just literally every single thing came into play. The aspect, the stadium, all the items, all the draws. Very scary.
And I mean, I was having a little bit of a banter with Kyle before, calling him a Rotom Wash, because obviously he's been playing for a while now, but he definitely took it to one of the best in the game right now. A duel between the very young top-tier player and a long-time top-tier player. He tried his best to make a comeback in this Game 3, but I think at this point he was just a little too far behind, and Bodhi, of course, was able to find what he needed in order to close out this game.
And one last quick thought, you know, we kind of tried to explain it during the cast a little bit, but this new inclusion of not Galarian, it's just a regular Moltres. I know I keep calling it Galarian Moltres because I love that card.
We had 4 years of Galarian Moltres dominating.
We never saw the regular Moltres do anything, but what does it do in this Dragapult deck, and how is it impactful in that set?
It's Bodhi mentioned it a bit. There's so much grass out there, right? It's a single prize Pokemon that takes 2 prizes very easily, and that 2-for-1 prize trade-off definitely helps you overcome that early, those early losses that you end up having because you're the more slow but sure takes the win, right? So then you're able to overcome and perhaps exchange in that price deficit. Even if you're down 2 prizes, if you respond when they're at 4 by going Moltres Knockout Ogerpon and you still have a single prize board with only Dracloaks, that's where they can only take 1 prize card, and all of a sudden you're already back in the prize mapping game. So yeah, the Moltres are great inclusion against all these grass type decks with Meganium on the rise. You mentioned Raging Bolt being the number 2 deck. I think it actually is Meganium with all of its variants out there. So yeah, Teal Mask Ogerpon a big threat. Moltres the perfect answer.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for breaking it down. As always, we just concluded our first phase of Swiss rounds here in Indianapolis. We have phase number 2 starting tonight. We'll have 1 round of that before we get into day number 2. So stay tuned with us for just 50 more minutes. We'll have this last round of Swiss. You'll get some Pokemon action, and everyone will have a good time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the start of phase 2.
I was going to play the game. I was going to do attacks. It was going to be awesome. Yeah, I love flipping coins though, bro. Just flip tails on them then. No, but it's like more fun when they're heads. I would agree. Well, actually, I think you would disagree. Well, when I get 3 with rapid fire, you're going to cry. Go ahead. That was a really good result. No. It's not pink though, right? No, it's pink. It's so pink. It's pink? I was trying to do stuff this turn. I was trying to go crazy.
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the 4 decks we've been seeing for the past few events: Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Cut, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol Box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Kotaro Matsudaira defeated their friend Rayo Atake, but not before they both confirmed their Worlds invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan X deck that nobody saw coming. using Proof Lock to prevent damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Masters Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Mega Absol box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkey Dory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events. Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his 3 copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Audino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Audino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Audino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. The players have taken their time through Phase 1, and we have now entered the first round of Phase 2. Players needed an excellent win record in order to make it here, winning the majority of their matches through the day. Now it is their chance to prove they deserve their spot in the asymmetrical top cut. I'm Mikella, this is Jeremy, and I think that's Badu.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful day so far. Already a ton of great Pokemon action, and it is just getting started. Phase 2 Swiss round 9. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. We're going to see players who have made it through this season and are looking to close out the last steps they need to either lock in their invite or secure that invite. And of course, there's one direct invite on the line today and tomorrow. This is where it starts. This is where you lock in.
Yeah, lock in, and you really need to focus in on these last few rounds of Swiss because every match point matters.
To that end, I believe there is some discussion of the standings going on. Let's take a look at those. All the way at the top, 8-0, 3 players, Alex Hamilton, Matthew Dennery, and Justin Newdorf. We've seen some of these faces today, and I believe if they keep this streak up, we will see them again in perhaps the top 8 or the rest of Top Cut. Additionally, we have Andrew Hedrick, friend of the stream. His storyline is interesting. After a win in Los Angeles and a win previously in Indianapolis, could this be his time to bring it all the way home for the Triple Crown?
Yeah, it would be insane if that happens. A ton of great players. We saw Jose Marrero on Ethan's Typhlosion. Did take a loss this past Swiss round, but still 7-1. Austin Charles, Makani Tran. It is a lovely top 16 we have here.
And breakout player Harrison is an Atlanta local. Good job, Harrison. Good to see you in this top 16. In the meantime, we have quite a few regular names as well. Joshua Frink, Nathan Ginsberg, Julius Brunfelt. You think he's playing Festival Lead?
No.
Well, what if his tweet about not playing Festival Lead said he was playing Festival Lead?
That would just be untruthful.
Oh, okay. I guess he's not on Festival.
Players would do that?
Go on the internet and tell lies?
Yeah.
I probably not.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I trust our players. We also have some notable matches going on today. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Justin Newdorf and Andrew Hedrick. That's going to be a pretty good storyline right there.
Yeah, I mean, well, one of the players undefeated in Justin Newdorf, 8-0 against Andrew Hedrick, who just won LA Regionals with the Dragapult Crushing Hammers. So I'm really excited for this match. And then that is not the only matchups that we have throughout our Phase 2 Swiss round right now.
I see Rahul Reddy versus Caleb Jacobson. A lot of people interested in that matchup, I expect.
Yeah, Rule's been on the side stream a lot lately, but that's just because, you know, he's playing maybe something a little different this
something
weekend.
Interesting, something interesting. Hopefully we'll see it later. And then Austin Charles as well versus Nathaniel Dungy.
Yeah, it is a lot of Dragapult in these notable matches, but that's kind of par of the course when it is 32% of the day one. I'm really interested to see if it eventually converts into even higher like it did in LA.
There's always a chance of that. It certainly has been Dragapult's year so far, starting at least in April. And we should expect to see more Dragapult as the season continues, but it's not only going to be Dragapult. There's not only all the Dragapult variants, but some of these new tech decks coming out that may have answers to the Dragon problem.
Yeah, and we've actually featured a few of them. We saw Slowking. Granted, it wasn't against Dragapult, but a different Dragon Pokemon in that Raging Bolt. Slowking was very impressive, and there's a few that are still very highly rated with 7 wins at least.
This is Slowking's training montage. It's building up strength so that when we do see it versus the Dragapult, maybe we'll see a new king on top of the throne.
Yeah, just the weights are basically weightless, you know, lifting a lot of, you know, good wins. I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, you're getting your curls, your reps, your dragon darts. I see it. The vision is there. Speaking of the vision being there, it looks like the players are getting ready to go.
Yeah, both of our players getting set up for this Phase 2 here.
Very exciting. Working out how they're going to start this game up. I think Badu is interested as well in the results of this event.
I mean, it's going to be a lot of item lock.
Yeah.
Itchy Pollen's pretty good, you know.
Players are trying to drive the action as, you know, best as they can in these conditions. When they use Itchy Pollen 410.
It's stop and go, you know.
It's stop and go. We may need to park these jokes for a moment.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I think people are getting tired of them.
All right, it does look like our players are shuffling up and getting ready. They have their headsets on.
Excellent. Excellent.
What, am I driving or?
Yes, I mean you haven't steered us wrong once.
Yeah. Oh, This is going to be a great pairing. I feel it in my bones. But let's go ahead and take a look at our players for this Swiss Round 9. First action of Phase 2 here today, and it is a Dragapult EX mirror match.
Hoping for a photo finish from these players to cap off day 1. Looks like Justin is on the Dustoir variant, while Andrew, I think we know what cards he's playing today.
Yeah, LA, it was giving away the tech with Crushing Hammer, but hiding it behind the simple Dunsparce.
I will say, in his list, he's got some interesting choices here, perhaps a few surprises. But Justin definitely does, commented that this is Pult with spice.
Yeah, again, we can see the names that you put on these deck lists, and it is pretty spicy and kind of a mix of a lot of different Dragapults that we've seen.
We're going to see a couple of competing approaches to how to build Dragapult here. I didn't know. Do you see this?
Oh my god, yeah, it is definitely a mix.
I can't believe that's in there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else is going to have to wait to figure out, watch this game, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, when he said this was Pult with spice, he meant it. Looks like they're almost ready. We're going to figure out who's going first. Do you play a lot of Dragapult personally?
Yeah, I love it. I really loved the build from Vinicius Fernandez, where it was the old slow Pult. It played the Crispin, and I kind of enjoy the new rotation, where Dragapult kind of went back to the heavy Crispin, you know, basic energies. You're not playing the Neo Upper, and I really enjoyed playing the Dunsparce after the win over in Europe.
I'm in agreement on the heavy Crispin build. Even before, when heavy Crispin wasn't the main play, I was like, let's put Crispin in here. It's great. It seems like that card was just made to synergize with Dragapult. It's beautiful in action.
Yeah, I mean, your Dragon Pokemon takes 2 different types of energies. What searches out 2 different types of energies and accelerates it?
Could be anything. Could be Crispin. Players are going to be crisping up their deck lists and trying to crisp up each other in this final match for the day. First match of Phase 2. A lot at stake for these players, hoping to earn their spot in the asymmetric top cut. It is not easy to do. It's not easy to make it to Phase 2.
Yeah, let alone. Now, again, both these players sitting at near the top of our standings. 8-0, Justin Newdorf. 7-0-1, Andrew Hedrick. That means after this round, it's just a few more wins, maybe another tie or 2 to kind of lock up that top cut.
Justin Newdorf had a second place at the World Championship last year, so coming back into the season with a fire to win as much as possible, and a great finish at NAIC last year as well, 20th, I believe. He's got 2 top 16s at Pittsburgh and Houston this season, so this could be the third, this could be the first top 8, this could be even higher. So Justin is no stranger to this top stage, and he's currently 4-0 against Dragapults in this tournament.
Meanwhile, Andrew, is there really much that we haven't said already? Former NAIC champion for 2024, 5-time regional champion after just that last few weeks ago in LA. And then, of course, really his last 4 tournament finishes: 9th at Seattle, 18th at Houston, 12th at Kotaro Regionals, and then 1st at Los Angeles.
Take a look at these prizes right now. Both prized a Poképad, some energy in there for Andrew and the Budu. Not pleasant, but not going to take him down.
Yeah, the energy spread, though, for Andrew has to be rough. 1 of each in the prize cards. Only 2 dark in the entire deck. So having that energy for Monkey Dory is going to be a big point of contention in this game 1.
Justin, on the other hand, has 2 Dracloak pieces, 1 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak. You never want to lose access to those pieces, but it looks like it's doable in this case scenario. Justin going first with a Poképad, going to search through that deck, figure out what's prized. Not too terrible. It's certainly something you could work around.
Taking a quick glimpse at Andrew's hand while Justin does the prize checking. There's a couple Ultra Ball and a Psychic Energy, but I'm not sure if I see something as important like a Buddy Buddy Poffin or that Lily's Determination.
Oh, and no Ace-Specs prize. That's certainly a nice welcome change of pace.
Yeah, both players have access to their Ace-Spec, and both of them are playing Unfair Stamp.
Yep, good card.
It's a great card, yeah.
Great card, but only once your opponent takes their first knockout. So for now, they're just going to get set up. Looks like there's an Ultra Ball coming down. Thinking about it. There it is. Ultra Ball comes down, going to search for a Pokemon. Looks like that's Meowth EX with Last Ditch Catch. Can't use a supporter turn 1 going first, but you may need it for future turns.
Again, taking a look at the list here for both of our players, it does seem like Justin is on that heavy Team Rocket's watchtower, kind of how we saw Bodhi play just this last round. And Andrew is opting for the risky ruins instead.
Justin choosing not to risk it for the ruins. Andrew saying, risks up. Over here, going to go immediately in with a Pokepad after the attach pass from Justin to end the first turn. Now Andrew's going to show us how do you set up Dragapult, hopefully with as many Dreepy as possible.
Hopefully, he's eyeing down that Badoo right now. Itchy Pollen going second is always a classic play for a deck like this.
We know one Badoo is in the prizes, so that's the only Badoo Andrew's got available. Looks like he's figuring that out too.
And that's the thing, though, with the way this format is shaped up. A lot of Dragapult lists earlier on, before this tournament, opted for just one Badoo because item lock isn't that important in the mirror. Like, both players are just going to build a big hand of cards with Recon Directive and eventually just kind of explode in one turn. But as the format has shifted, Badoo has gotten more popular just because it's better against almost every other deck.
And you're taking good notes on those prizes. That's what the sheet of paper is for. You can take notes on your prizes. It's pretty useful if you're maybe focusing on too many other things at once. Just get one thing out of your mind onto the page, a little bit less to focus on and worry about. Instead, going to go for the attachment here, looking at an Ultra Ball play. It looks like Andrew doesn't have any Buddy Poffin right now.
Well, does have that Lily's Determination, though, so a supporter will be available for Andrew, and it's the best one.
Absolutely. Lily's Determination, being able to get 8 cards on your first turn without discarding any key resources. What an incredible supporter. There's plenty of reasons to play it. And there's one reason. It's time to play it.
It really is interesting the way rotation has pushed Lily's Determination to the overall #1 supporter, and it's not even close. Like, the next best one's probably Crispin, and that's not drawing you cards.
No, but, I mean, you could with maybe a Teal Dance off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but that's such a niche combo that you don't always have access to it without playing Grass-type Pokemon. Looks like off this Lily so far, there's a Buddy Poffin. There's 2 Buddy Poffin. Clean. We're going to set up, no problems. Energy available. There's one already down, but you might need one for future turns. I see no issues for Andrew's setup right now.
And the thing with the 1/1 to Dunsparce in a deck like Dragapult is it allows your Buddy Poffins to be reused and honestly better as the game progresses because you can keep finding that Dunsparce.
Dunsparce being able to be reused is going to come in clutch, I think, this game. We're going to watch for that. In the meantime, that second Dreepy coming down, third Dreepy coming down. Andrew's got a board of plenty of options for next turn. Just needs some Dracloak. There's one in hand already, and there's a Pokepad. Thinking about using it preemptively. Don't want to have your items locked next turn so you can't go get your Dracloak. Gonna do it now. There it is.
It really is also just considering the matchup as well. You know you're playing against a Dragapult. They have an energy to retreat to a Badoo if they so choose, and you want to mitigate the damage that item lock is going to do to you next turn.
There's also a bit of concern about how to handle the mirror, but part of that concern is not getting Iono'd. That's gone. Instead, it's Judge, and people save that for the best combos or unfair stamp. So using a Pokepad early is not as likely to get punished anymore. Going to go for that Itchy Pollen. Items are off. Justin evolving, already geared up for this turn. Cat's down. Last Ditch Catch is going to search for a supporter.
Lilies?
I mean, statistically, I think you might be right. There's the Lilies in play, as you said. Going to shuffle up, draw 8 cards, and hope they're good ones. Still have access to a Recon Directive as well. That's plus those 8 cards, a total of 10 available to see at this time. Going to maybe get some more.
these Dragapult mirror matches, I've seen them kind of boil down to, I'm going to play Lilies for the first like 3 turns of the game until I fully get set up. And we have seen players do that time and time again. And off these 8 cards here, Justin's going to need some more Dreepy. Does find a couple basics in this hand.
The Dreepy is good. You definitely want to play a more patient game, as we've heard from our top players. If you're moving too quickly, if you set up too quickly, you don't have the Dracloak available to fuel the rest of your mid to late game. So choosing not to go aggressive in these early turns with a rare candy or something like that is a key piece to making sure you can make it through the rest of this mirror match.
Second Recon Directive finds just more cards for Justin.
There's a Duskull in play. That's going to be extremely relevant. Every time I've talked to a Pult player, they've said, we need to worry about the Dust Noir. We need to worry about the Dusclops. That's your swing turn to maybe take a one-hit knockout if you time it right. So having the Duskull in play is extremely relevant because we know from Los Angeles, Andrew is not running that.
And it usually kind of gives away your list a little bit because, oh, Dusknoir, you're probably playing rare candy, so you can maybe surprise a Dragapult out of nowhere sometimes, and especially in a mirror match. But with how Justin has built this list, there's no rare candy.
Nope.
Even though there's that 2/2/1 Dusknoir.
Andrew's going through here, trying to figure out what the move is. And of note, Andrew's the only one with the Budew in play, so item lock is one-sided instead of shared. That's going to help Andrew have more ways to get to the Dracloak, to get to the rest of the setup. So far, just going to shuffle that deck up. Going to make another note about the prizes. Sometimes you don't always get them on the first deck search.
Well, also, it's just some cards are more important, right? And then you figure out a card, you're like, oh, I can add that. It's just maximizing the deck searches and your resources. Like, you're not going to check for, like, how there was 2 Ultra Balls prize earlier on. You're not going to check for that.
Nope. Instead, you're just going to use Runaway Draw. Draw 3 cards, shuffle Dunsparce and Dunsparce back into the deck. That resource is available again as long as you have another turn to evolve them. So Andrew has the Dracloak #1. I see plenty of resources just trying to choose the order. Looks like going to go for the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Only 1 bench space available. Going to fill it with a Dreepy. So that's 4 Dreepy in play, 1 of them evolved.
It is all about sequencing with this deck. Recon Directive is such a unique ability in the format where you get a look at 2 cards, but one of them goes to the bottom of the deck. That means you know the cards on the bottom of your deck, so you might hold off on playing shuffling cards just because you don't want to draw into the cards that you've already been putting away.
Looks like a Crushing Hammer's coming down. That's a flip for Tails. When does that ever happen? Hold on.
Yeah, is that the first Tails that we've seen from Andrew?
That's not right. Someone check on that. Okay, it looks like the boss's orders is the take off this Recon Directive. Plenty good resources to choose between. Boss's orders is going to fuel you up for the rest of the mid-game. Choosing a Lilies off the second one. So Andrew is not hurting for supporters right now, even though there's no bench space for a Meowth.
Yeah, has drawn, what, 5 cards this turn, still has another Recon Directive, and is choosing to use it after this Lily's Determination.
Lilies for 8, and then another. When does it end? When does it end?
I'm telling you, it's the first few turns of this Dragapult mirror match is just, I'm going to Lilies for 8 cards, because if I take a knockout, it's going to make this card just worse.
Going in there to see what. Wait, look at that! Look at that discard. We haven't even seen it a prize taken, and the discard is already full of incredible resources because that's how much setup has gone into getting this oppressive board state. I mean, there's the Monkey Dory already. Andrew just needs another turn, and then all of a sudden, Justin needs to have an attacker instantly or else.
Just an embarrassment of riches for Andrew Hedrick here.
With an Itchy Pollen to block items, Justin now has to answer that without either of those Poképad or Ultra Ball in hand. Recon Directive. No.
Double Psychic Energy off the Recon.
No.
That means this Dragapult EX will be able to attack.
I'm not sure if that's what you want to see, though. Here's another Psychic Energy. Might as well. I think we saw something interesting off of that recon directive. It looks like a crushing hammer.
Yeah, when we said Justin threw everything in this deck, he also included the kitchen sink because there is Dragapult, there is a Moltres, there is the Team Rocket's Watchtower, and crushing hammers.
There will be no mistakes here. Justin is going to retaliate with everything available. Unfortunately, thanks to item lock, crushing hammer will not be shown right away. That doesn't mean it's not in the back window just waiting for its time. You're just staring through, fogging up the glass like that Charmander promo art. Dawn is going to be the supporter of choice this turn, searching for a basic stage 1 and stage 2. 3 guesses what stage 2 it's going to be.
Dusknoir?
No, it looks like it's going to be Dusknoir.
Yeah.
Which is what you just said.
Well, I cheated. I looked at the cards that Justin was pulling to the front. But yeah, interesting not to go for Dusclops. Might have it in hand already. A Curse Blast paired with a Phantom Dive could wreak havoc on Andrew's bench.
Andrew definitely is in a commanding position if those Pokemon can evolve without the ability to get set up over the next couple of turns. All of a sudden, that scary board state goes back down to not so scary board state. So Andrew needs to make the most of these next couple turns in order to avoid a board wipe from Justin. Justin, meanwhile, is trying everything available under item lock to get a combo going. There's the Dusclops. Easy peasy off the recon directive. Easy peasy.
Easy find. I think also had a Dusclops in hand, hiding in the back there.
Well, who doesn't want to double?
Exactly. This opens up a lot of options for Justin now. Does he pull the trigger?
Cursed Blast is going to be able to deal 50 damage to any Pokemon on Andrew's side of the board, and in addition will knock out Dusclops itself, giving Andrew a prize, which will decrease the amount of cards that Lily's Determination draws. There's just a ton of effects you can accomplish, or as you mentioned, you can hold it. Maybe in the later turns you want Dusknoir for 130 damage, enough to knock out a Dracloak. Really just depends on how you're feeling. There it is, going to go for the Dusclops onto the benched Dracloak. That's going to create an opportunity for Phantom Dive to take a knockout on the Dracloak with energy. Just a matter of where the rest of the Phantom Dive will go. Looks like it's going to be on
just
to
all of
Badu.
it.
Yep.
That is the one unique thing about Dragapult EX. You can put, choosing to put the 10 on that Dreepy, but it is a way that you can avoid putting extra damage in play to like kind of mitigate that Monkey Dory.
Yeah, choosing, and there's another one on the Monkey Dory. Okay, so choosing to put the energy, or the damage down, but splitting it that way instead of keeping it on the same means you would need 2 Monkey Dory to move 20 damage counters off because it's just 1 damage counter on each side. It's not combined on the same Pokemon.
And Justin basically doing his own make your Crushing Hammer impression with that Dusclops, taking the knockout on that Dracloak with the Psychic. This is going to force Andrew to have to attach both energy with Crispin to a Dracloak if he wants to attack with Dragapult.
Problem is the Crispin he's pulled out right now is a dark energy, not a psychic energy. So that means unless there's a manual attachment or he's going to hold that dark energy, Phantom Dive may not be coming out this turn. Depends on what's available. Knowing that there are 2 psychic energy in the discard and 1 in the prizes, I think there's only 1 available to him in the entire deck.
Yeah, I think it is in hand. If not, it's going to be a pretty awkward turn.
It is. Okay. There it is. Recon Directive for an Ultra Ball, or, well, looks like it's an Ultra Ball.
Taking a look at the hand, that's pretty much all the energies that's left in Andrew's deck. I think the future Crispins are going to be a little lacking.
You have to wonder if going for the Dark Energy signals to Justin that the Psychic Energy is in his hand or that the energy counts are low. Meanwhile, it's both. But Justin has to figure that out from limited information. It's fairly unusual to see a Crispin for a Fire and a Darkness when you have no energy on board.
Yeah, it's pretty telegraphing.
Just depends on what Justin picks up from this information. He's picked up the discard pile and taken a look through it, so that's step 1. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. And Andrew is looking through the rest of his hand. He's probably going to play that Ultra Ball down. It's just a matter of what to discard. Hopefully not the energy.
Yeah, that would be a little awkward. Does have both Night Stretcher available to him in hand. So still has access to some of those discarded energies, but Dracloak is going to be found off of it instead.
There's not a lot of ways to recover energy, so it looks like Andrew is hoping to pull them off of the prizes or otherwise just manage the tempo of this game. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I see an unfair stamp
off of the recon directive.
That could be extremely relevant considering both players' hand sizes. It's just going to be a matter of Andrew setting up and choosing whether to do that now or hold it for later. Players have talked about stacking up threats on top of each other. So perhaps the move here is to hold it and take the unfair stamp on the same turn as you maybe KO a problematic opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, kind of leave Justin finding the KO instead of just having an attack already.
Looks like they're going to evaluate the state of the board before declaring the attack. Andrew discarding a Monkey Dory. It's the second discard off the Ultra Ball. The other was a Lily's Determination. Going to grab a Pokemon. Not sure which.
Eyeing down Pheasantipede EX. Can flip the script for 3 cards, maybe saving it for a future turn. Just a way to thin the hand out. That Monkey Dory is not really going to be doing too much when you already have one in play and you're lacking dark energies.
The other thing, too, is that with the Dusclops already committed, it's not available to just gust up the Pheasantipede using Boss's Orders, play the Curse Blast Dusclops, and then take the knockout. That's just not available, so Justin would need to find another way to get the last 10 damage for a one-hit knockout on that Pheasantipede. So good choice. There's the unfair stamp.
All right, only 2 Dracloak on the bench for Justin. So that means he's going to have access to at least 5 cards after the draw for turn, which isn't nothing. You know, a lot can happen in 5 cards. You still have access to something like a supporter. The Meowth EX has already been used. It's on the bench there, so Ultra Ball is not really an out.
Unfair stamp only giving you 2 cards and the natural one off draw. That's rough, but because of the recon directive, it's almost like it was a judge instead.
Yeah.
Much easier to come back from.
Ooh.
Looks like
A lot of
there's...
supporters.
Yeah. Okay, the flip the script following the unfair stamp has now set Andrew to a very comfortable hand size. There is also the Crushing Hammer tails that... Hold on a minute. Someone check those dice.
Yeah.
Do they know who's rolling them?
Maybe it was just because Andrew might have been on like the other side, rolling the red dice, maybe. Who knows?
Could be anything. Hate to see it, though.
Hey, it gives us a game. Crushing Hammer is one of those cards where either you love it or hate it.
Depending on if you flipped heads or tails.
50-50.
50% chance it either happens or it doesn't.
Yeah.
Speaking of chances, the Dunsparce is coming down, which could give us a chance of a Dunsparce, which is a response play to if Justin chooses an unfair stamp, which it looks like there's no knockouts taken this turn so far. There's just not enough damage to move with Monkey Dory to knock out the Dracloak. Maybe in the next couple of turns it'll start to be relevant. Andrew choosing very carefully whether he wants to commit to this play. He may want the bench space open.
Well, it's also just a liability, right? With the way the damage has spread out, unless there's a Monkey Dory on Justin's side of the board, you're not really worried about something getting knocked out with Phantom Dive.
So far, he hasn't chosen to commit yet. He's checking the discard pile, making sure he understands what resources he needs to be afraid of. Guess he's not going to go for it. He's just going to go for the Phantom Dive and choosing to put the damage between both Dracloak.
Good old 3-3. And 3 cards to work with for Justin now.
Andrew did not make this easy. Looks like they're going to take a moment. Pokepad's coming down. Items are finally online. Justin does not have to hide behind a lack of items anymore. Unfortunately, you can't get another Dracloak in play without a Dreepy in play. And there's no Duskull to evolve into Dusclops. Those item lock turns were very relevant to this mid-game because now there's just nothing to work with.
Judges making sure the damage is right on the Dragapult there. Monkey Dory was found, so there is, again, with all the Dusknoir, the Crushing Hammers, the Team Rocket's Watchtower, the Moltres, there's also a Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy.
Why not? Just add another one. Just add another trick to the bag of tricks for Dragapult and friends. Monkey Dory hasn't come down yet, but don't let that stop you from expecting it to come down. Oh, very good pick, except nothing got knocked out last turn.
Yeah.
An unfair stamp is just going to stay in the hand, but it is card draw. So a knockout from Andrew will provoke a response, just needs a little bit of time to make it. Wow, look at that.
Yep.
Moltres or Crispin off of the second recon directive. Crispin's not card draw, but it can get you further set up. Might be worth it to take it just so you can charge up the Dragapult that you're going to need if this active one gets knocked out.
And finally getting a glimpse at Justin's hand from this unfair stamp. Already having the dark energy with the Pokepad for the Monkey Dory is crazy in itself, but you have a boss's orders to go along with it if you want to for this turn or the next turn to try to close things out.
You know, just casually. Looks like he's considering a board wipe here of both Dracloak.
Yep.
There's a scenario where you move the energy with the damage with the Monkey Dory. Now you have enough onto the bench Dracloak, and then you just Phantom Dive, the 2 active, take 2 prizes, and now all of a sudden, Pheasantipity is your liability. The last damage counter going on Pheasantipity, creating a possible win next turn if another Dragapult can get set up, because Andrew has the attacker ready to go, but 5 prizes to take.
And heads up play from Justin to heal off that Dracloak with the basic fire energy on it, so it can most likely stick around for next turn to evolve into a Dragapult EX. Currently, Andrew does not have the damage in play to use Monkey Dory to manipulate and take the knockout.
Nor the energy. There's that Dunsparce that was debated last turn. Would have been maybe nice to have it, but it could have gotten knocked out just as easily. So understand the hesitation there.
I think if the Dunsparce gets knocked out instead of a Dracloak, Andrew's probably fine with that.
Yeah. Having reliable access to the recon directive is probably more useful than a one-time use of the Dunsparce, but you never know.
You never know.
You never know. Looks like he's going to take his time, get some resources out of the deck.
Yeah, Lily's Determination. Not going to draw 8 cards thanks to that Dusclops Curse Blast from Justin.
Arguably, it's keeping him in the game, though. I mean, he needs to take prizes, and he needs to take prizes yesterday. There's a potential 3 he can grab on the board, but without any Dreepy to follow up, and with so many liabilities right there to go, he's got to be counting the turns and saying, I don't know, this isn't a very Andrew Hedrick hand right now.
Already discarded
Hammer?
a Risky Ruins early.
Hammer? Okay, it's off the table. This could change everything. Heads.
Wow.
There it is. He's back. We are so back.
1 for 3 is Hedrick in this game 1 of our Swiss round 9.
Discarding that fire energy instead of the darkness on the Monkey Dory. Very good play. It's going to force Justin to use Crispin next turn. We know he has a Crispin, but Andrew doesn't know that. Plus, using the Crispin means no boss's orders. There's no more counter catcher in format. Pheasantipity will be safe for a turn. In addition, also, you know, using Monkey Dory to scoop that all the way off the Pheasantipity. I deny your 2 prize liability turn, sir.
Yeah, deny the prizes while also clearing all of the damage from Justin's board with this double knockout for 3 prizes.
Monkey Dory does not have much to work with. There's just one sad Dracloak with no damage on it. Fortunately, we do know there is a Crispin available.
Yeah, and with the 3 prizes, Andrew actually grabbed 2 energy, which is kind of funny because there's the unfair stamp from Justin's side of things. Those 2 energy now are getting shuffled back into the deck. Maybe a Crispin can be live again.
Yeah, a Crispin for Justin is going to be essential. Crispin for Andrew, you don't really need it right now. You're not too scared about getting knocked out from a board that's got nothing going on in terms of attackers. But you're right. If Andrew had lost that Dragapult earlier, I don't see where he comes back from that. Just because there's 3 energy prized of the 9 in the deck.
Okay. Psychic energy on the active Monkey Dory. That's 2 things. Either a retreat into something, or there's going to be a Mind Bend for 60 and confuse Andrew's only Dragapult in play. Team Rocket's Watchtower along with the unfair stamp. That means the Dunsparce isn't out. Meowth EX isn't out. But there's no Meowth. Oh, no, there's a Meowth.
There's a Meowth. There's a Meowth.
Yeah.
Andrew has to assemble a combo now with no ability Pokemon to work with. There's not going to be a Dracloak next turn because there haven't been any Dreepy. Andrew needs to find probably like a Lily's Determination off of this.
What, the 4th one or something?
Yeah. I mean, even a Judge would be better than 2 Boss's Orders or something. Not that 2 Boss's Orders is a bad thing, but
I think Boss's Orders means game.
Well, the problem is, how do you retreat? You can't use the Dunsparce to
Hedrick's
get out
won
that way.
ton of games off of flipping coins.
Yeah, he would need a Risky Ruins. He would need a Risky Ruins to do it so that he could retreat, use the Dunsparce, then clear the confusion that way.
Yeah, or just, flip heads off confusion.
Oh, that's true, I guess. Tails on the hammer. Tails on the second hammer. Hammer said, we will not show up for phase 2 today.
Apparently.
There's a recon directive for the 3rd crushing hammer. Heads, okay, okay. At some point, one of them had to be heads.
Picking the energy here is also pretty crucial because there is a Psychic in the prize cards still.
Psychic in the prizes, some in the discard. There's another one in the discard off of that crushing hammer. 3 crushing hammer and 1 heads. I mean, someone should call crushing hammer's manager.
Yeah, well, he's sitting right across the table from Justin in Andrew.
Same thing happened to Andrew. I mean, really.
Mind bend. Now that Dragapult EX is confused. Taking a look at the 3 cards for Andrew. Has the stadium to out that Team Rocket's Watchtower, but no way to draw cards after that. And wow, fire energy in the hand.
That's reminiscent of some of our other matches today. Apparently the lesson you should take from these games is if you have to choose between your promotion, keep those psychic energy safe.
Yeah. Tails on the last crushing hammer for Andrew. And important note too is the 3 hammer that Justin played last turn, the only 3 in the list.
That's not going to stop Andrew from waiting for the 4th the whole time. And there's the Monkey Dory, a Drenabrain, scooting 3 damage off of the active Dragapult. Where are they going to go? It looks like they're going on the active Monkey Dory. Maybe if you flip Tails, you go, yeah, I'll get it next turn.
Can you even risk attacking here?
You can't
retreat into Dunsparce?
Oh, that's so rough. Maybe if you had a Psychic Energy or a Night Stretcher, you could attack with your own Monkey Dory, and all of a sudden you've got a Stew Cookin'. That's not available here.
And this is kind of the point of Justin playing 3 hammer. Your opponent's always going to expect the 4th. So now Andrew has to play around that 4th crushing hammer and maybe not retreating, but no, it does. Ooh, this is so close.
I don't know what he's thinking.
Just passes the turn.
Just passes the turn. I guess if you try to attack and you deal 70 damage with Jet Headbutt, that's not even knockout. Instead, you're just fueling up Monkey Dory to keep scooting damage around. So I guess the thought to stay safe, keep the damage from getting too high, so the Monkey Dory wars don't have to escalate.
Ooh.
Probably a good move.
You can see Justin is getting close to the end game.
He's
a
crisping.
Little bit of shaking, but Crispin gets played. There is a Psychic Energy, only just the 1, but it's the attach for turn.
Wait, he has to pull out the second one, doesn't he?
No.
To get the attachment effect.
Well, yeah, you're just attaching. It's like a supporter energy search.
If you don't have the second energy.
Yeah, you grab the energy, put it in your hand, and then attach it.
Oh, okay, clean.
So Justin's attached for turn.
Very nice. Worth the distinction, I would say.
Yeah, it is one of those cards where the wording matters a lot. It says the first energy you search out goes to your hand, and then the second one gets played.
So if you want the attachment, you have to pull out 2 energy of different colors or simply manually attach the one from your hand. Looks like the Dragapult is ready to go. Plenty of options here for Justin to take 2 prizes with Monkey Dory active and the Pheasantipity in the background. Problem is, Boss's Orders is not going to be available when you've just used Crispin.
I believe Justin found the Dragapult off the Recon Directive too, which would be crazy if he did, but retreating to the Dragapult EX, Phantom Dive yet again.
Okay, Phantom Dive is going to deal 200 to this active Dragapult. It's the only attacker. You have to start putting pressure on it. There's a Dusclops. It's not going to be enough to knock out even with the Monkey Dory, I think.
Well, you get the...
It's 110. I think it's 10 short.
It is 10
yeah,
short.
That's rough.
I mean, who needs to use Curse Blast right now and give Hedrick a chance to win the game with something like a Boss's Orders Mind Bend?
For the same reason, choosing to spread the damage all across the back of the board. That's enough to knock out any of those targets with Phantom Dive. There is nowhere safe for Andrew to hide. Needs to take 2 prizes this turn. There's a Meowth right there. But after that unfair stamp, what are his options going to be? He can't even flip the script.
Justin's been playing this game perfectly, just not rushing for a knockout to trigger that flip the script from Andrew's side of things.
He just has a Boss's Orders.
Yeah, but no way to actually take the KO. Only a Fire Energy Risky Ruins in hand.
Maybe he's waiting to see if Justin will scoop. Look at that.
Yeah, this is a Psychic Energy, right?
Right.
Right.
He's revealing the Fire Energy in his hand to retreat to the Meowth, which would be enough to take the knockout. Andrew understands that this is the end of the game. Let's see if he's, before they scoop the board up. There it is. He understands.
Yeah, and really, Andrew right there is just getting as much information as possible. Sees that Justin's list is pretty crazy in the sense of how Dragapults have been built, and wanted to get as much information on the counts that Justin's playing before scooping up the cards.
He got to see 3 hammers, doesn't know there's not a 4th. He got to see the
Dusknoir.
He got to see, I think he got to see the Moltres even.
Yeah, maybe it was just a discard with Ultra Ball. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay, see how this game 1 shaped up. It started off with Itchy Pollen for Andrew Hedrick early on in the game, but Justin was able to get the first Phantom Dive off, taking 2 KOs on that Dracloak, and then following it up with the double knockout on Dracloak yet again. Already going down 2 prizes to 5, and it was only thanks to that Curse Blast that Andrew took a prize. Now a 3 prize turn from Andrew, having that Dragapult, but this was the big turn. 3 Crushing Hammers played, tails, and then the heads, discarding the Psychic Energy, and with the Mind Bend from there, Andrew was not able to really cobble together an attack and ended up scooping up the game.
We're going to move into game 2 with these players. This is for all of the marbles for Justin. Andrew needs to get a win here in order to claw back to a game 3. So this is going to be a very important start. It looks like Justin's starting with a Buddy, but going first, that Poképad is going to be able to search for some Dreepy. But the problem is you can't use Buddy right now. It's just going to be sitting in the active. Andrew could easily set his own up, and all of a sudden now the items are gone.
It's interesting how, let's take a look
he went for
at
the
prize
Dracloak
cards.
instead. Poképad not going for the Dreepy, going for the Dracloak instead. But as you mentioned, the prize cards, there's 1 Crushing Hammer down, 1 Dusclops down, 1 Dracloak down, and certainly that's, you don't want to see the Dawn prize. It's a great resource at any time in this game. But otherwise, it looks like he has enough to work with. Whereas on the other side, Andrew's prize cards, the Meowth is in the prizes, and it's towards the top. That means it's not going to be available. Also prize 2 Dreepy Dracloak pieces, a Fire Energy, and the Night Stretcher. So looks like for the most part, Andrew can work around these prizes, except not having access to Meowth means that's almost 5 different outs to getting a supporter that are just not available anymore, because you need the Meowth for the Ultra Ball to get you to Meowth to get you to a supporter.
Andrew started things off with a Crushing Hammer, but it was tails yet again. Definitely not what we've seen from Andrew in these past couple tournaments.
No, I guess the Crushing Hammer has been crushed.
Yeah, you really hammered that in. You know?
Yeah, they're bonking each other on the head with the hammers, but haven't yet seen many heads, just a couple. But 2 heads are better than 1.
They are.
Andrew is shuffling up. Plenty of choices here, but only 1 Dreepy, just a Dunsparce, a Monkey Dory to go with it. Dreepy is all in its lonesome. Can he get it some friends?
Double Buddy Poffin.
There it is.
Yet again.
The last card off of the 8 from the Lilies. That's beautiful. Going to just go through, see where the Dreepy are. Notice that 1 is prized, but you could work around just 1 prized. It's not the end of the game.
Yeah, especially if you're maybe wanting to fit in a Badoo of Andrew's own. And look at that powerful baby Pokemon hitting the bench with that Buddy Poffin. A 3rd Dreepy off this other one.
The prophecy is Badoo.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see how this Dragapult mirror has evolved throughout essentially the last month There's been so many tournaments each and every weekend. It's been kind of an embarrassment of riches of watching Pokemon and getting to see people play Pokemon. But if you go first or second in this matchup, it was a kind of highly contested debate for a while. And this weekend, it seems with the addition of the second Badoo in most lists, you're wanting to go second. And if you're playing Crushing Hammers, you also kind of want to go second just because, like we saw here, being able to just strip an energy from your opponent's Pokemon is pretty good.
And combo that with an Itchy Pollen for 10 damage and no items coming down. Justin's hand's not full of items at this point, but that means any Buddy Poffin or Pokepad are not going to be useful here. Going to go for the Crispin, thin that deck out a little bit, and then Recon Directive for what may be the most two important cards for Justin for this entire game. Does he get any kind of out to build his hand up next turn? Maybe another Recon Directive. He just needs to get something going so that this setup is not overshadowed by Andrew having all the pieces ready to go. Although we didn't get to see from Andrew any preemptive Pokepad or anything like that.
Yeah, no preemptive Pokepad. Well, and then also just no energy attachment. Or he had a retreat, yeah.
Off of the Recon, getting a Psychic Energy instead of a Moltres. Looks like going to just take this knockout, go aggressive on the Badoo. Maybe Unfair Stamp would be helpful right around now. Getting the Dawn off the prizes too. That's going to give him the out he needs to get more Dreepy and Dracloak pieces, potentially get more set up and survive, leaving your 2 energy Dracloak in the active. Your only Dracloak, your only draw resource. It's so vulnerable.
Now, this is a pretty good hand from Andrew's side of things. Has the Dark Energy on that Monkey Dory along with the Risky Ruins, and then Lily's Determination for 8 cards. Oh, not to mention there's also the Dunsparce in the active, ready to draw 3 more, and a Recon Directive. Now, with a Pokemon to bench, this Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory can just take the knockout on Badoo sitting on the bench with that 10 damage already.
That's right. With Risky Ruins in play, that's enough to put 2 damage counters down. As you said, enough to knock out a Badoo. Let's see if it happens. There's a Badoo. Does Andrew want to get another one? There it is. That does create a liability, but it's not the kind of liability you'd expect. Runaway Draw is going to draw 3 more cards. Let's see what the Adrenabrain does today.
Found a Pokepad, so Andrew can get another Dracloak. Probably going to Recon Directive before, just to try to maximize your outs of finding as many Dracloaks as possible.
You want to be able to draw cards consistently through the course of the game. Players are talking about being patient. You know, when you talk about whether you go first or second, you go patient. Patient is not first or second. Patient is whatever gets you more Dracloak in play.
What about Crushing Hammer? Is that any sort of patient found off that Recon Directive?
Not off Itchy Pollen, but Pokepad going to go for a Dracloak. Item lock is not on because of the Dracloak attack, so you use those items now. Might as well. I'm going to go through, look for a few more pieces, try to get the combo going. Andrew usually takes these games to set up as many of the Dracloak as possible before getting aggressive, unless pushed into a corner. And Justin's not really putting on much of a corner. It's just one scary Pokemon with a Crushing Hammer flipping heads. So it's no longer so scary because it's not charged up, and there's another fire in the discard. That's 2 fire energy down. We know a 3rd one is prized, so there's a 4th one lingering somewhere if Justin can get it.
The last Recon Directive. Andrew's hand is full of Psychic Energies and Ultra Balls.
Ultra Ball is going to come down, discarding a Dragapult and a Lilies. Going to search through that deck, looking for another Dracloak, not just jumping straight to the Dragapult. There's a plan.
So nice, he's going to do it thrice.
I wonder what kind of reconnaissance they're doing when they get the directive to do the recon.
A lot of looking and thinking.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of research that Dracloak has done in the last month alone.
No, research got rotated.
No. It's the reconnaissance.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
They're compiling files. They're digging through the history of the game, and they're doing Itchy Pollen for another 10 damage.
Well, history of the game has been a lot of item lock, and I don't know. I love to see it.
It's a well-loved effect on this Badoo, which, unlike item lock decks of old, does not have a lot of bulk. It's easy to knock out a Badoo, even if you're under item lock. Good balance. Recon Director for a Hammer or a Dusclops. Justin making sure it's gonna be a bit of a
Now,
debate here.
That Dawn from the prizes will really help this hand out. There is also the Meowth EX to maybe find Lily's Determination.
That's true.
But Justin's only drawing 6.
With 1 Badu and 1 prize taken, yep. Going to go for the Dawn. Not gonna go for, oh, wait, he's not committing yet. He's thinking about it. Okay, Dawn's coming down. Gonna grab a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2. Expect to see more Dracloak.
You would hope.
I mean
there's only, what, 1 in the prize cards?
Yeah, you could get another Dracloak out. Easy peasy.
Maybe a Duskull, but it's a little bit risky getting Duskull on the bench this late in the game just because it does have 60 HP, so it's an easy Phantom Dive knockout.
And it's not like you're using Duskull for its attack.
Yeah.
It's not going to come and get you.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There is the Duskull.
Along with that Dragapult EX.
Unfortunately, without the fire energy, that's going to be a bit of a rough call. Going to recon directive, hopefully get another fire or a path to its 2 Ultra Ball.
Yeah, there's actually the Psychic in hand.
He needs a fire.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Maybe he could do what Andrew did last turn and double attach the Psychic and say, yeah, that's a fire energy. Pro players are doing it.
Has the Night Stretcher in hand, but under item lock cannot play that.
Duskull doesn't even have 60 HP because of the risky ruins. It's even worse. A single Phantom Dive would knock out both a Badu and a Duskull from the bench damage alone. Retreating into Badu, this is hard times. This is hard times for Justin.
It does save Justin from some Crushing Hammer shenanigans maybe on Andrew's turn, but Itchy, Pollen back. No items for Andrew, but with 3 Dracloak on the bench, that Monkey Dory already powered up, and a Crispin to start things off.
He's not sure he's committing yet. Okay, Crispin is coming down. Another thing, too, about retreating the Dragapult there is if you take out the Badu with the Jet Headbutt, now all of a sudden you're opened up to Unfair Stamp. You will not be Unfair Stamped under item lock.
Yeah.
You didn't even take a knockout, but you're not going to be Unfair Stamped at all.
And again, we've been talking all day about these Dragapult lists, including a copy of Judge to help disrupt in certain circumstances of Genesect's Ace Nullifier or the item lock from Itchy Pollen. And Andrew is playing that 1 copy.
Grabbing a hammer and a Pokepad off of the Recon Directives, unfortunately can't use them under item lock. There's, I think, a Boss's Orders and an Ultra Ball. Choosing the Boss's Orders, because what are you going to do with an Ultra Ball right now?
Nothing.
Not discarding, for sure. Energy is down, choosing to put another Psychic in play. Remember, Justin has Crushing Hammer too, so those Crushing Hammers are not going to stop Andrew from getting set up because it's the same type of energy.
Yeah,
Just
and
needs
then
Step of Fire.
Taking the knockout with Itchy Pollen, thanks to that Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. Like you were saying, that means no Unfair Stamp is available for Justin this turn, and Andrew's board is a little bit safe. You can spread that energy like he did with both of those Dracloak having the Psychic energy.
Going to take a look at his hand, figure out what the options are. The Recon Directive here looks to be a tricky decision. Hasn't instantly locked in on the play of choice. Gonna take a moment. It's important when you're on this stage, when you're doing your stream match, to calm down, think through your moves, go through at the correct pace of play, but also to make sure you're not psyching yourself out. It's tough to be on stream, and these are players who are used to it. It's still scary.
Yeah, it is a whole different beast in the game of Pokemon.
Jet Headbutt gonna not. Ooh, wait a minute.
I think it was just a pass of the turn.
I think that was a pass.
Yeah, you
the
don't
Badu
want to
being
put
retreated. No.
You don't want to put damage into play for Andrew to be able to manipulate with Adrenabrain. So just the Boss's Orders on that Dracloak with no energy.
I mean, that's the only target. The Monkey Dory can retreat. The Badu can retreat. The other 2 Dracloak are scary. So it's a sad day when the only Gust target with the Boss's Orders is another Dracloak, the thing you're afraid of.
Andrew using the items as much as possible. Finally, not being Itchy Pollen.
Gonna go for the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory off of that Pokepad. You could put some damage on it with Risky Ruins. That's something. You can't really take a knockout with it right now, but but you can get close to a knockout on maybe that Duskull from another Adrenabrain. Recon Directive is going to grab a Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin, second Recon Directive, Judge, or it looks like a Lily's going to put the Lilies back. One more to go. Night Stretcher or Crispin, choosing Crispin.
Crispin is the avenue to potentially attack this turn.
Dunsparce picking up more damage. With 3 Recon Directive down, Andrew needs to make the most of what's in his hand, and it's not a small hand. You have plenty of tools to work with here. It's just which one are you going to choose?
Yeah, the thing that is worrisome is there's a lot of energy in hand.
Okay, attaching the Psychic Energy. Crispin could easily grab your Fire Energy, but for now, going to evolve to Dragapult. And a Crushing Hammer. We've seen this before.
Oh, we've seen that before, too. Another heads from Andrew gets rid of the Psychic Energy on that active Dragapult EX for Justin. And is able to actually take the KO thanks to Boss's orders and the Adrenabrain and Jet Headbutt on the Dracloak. This is going to leave Justin with no draw power on the bench.
This is devastating if you're Justin Newdorf. Justin, do you have, I see, is that a Lily's?
It's a Lily's, but if Justin plays Lily's, he's not going to be attacking with Dragapult this turn. He's going to need a Crispin.
Jet Headbutt. He can't even repeat the play because there's no Monkey Dory, and you can't attach a Darkness Energy and a Jet Headbutt Energy without a Crispin.
And would need a boss to go along with everything else. Now, Ultra Ball will be able to find something like a Meowth EX.
And there's no Rocket Watchtower in play. It's not like Justin's about to put one down. Oh. Instead, going to go for the Pheasantipity. The script will be flipped. If you need card draw, not many better choices than a Pheasantipity.
Yeah, it is the make it or break it for a lot of decks as the game goes on. The later the game is, the better Pheasantipity EX gets. And wow,
Whoa.
Even has the Meowth EX. So Crispin is easily found. Those are 2 energies getting attached to that Dragapult EX in the active spot.
I don't know how I feel about that play because Andrew only has 4 prizes left. There's a situation here where they get taken off of the Duskull and the bench Dreepy, depending on how Justin takes these knockouts or doesn't.
Flip the script.
Monkey, Dusknoir, and a Lily's. Monkey Dory, nope, going for the Night Stretcher. Gonna pull something out. Can't attach a Dark Energy, but you can put down a Dracloak. That's gonna be relevant to prevent a 4-prize turn. Gonna Recon Directive, Dreepy or an Ultra Ball. Putting the Dreepy back. I think he's seeing the 4-prize problem. There's a Crushing Hammer. That's Tails. No, that's not what you want to see if you're Justin.
Now Justin has the decision to make. Ultra Ball in the hand, just thin out as much as possible, but Phantom Dive is inevitable. Can spread out the damage as much as possible, but you could also just take the knockout on the Badoo, put all the damage there, and kind of just leave the Dragapult EX in the active.
Okay, evolving into Dusclops. I would not expect to see using the Curse Blast right now. There's not much time left in the round either, so Justin is making sure that it's as difficult as possible to get that 4-prize turn. Unfortunately, with the damaged Meowth in play, it looks like, looks like Andrew doesn't see a path forward. They're fist bumping. It looks like Andrew has scooped the game, meaning that Justin will take this win. He's signing the match slip. Yep.
Yeah, to explain it for all y'all, it's actually the circle tie.
They had time left. Game winner.
Game winner, okay.
Whoa. We may be getting some interesting information. Okay, it looks like Justin is conceding and has asked for a tie. I mean, the board state was in Andrew's favor. I think this is a gesture of sportsmanship towards a fellow player who's also chasing that asymmetrical top cut tomorrow.
That is true, yeah. You're not really going to be able to get around Andrew's Monkey Dory with your Phantom Dive, and he's going to be able to take those last few prizes needed in the, 3 turns left in the game for Andrew, and with that concession, it's a tie since Game 3 is not able to be played, but both of these players are still very much at the top of the pack. Justin with an 8-0-1 record, and Andrew now a 7-0-2 to go on to Sunday.
These players have probably played before with each other, not just in stream or not even just in tournaments, they just know each other from being two excellent players and representatives of this game. It looks like what they're choosing to do here is be sportsmanlike.
Yeah, maybe go get an early dinner.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for the two games that we had here. Now, it started off with an early Itchy Pollen from Andrew Hedrick for a couple of turns, but Dragapult EX decided to start taking prize cards, and take prize cards is exactly what Justin did. Able to clear off those Dracloak on the bench, but then Andrew mounts a comeback a little bit, taking 3 prize cards of his own, knocking out that Dragapult EX and a Dracloak on the bench. Then Monkey Dory able to use the Mind Bend along with Crushing Hammer to trap this Dragapult EX in the active spot. Confusion with also getting rid of that Psychic Energy allowed Justin to take game 1.
The Confusion making it impossible to use that attack without a coin flip. And right at this point, Andrew goes, I don't see what I have. Goes to game number 2, where we saw the Itchy Pollen early from both players. Bodhi knocking itself out with the Adrenaline Brain damage. That's enough for Justin to come back in the game. And all of a sudden, there's just not a lot of Pokemon available. Meanwhile, Andrew is loaded up with this 3 Psychic Energy Dracloak Dragapult situation. Means no matter what happens from Justin, no matter what he flips, there's going to be an attack option available right in the close of the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, that's really just how the Dragapult mirror comes down to sometimes.
It's hard to call that a Dragapult mirror. You saw the complete nonsense that Justin brought to the party. Dusknoir, Crushing Hammer, Moltres. I mean, is there any other Dragapult attacks I should know about?
Yeah, Watchtower as well.
Oh, yeah. Throw another one in there. You said everything but the kitchen sink. I think the whole kitchen is in there.
Yeah, it really goes to show 801. He must be doing something right.
I think he's doing something very right. I'm taking notes. I'm taking copious notes.
Copious notes and a lot of, just different one-ofs in the deck to go along with it.
You gotta love it even when this deck you think is at the very top of the format, there's still innovation possible, and that innovation is just eat well. I mean, you've got everything in the kitchen to eat.
The innovation is I'm gonna let everyone else innovate first, and then just shove it all together.
It's genius. It's Galaxy Brain.
Yeah, I mean, it is paying off huge dividends for Justin Newdorf here today and this weekend. And can we also just talk about the run that Andrew has been on these past few tournaments?
It's ridiculous. I think he's undefeated.
Yeah, it really is great to see.
How does he do it?
I don't know. I don't know. Do we have Pablo to tell us how?
Yeah, Pablo,
Maybe?
Can you give us some insight here as to what is going on? What are they eating for breakfast that I could start eating for breakfast?
All right, well, we do have Pablo to tell us, but it's actually in the lounge to wrap up our day 1 here in Indianapolis. Go ahead and take it away.
Welcome to the lounge, everyone. It has been a fantastic Phase 1 into Phase 2 in Indianapolis, but that's it for the broadcast right now, and we're going to be here bright and early tomorrow. But before we get out of here, I just want to wrap things up with the boys and see what some of their favorite highlights and impressions are for this tournament. Ethan, what do you think about Phase 1 of Indianapolis?
I liked watching Dragapult EX announce the Phantom Dive attack. That one was pretty awesome, and I think we're going to see more Phantom Dives tomorrow. Nothing less than what we'd expect. Crushing Hammer is having its impact on the format, whether we like it to or not. People are going to have to adapt, and we'll see what best players can do that in day number 2.
Anything jumping out at you, Pablo, that can maybe stand up to the Dragapult?
I mean, honestly, no. Like, I have a little faith in Slowking, and we didn't see any Honchkrow today. Hopefully they're up there, but it's just those swing turns with like on first stamp and a big swing turn with a lot of KOs and damage spread. It just feels way too powerful at this moment. I don't know if anything can actually keep up with that.
Juancho, is there any hope?
I was trying to not be a gloom doomer here, but no, just after seeing that match with Kyle Sabelhaus, where, again, just the hammerheads, the stadium bump, the unfair stamp, it just seems so insurmountable almost. But I don't know. I believe in our players. I have not given up. I mean, we've got to see some cool decks on the stream, right? There was Ethan's Typhlosion, who was undefeated at one point. Is that the savior we need? Ethan.
So we've already set the stage, folks. You at home and everyone here in the venue knows that this is Dragapult's world, but we've seen some glimmers of hope that there are some new archetypes out there and some banging players that are going to come and play these decks and try to take down the king that is Dragapult and usher us into a new era of maybe single prize slow king supremacy. We'll have to see, but don't miss out because this is our regional schedule. It's been a long season, folks. It was a lot of Gardevoir at first, and now it's a lot of Dragapult to finish it out, and we're still going to have a couple more sets all the way leading up to the World Championships. That's going to be its own metagame, and I can't wait to see what our players cook up. But if you want to see what's going on in Indianapolis, you'll have to catch us tomorrow. Don't miss it. We're starting at 6:30 Pacific time and 9:30 Eastern time. Set your alarms right now. Don't put it off. Don't procrastinate and forget to set your alarms. You'll miss the beginning of the show because we still got a lot of Pokemon action there for you. Make sure you head to Pokemon.com/broadcasts. That way, you'll be able to jump back and forth between all of our games, all of our streams, all at once. You'll be able to catch my drawing segments no matter where they're showing them, because that's the most important part. But send your energy to us tomorrow morning so that we can take down Dragapult together, or maybe we root for Andrew Hedrick to just have the Dragapult King ascend once more to a regional win. Can he do it, folks? You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out.
Strap in, get ready as we take on the last regional championship. Finding the Dragapult EX and the first Phantom Dive of the entire set.
It's gonna be an absolutely amazing time here at Indy.
Shows the boss's orders, the Ethan Typhlosion and the energy. Boom goes the Dynamite and Jose Marrero.
I'm Mikella, this is Jeremy, and I think that's Badu.
Night Stretcher to grab Dragapult EX, plus the Crispin, and Bodhi is going to win this third game.